The case of Heidi Ferks. Heidi Marie Eriksson was born on December 14, 1984, to John and Alinda Eriksson and was the youngest of their 3 children and their only daughter. She was recognized for her playful and artistic nature and lived her life to the fullest. After graduating from high school in 2003, she pursued further education at the University of Northwestern in Roseville. During this period, she was a regular attendee at Calvary Church in the city, where she had been involved since her early years. It was at Calvary Church that she met Nick Ferkus, with whom she shared the role of youth group leaders, serving their community with dedication and passion. Nicholas Ferkus was born on February 25, 1983, to Julie and Steve Ferkus. He was a driven and ambitious young man who devoted himself to his work as the director of operations at a reputable carpet cleaning company. Known for his well-rounded personality and strong work ethic, he had found his true match in Heidi, whom he met at their shared place of worship, Calvary Church, in 2005. At the ages of 22 and 20, respectively, Nick and Heidi joyfully decided to advance their relationship. Surrounded by their loved ones within the familiar walls of the church that had witnessed the blossoming of their love, they exchanged vows, sealing their commitment to one another. To their friends and community, Nick and Heidi's marriage appeared flawless. They shared a love for travel, biking, and their church. They frequently hosted dinner parties for their loved ones. Heidi had recently begun working at a financial firm where her father was employed, and their bond seemed to grow stronger over time. However, behind closed doors, a different reality was unfolding. On the morning of April 25, 2010, Heidi called 911 from her home in St. Paul, Minnesota, reporting a break-in. Only 38 seconds into the call, Heidi shouted no, and a gunshot was heard. 65 seconds later, Nick used Heidi's phone to contact the dispatcher, saying, "Please, someone just broke into my house and shot me and my wife." Overcome with grief, Nick repeatedly cried and begged for help, saying, "Oh my Heidi, my wife is dead. Please get here." Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. He also shouted no in despair. When the police arrived, they found Heidi unresponsive on the kitchen floor with a gunshot wound to her back. Nick was beside her, still on the phone with the 911 dispatcher, despite having been shot in the upper left leg. He was visibly distraught and told the police that 1 or 2 intruders had broken into their home. According to Nick, he had grabbed his shotgun and tried to escape with Heidi through the back door, heading toward their detached garage. However, the intruder managed to seize the shotgun from him and shot both Nick and Heidi. Tragically, Heidi was pronounced dead at the scene, her life cut short by the violent events. Nick, meanwhile, was rushed to the hospital for treatment and was later questioned by the police while still hospitalized. Officers asked Nick why he and Heidi had left the safety of their bedroom to confront the potential danger. Nick explained that they were attempting to escape through the back door. After receiving medical treatment for his injuries at the hospital, Nick was released just 3 hours later and interviewed again at the police station about the incident. At the police station, Nick provided a detailed account of the events. He recalled watching a movie with Heidi and having a glass of wine before going to bed around midnight. Nick stated that he awoke around 6:10 to 6:15 a.m. when he heard the screen door open and someone manipulating the doorknob. Investigators questioned Nick about locking the deadbolt, and he admitted that he and Heidi usually ensured it was locked, but he believed he had forgotten to do so that particular night. After hearing the noises, Nick retrieved his shotgun from the upstairs closet, which he had brought up from the basement a month prior because he noticed it was beginning to rust. Although the shotgun was initially unloaded, Nick loaded it upon hearing the noises. He then awakened Heidi, instructed her to call 911, and told her to leave the house and go to the garage where their cars were parked. Nick also explained that he and Heidi had a safety plan in place in case of trouble, which involved going to the garage where their vehicles were kept. Nick, who is right-handed, was holding a pair of jeans in his right hand and the shotgun in his left as he walked behind Heidi toward the garage. They paused at the front door, where Heidi retrieved her wallet from a table. Suddenly, the door burst open and a tall, dark-skinned man rushed inside. The intruder wore a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood pulled tightly around his face. Nick dropped the jeans, and the intruder grabbed the barrel of the shotgun. The two men engaged in a physical struggle. During the altercation, the gun discharged, and Nick stated that his finger accidentally slipped onto the trigger. He believed he had struck Heidi in the back, causing her to collapse immediately. They continued struggling over the shotgun, which fired again, hitting Nick in the upper thigh and causing him to fall to the ground. The intruder then fled through the front door. Nick told investigators that Heidi was unresponsive, and he eventually lost consciousness. Nick told police that his house was scheduled for foreclosure the following day, and he and his partner, Heidi, had planned to inform their parents and friends about the situation on that same day. According to Nick, they had fallen behind on their bills, and their house had been foreclosed upon and sold to someone else. As a result, they were required to vacate the premises, but had not shared this information with anyone. Their plan had been to pack up their belongings on Sunday and Monday morning, leaving some items in the garage to collect later, and then find someone to stay with temporarily. However, their plans were interrupted, leaving their previously peaceful home clouded with tragedy. The lives of Nick and Heidi were irrevocably altered by the devastating events of that morning. The investigation proceeded, with law enforcement securing the area and interviewing residents. No neighbors reported seeing anyone leaving the Furcus residence. However, one neighbor, Brendan O'Connell, who was tending to kittens in a nearby house, told authorities that he had heard an argument followed by gunfire. Nick pleaded for help, claiming that a shooter had attacked him and a woman. After speaking with police, Nick's lawyer commissioned an artist to update the sketch, revealing additional details: an African-American male, aged 40 to 60 years. The police initially searched for an unknown African-American male intruder based on Nick's description, but found no evidence or witnesses to corroborate his account. Despite an extensive investigation, no one was arrested or charged in connection with Heidi's death, leaving the case unresolved for many years. Years later, a surprising revelation emerged. Over 10 years had passed since Heidi's murder, and Nick appeared to have moved on, marrying Rachel and starting a family. However, when financial troubles resurfaced, Rachel began to suspect that Nick was hiding something. Her concerns regarding their finances and Nick's evasiveness piqued her curiosity, prompting her to investigate his past. As she delved deeper, she uncovered secrets and inconsistencies that caused her to question everything she thought she knew about her husband and his possible involvement in Heidi's death. Rachel was unaware of the financial troubles her husband, Nick, was concealing, similar to those he had encountered with his previous wife, Heidi, years earlier. Her concerns prompted her to contact the authorities, which reignited interest in Heidi's murder case. Investigators began examining Nick's second marriage to Rachel, whom he had married in 2012. However, by the time Rachel spoke with the authorities, she had already divorced Nick due to his escalating financial problems. Prior to their 2019 divorce, Rachel had recorded a conversation in which she confronted Nick about his deception. She informed investigators that Nick was repeating the same patterns he had exhibited with Heidi, including failing to pay property taxes. In fact, she had seen a letter warning that they would be evicted by 2020 if the taxes were not paid. Rachel's decision to alert the police with her suspicions triggered a chain of events that once again brought the Heidi Fergus murder case into the public eye. Sergeant Nicole Sipes, assigned to the case, listened attentively to Rachel's concerns and began re-examining the evidence. Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department was determined to solve Heidi's murder. To uncover the truth, she made the decisive choice to request that the FBI analyze the 911 call audio recordings. She hoped to uncover crucial clues that could explain what transpired on the night of the murder. The FBI's analysis produced a surprising result. It found no evidence of a third person being present during the incident. This discovery contradicted the husband's earlier statement to the police, leaving Sergeant Sipes and her team perplexed. If only Heidi and her husband were in the house, what caused her death? The absence of a third person heightened suspicion regarding the husband's potential involvement in the crime. Sergeant Sipes became more determined than ever to uncover the truth and deliver justice for Heidi and her grieving family. The FBI's findings opened a new avenue of investigation, which Sergeant Sipes was committed to pursuing with renewed intensity. Investigators obtained financial documents that contradicted Nicholas Fergus' earlier statements, further implicating him in Heidi's murder. Fergus' account of the events surrounding Heidi's death kept changing. Initially, he claimed that an intruder had taken his gun and shot both him and Heidi. Later, he stated that the intruder did not take the gun, but that his own finger had accidentally pulled the trigger, striking Heidi in the back. The crime scene investigation revealed no signs of a struggle, such as overturned furniture or marks on the walls, contradicting Fergus' narrative. Forensic analysis of the scene also challenged Fergus' version of the shooting, particularly regarding the trajectory of the bullet that struck Heidi. Moreover, Heidi's 911 call made no mention of an intruder, and there was no evidence of a break-in or any intruder at the scene. This absence of evidence led investigators to suspect that Fergus had attempted to conceal his involvement in Heidi's death. As a result, an arrest warrant was issued for Nick Fergus on May 19, 2021, over a decade after Heidi's death. A SWAT team apprehended Fergus at his home in Mounds View. The surprise arrest of Nick resulted from Rachel's suspicions and the tireless efforts of Police Sergeant Nicole Sipes. This sudden development shocked many who had assumed the case had stalled and would never reach a resolution. As legal proceedings advanced, the case details were re-examined, and the truth about that fateful night gradually began to emerge. At the trial, Nick Fergus maintained his innocence and pleaded not guilty. Many of his family members, including his father, expressed belief in his innocence, asserting that Nick's love for Heidi would have prevented him from committing such a violent act. However, the jury disagreed with their assessment. On February 10, 2023, after deliberating for 10 hours, the jury delivered a shocking verdict. They found Nick, the person Heidi had trusted most, guilty of her brutal murder. This outcome left everyone who knew Heidi in a state of shock and disbelief. The prosecution built a strong case against Nick by demonstrating that he was facing severe financial difficulties, which they argued motivated him to kill Heidi to avoid shame and conflict. They questioned the truth of Nick's claim that a home invader was responsible, suggesting that he had fabricated the story to divert attention from himself. The prosecution presented compelling evidence, including the absence of signs of forced entry and inconsistencies in Nick's account. Notably, there was no DNA or physical evidence to support the presence of an intruder, raising serious doubts about Nick's story. Prosecutor Rachel Craker argued that Nick's inability to confront the truth about his financial deception led him to commit a shocking crime, sacrificing Heidi's life to protect his reputation. In contrast, Nick's defense attorney, Robert Richmond, countered that it made no sense for Nick's financial problems to suddenly drive him to murder. Nick claimed that killing his wife would somehow enhance his reputation, but this argument was illogical. After intense deliberations during the trial, the jury finally reached a verdict that would determine whether Nick would be held accountable for Heidi's death. The jury carefully considered the evidence, emotional testimonies, and legal arguments before delivering a unanimous verdict. Nick Fergus was guilty of first-degree murder. On April 13, 2023, the judge imposed the most severe sentence possible, life in prison without parole. Although convicted, Nick continues to insist he had nothing to do with Heidi's death and maintains his innocence even after sentencing. When sentenced, Nick stated, "I understand the pain and loss felt by everyone here today. Justice has been served, but it came at a great cost. A broken family, a betrayed community, and a life cut short." The verdict brought a sense of closure to Heidi's family and friends, but also left them with the painful realization that the man they thought they knew was capable of such a heinous act. So, you may be wondering, where is Nick now? Nick is currently serving his life sentence at the Minnesota Correctional Facility, located in St. Cloud, Minnesota. What drove Nick to commit this tragic act? The motive behind the killing remains somewhat unclear, but there are clues. In June 2009, Nick received foreclosure papers on their house, which was subsequently sold at a sheriff's auction that same month. 10 months before Heidi's death, eviction proceedings began in February 2010, with a hearing scheduled for March 8, 2010. Nick attended the hearing alone. Initially, the lockout was scheduled for April 9, 2010, but Nick called the attorneys, claiming his grandmother was in the hospital and about to die, requesting the lockout be postponed to April 26, 2010. However, investigators found no evidence to substantiate this claim. When questioned, Nick stated that Heidi was aware of their financial troubles and that they had made plans together to move out of their foreclosed home and start anew elsewhere. The truth behind this tragic event was finally revealed by prosecutors. A husband, Nick, had been concealing severe financial struggles from his wife, Heidi. Tragically, before she could uncover the truth, he took her life. Rather than being honest with his wife and working together to find a solution, Nick chose a devastating and irreversible path. According to prosecutors, Nick's motive for killing his wife was rooted in shame and fear of revealing their financial problems, which included $118,000 in credit card debt and 22 months of late mortgage payments. By murdering Heidi, Nick avoided confronting the consequences of his own deception. In the end, justice was served, but Heidi's loved ones continued to endure immense pain and loss. Unfortunately, no legal punishment could undo the harm or restore the vibrant life that had been cruelly taken. Moving on to the next case. Jalen Candelario. On the morning of June 16, 2023, Cleveland police officers and emergency medical responders received a call from a woman who reported that she had just come back home and found her daughter unresponsive. The child, later identified as 16-month-old Jalen Candelario, was pronounced deceased at the scene. Investigators observed no visible signs of trauma on Jalen's body during their examination. Inside Jalen's pack and play crib, where she slept, officers discovered blankets soiled with urine and a liner soaked with feces. Jalen's body was taken to the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy. Crystal A. Candelario, 31, Jalen's mother, was arrested by police just one day after Jalen's body was discovered. Candelario was charged with first-degree murder for neglect that resulted in her daughter's death. In addition to the murder charge, Candelario could also face charges of abandonment and child abuse, depending on the outcome of the investigation. Candelario's first court appearance took place in late June 2023 at the Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, where she faced 1 count of aggravated murder, 2 counts of murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 1 count of child endangerment in the death of her 16-month-old daughter, Jalen. During her trial, Candelario admitted that she left Jalen alone at home for 10 days while she traveled to Detroit and Puerto Rico. She left several bottles of milk behind and provided no other form of support for her child. Evidence presented in court included autopsy findings that showed Jalen died from dehydration and starvation, suffering from extreme malnutrition, and living in severely unsanitary conditions. Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, a county medical examiner and deputy medical examiner, testified regarding the results of Jalen's autopsy. With her voice trembling, she described the case as one of the most tragic and devastating she had encountered throughout her career. When Jalen arrived at the medical examiner's office, she weighed only 13 pounds, which was more than 7 pounds less than her weight at her previous visit less than 2 months earlier. Dr. Elizabeth stated that Jalen's body exhibited clear signs of severe malnutrition. Her sunken eyes and wasted facial muscles, particularly around the temples, reflected an extended period of starvation. She described the condition as heartbreaking, noting that Jalen's body was covered in feces, including on her hands, feet, and inside her mouth. Some of the feces had hardened on her teeth, suggesting that she had ingested it in an attempt to survive. Dr. Elizabeth explained that the suffering Jalen endured did not last only a few hours, but may have continued for days or even up to a week. It involved not only the physical agony of hunger and thirst, but also the emotional torment of total abandonment and the complete isolation of having no one present to care for her. The courtroom was filled with law enforcement officers and investigators connected to the case who attended to stand in representation of Jalen. According to reports, a neighbor's doorbell camera captured recordings of Jalen's cries during the first 2 days after Candelario left. A loud cry was recorded at approximately 1 a.m. on the second day, after which the sounds slowly diminished, suggesting that the child's condition was deteriorating. This supported investigators' belief that Jalen endured prolonged suffering, including isolation and deprivation, before her death. Prosecutors also introduced testimony from neighbors who stated that in August 2022, Candelario brought Jalen to their apartment and asked if they could watch the child for a week. However, Candelario then vanished for several weeks, refusing to answer their calls or give any explanation for why she was unable to retrieve her child. They stated that Candelario eventually came back to retrieve Jalen after roughly 6 weeks. The neighbors voiced remorse, saying they wished Candelario had permitted Jalen to remain with them rather than leaving her in the conditions that ultimately resulted in her tragic death. At the conclusion of the trial, Crystal was denied bail because of the gravity of the case. Her defense attorney contended that she was experiencing mental strain and mental health problems, but this did not reduce the anger expressed by the prosecution and the court. She was denied bail and stayed in custody while awaiting additional hearings. During the trial in February 2024, Candelario's defense team acknowledged the severity of the crime but pointed out that she had suffered from depression and other mental health issues. She attempted self-harm in 2023 and was prescribed antidepressant medication, but stopped taking it shortly before leaving jail alone. Candelario's parents were also present at the trial. They are the guardians of Candelario's oldest child and claimed they had no knowledge that Lynn had been left by herself. They asked the judge to reduce the sentence, arguing that their daughter was not mentally stable enough to make proper decisions because of the impact of her mental health condition and medication. Candelario also admitted that she had lied to them, telling them she was at home with Lynn when she was actually on vacation. She said that for a brief moment she considered calling a family member or neighbor to check on her daughter, but ultimately she did not do so. She said, while one of Candelario's defense attorneys, Derek Smith, offered no justification for her actions, describing them as narcissistic, selfish, disgusting, and absolutely the worst parenting imaginable. He also recognized the challenges she faced as a single mother of two. Under a plea agreement with prosecutors, she pleaded guilty to aggravated murder and child endangerment. This plea resulted in the dismissal of the remaining charges. 1 month after entering her guilty plea, Crystal Candelario was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, bringing one of the most high-profile cases to an end. The Jalen Candelario case stands as one of the most heartbreaking and tragic examples of negligence and cruelty toward an innocent child. Candelario left her daughter, Lynn, alone for 10 days, allowing her to endure neglect and ultimately die from extreme dehydration and malnutrition. Candelario faced serious criminal charges and eventually pleaded guilty, receiving a life sentence without the chance of parole. From Jalen's death, we can more clearly recognize the need to increase awareness about child protection and adult mental health in order to prevent such devastating incidents from happening. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jaden Parkinson. Jaden Parkinson was born on September 26, 1996 in Folkestone, United Kingdom, and Jaden is the youngest of 3 children. Her parents maintained a troubled relationship. Family difficulties resulted in her parents' divorce when Jaden was only 7 years old. Jaden lives with her father. Although Jaden resides with her father, the bond with her mother, Samantha Shuri, stayed strong. Jaden and her mother speak on the phone every night. As Jaden entered adolescence, her life became more unstable. Her father frequently ignored her. She began smoking and drinking and divided her time living with both parents. At 13, Jaden fled her father's house and moved in with her mother, ultimately securing a court order allowing her to remain there. Jaden became romantically involved with Ben Blakely, whom she encountered at 14. Blakely had a deep influence on her, gradually altering her over time. Jaden was 15 when she began dating Ben, who was 20. The large age gap troubled Jaden's mother, but she could not stop her daughter from falling in love. Initially, their relationship was affectionate and romantic, but it steadily declined, and their relationship grew increasingly tense. Ben controlled every aspect of Jaden's life. She quit wearing makeup and became more withdrawn. He dictated the clothes she wore and separated her from relatives and friends. Consequently, Jaden left her mother's home and entered a shelter for women who were victims of domestic abuse. Although the shelter's rules barred Ben from coming, he continued to exercise full dominance over Jaden's life. Jaden and Ben frequently argued, and at one point, Jaden even alerted the shelter staff about Ben's aggressive conduct toward her. Ben exerted substantial control over Jaden, directing her every action and limiting her liberty. He confiscated her phone, persuading her that she did not need anything else as long as she had him. Ben also banned her from interacting with men and tracked her social media. As a result, Jaden stopped attending school. Jaden's contact with her mother, once occurring daily, dwindled to only 1 or 2 conversations each month. Her mother, Samantha, encouraged Jaden to return home and end the relationship with Ben, but Jaden refused. Ben's control over Jaden was both mental and physical, and Jaden appeared with visible bruises on her face. On November 30, 2013, Jaden informed her mother that she was pregnant. Hoping to change Ben, she believed that the baby would create positive improvements in their relationship and his lifestyle. Jaden imagined the baby would draw them closer, and that Ben would return to the thoughtful person she first encountered. Sadly, Ben did not change. Once Ben secured full authority over Jaden, his real behavior surfaced. He cut her off from relatives and companions, making her financially reliant on him. The situation intensified to the extent that Jaden was restricted to her bedroom, even prevented from using the bathroom without consent. Unknown to Jaden, Ben was secretly seeing other women, applying the same manipulative control over them. Samantha discovered her daughter Jaden's pregnancy and asked her to come home, but Jaden refused, not wanting to bring her mother additional stress. When Jaden informed Ben about the pregnancy, he became furious and rejected being the father. He even threatened to release intimate photographs and recordings of Jaden on social networks. Afraid that Ben would follow through on his threat, Jaden reported him to authorities a few days before she vanished. Ben possessed approximately 30 explicit images and 13 videos of Jaden, which she urgently wanted to keep confidential. On December 3rd, Jaden did not return to her hostel for the night. Aware of the issues in Jaden's life, the police attempted to locate her, but were unsuccessful. They phoned Jaden's mother, Samantha, but she did not know where Jaden was. On December 4th, 2013, police received a report that Jaden was missing. Authorities contacted Jaden's boyfriend, Ben, to determine whether he had any information regarding her disappearance. However, Ben was uncooperative and disconnected several times, asserting that he did not know where Jaden was. Jaden had run away from home several times in the past, so her initial disappearance did not generate immediate alarm. The following day, Ben was detained and transported to the police station, but not in relation to Jaden's disappearance. The detention stemmed from a report Jaden had filed a few days earlier, indicating that she feared Ben would upload private photographs of her online. The police questioned Ben. Ben denied any plans to publish the photos and was released on bail that same day. Samantha handed out flyers displaying Jaden's image. Along with circulating flyers, she also relied on social media to publicize Jaden's disappearance, hoping to obtain leads for the investigation. The police examined recorded footage. They retrieved surveillance recordings from the hostel where Jaden stayed. The images showed Jaden going out to meet Ben, but she did not return to her residence. On December 3rd, Jaden was seen once more at Oxford railway station. Video surveillance documented her entering with Ben, and nothing abnormal occurred in the scene. After tracing their movement, the police learned that Ben and Jaden had boarded a train to Didcot, a community roughly 10 miles from Oxford. Jaden's final confirmed location was the railway station in Didcot, where footage showed her and Ben exiting the building. In previous instances, when Jaden ran away, she usually contacted her family within a day or two to confirm her safety. This occasion, however, differed. Jaden had not reached out to relatives or friends, and her social media accounts showed no activity. After examining surveillance footage showing Jaden traveling with Ben by train, he became the main suspect in her disappearance. Authorities were convinced that Ben knew Jaden's location and what had happened to her. The recordings indicated that Ben returned to the station alone, and there were no further sightings of Jaden. 1 week later, on December 10, 2013, Ben Blakely was arrested by law enforcement. Authorities wanted to question Ben to determine what occurred after he and Jaden left the Didcot station together. At that moment, police had not dismissed the possibility that Jaden might be hiding voluntarily or that Ben might be holding her. During questioning, Ben demonstrated confidence. He claimed he had no awareness of Jaden's location. According to Ben, he and Jaden had separated, and she was now involved with another person. Ben implied that the police should concentrate on speaking with Jaden's alleged new boyfriend, asserting that this person might possess more information about her disappearance. Ben displayed indifference toward Jaden's circumstances, stating that since they had separated and he had a new girlfriend, her situation was irrelevant to him. He proposed that police review Jaden's social media accounts to gather details about her recent behavior and engagements. Ben Blakely was apprehended on suspicion of kidnapping and murder, even though Jaden remained missing. The police questioned Jaden's friends to determine whether she might have gone someplace safe, but they learned Jaden had withdrawn from her friends after beginning her relationship with Ben. As a result, no one knew whether she had a place to hide. During the search for Jaden, a taxi driver from Didcot provided crucial information to the police. On December 4th, at about 1 a.m., the taxi driver picked up a passenger on a dirt road. The passenger, a young man with a large, heavy suitcase covered in mud, needed help lifting the suitcase into the taxi. The taxi driver became suspicious and wondered whether he had unintentionally witnessed a crime. The investigation revealed that the person who called the taxi was Ben Blakely's mobile phone. When questioned further, Ben refused to answer any more questions. Analysis of his phone location records showed that Ben had visited several locations in Didcot, including a disused rural shed where a taxi had picked him up that night. A team of police officers and sniffer dogs searched the shed as part of the investigation. It was also discovered that Ben and Jaden had visited the shed earlier. Police found a bracelet matching Jaden's near the scene. Trained sniffer dogs indicated the presence of a body inside the shed, but Jaden's body was not found. This led police to suspect a large suitcase was involved when Ben got into the taxi. Police appealed to the public for assistance, asking anyone who saw a man carrying a large suitcase in rural Didcot to come forward. Meanwhile, officers conducted interviews at nearby homes to gather more information. Footage from the train station showed that Ben and Jaden were not carrying suitcases, which led police to wonder where Ben obtained the suitcases. It was also possible that the man described by the taxi driver was not Ben. On December 14th, police discovered that Ben Blakely's grandmother, grandfather, and younger brother Jake lived near the abandoned warehouse. When police visited Ben's grandmother, she later explained that Ben had taken a suitcase from her a few days earlier. He had arrived in a hurry, dumped the suitcase's contents on the floor, and left without explanation. Ben's grandmother said he returned home 2 days after Jaden went missing and threw his mountain bike into the shed. However, the bike was dirty when he returned. She also reported that 2 shovels were missing, only to reappear later, covered in a thick layer of dirt. The presence of the 2 shovels raised questions about Ben's intentions and the possible involvement of an accomplice. Importantly, Ben and his younger brother Jake Blakely, 17, were also acquaintances of Jaden. Witnesses reported seeing Ben and Jake riding mountain bikes together. As the investigation began, police found sufficient cause to suspect Jake of involvement in the crime and subsequently arrested him. The suitcase that Ben had returned to his grandmother's barn was sent to a laboratory for analysis to determine whether it contained Jaden's DNA. Based on the available evidence, police developed a theory that Jaden was killed in an abandoned barn, then placed in the suitcase and moved to another location for burial. However, searching for Jaden's body in the vast field surrounding Didcot seemed difficult. To help narrow down the search area, the police used aviation to aid in the investigation and estimate the probable location of Jaden's burial site. Through aerial photography, police identified 10 locations with significant recent changes in soil surface. The police initially examined several sites, but found no leads on Jaden's body. Before they could inspect all 10 locations, a new lead emerged when Jake Blakely began cooperating with police. He directed them to check his uncle's grave at a local cemetery in Didcot, near All Saints Church. This cemetery was one of the original 10 locations, although it was considered a low priority because of the common occurrence of soil changes in cemeteries. Police secured the cemetery after receiving information from Jake Blakely, who suggested that Jaden's body might be buried in his uncle's grave. This method of concealment had never been seen by police before. Jake and Ben's uncle reportedly died in 2006. The new developments in the case attracted widespread media attention, as this was the first case in the country where a victim's body was concealed in an existing grave. A tent was set up in the cemetery to facilitate a forensic examination. Following this setup, Jaden's family received devastating news. Her body had been found in the grave of Ben and Jake Blakely's uncle. The body was found without clothes, and no jewelry was present. Forensic experts discovered evidence that Jaden had been severely beaten before her death. Specifically, her neck showed signs of strangulation, which was confirmed as the cause of death by the pathologist, with asphyxia being the official cause. While in prison awaiting trial, Ben Blakely changed his defense strategy, and he and his attorney drafted a confession letter stating that Ben was indeed responsible for Jaden's death. However, he maintained that the act was not intentional. According to his testimony, a heated argument led him to push Jaden, causing her to fall from a bridge near an abandoned warehouse. Ben tried to revive Jaden, but was unsuccessful. He initially buried her in another location. He then moved the body to the cemetery, where it was buried in his uncle's grave. However, the autopsy results contradicted his story. There was no evidence that she had fallen, but instead, her face showed signs of blunt force trauma. The official cause of death was asphyxiation by strangulation, suggesting that Ben's story was not true. Ben Blakely was attempting to reduce his guilt in Jaden's death. Jaden's father passed away due to heart problems before the trial started. On June 23, 2014, Ben Blakely was in court, and it became clear that he showed no regret for his actions. His behavior was provocative and aggressive, revealing his indifference to taking the life of Jaden and her unborn child. During the 4-week trial, it was revealed that Ben Blakely, from Reading Berks, had a history of being a violent and controlling partner. 3 of his previous girlfriends testified against him, sharing their experiences of being in abusive relationships with him. They reported that he would confiscate their phones, physically assault them, and even grab them by the throat if they responded back or if he suspected them of cheating. Throughout the trial, Ben received multiple warnings from the judge for using profanity in the dock and on the witness stand, where he repeatedly shouted at the prosecutor, Richard Leam. His outbursts were so intense that Jaden's mother and other family members were forced to leave the courtroom in tears on multiple occasions. The judge, Patrick Eccles, was also pushed to his limits. He ordered Ben Blakely to be taken to the cells to continue the trial without him. Jake Blakely, who was under 18 at the time, said he had no idea what was inside the suitcase and thought he was burying weapons or dead animals. He was persuaded by his brother, Ben, who promised him an Xbox console and $100 in exchange for carrying out the mission. The prosecutor alleged that the crime was premeditated, suggesting that Ben Blakely intentionally took Jaden to a secluded location where he could commit the crime without being seen. It is believed that Blakely's actions were driven by a desire to control Jaden's life, which was disrupted by her pregnancy and her wish to start anew. Ben Blakely, who did not want to become a father. Jaden's mother, Samantha Shrewsbury, has spoken out in support of creating a domestic violence registry. In an interview with Sky News, she expressed her desire to prevent other families from experiencing similar tragedies. She remembered the traumatic experience of identifying her daughter's body and stated that the memory would haunt her forever. In the year leading up to Jaden's death, Samantha believed that Jaden was the target of Ben's abuse. Samantha recalls an incident where Ben came to Samantha's apartment building the day after he verbally and physically abused Jaden. He managed to enter the building and banged on the door, demanding to see Jaden. Samantha refused to let him in, and in response, he spat on Samantha before leaving. That same day, Jaden went outside to smoke, and unfortunately, Ben found her. Samantha did not see or hear from Jaden for the next 2 weeks. During that time, Samantha assumed that Jaden had gone to Ben's house. As a result, it became difficult to contact Jaden because Ben had destroyed her phone or SIM card. Despite his horrific behavior, which included burning, beating, and starving Jaden, Ben remained in denial about his true nature. The jury deliberated for 20 hours before returning their verdict. Ben Blakely was found guilty of willfully murdering Jaden Parkinson. The judge told Ben Blakely that he took 17-year-old Jaden Parkinson to a remote area near Upton, where he strangled her to death. The judge also noted that Ben's behavior towards Jaden was marked by irrational jealousy, physical abuse, and emotional manipulation throughout their relationship. The judge found that Ben Blakely had taken control of Jaden's daily life. To isolate her, he took away her phone and restricted her movements while she was in the boarding house, even to the point of not allowing her to use the toilet, forcing her to urinate in plastic bottles. Despite Ben's abusive behavior, Jaden fought to leave him. Jaden finally found the courage to end their relationship last November. Ben threatened to share intimate photos of the two of them publicly. The court sentenced Ben Blakely, who was sentenced to life in prison for attempted murder. Ben's younger brother, Jake Blakely, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for perverting the course of justice. Moving on to the next case. Bob Lee is a widely recognized creator and technology leader. He is the co-creator of Cash App, a well-known mobile payment platform, and has participated in many other significant technological initiatives. Cash App was developed to allow users to quickly move money through mobile devices and handle their personal finances efficiently. Before creating Cash App, he worked as the CTO at Square, now called Block Incorporated. However, on April 4, 2023, he died after being attacked in San Francisco, leaving the technology sector stunned. Nima Momeni, 43, resides in San Francisco, is the sibling of Kazar. She is someone who maintained a close connection with Bob. On April 3, 2023, Bob and Kazar consumed drugs and drank alcohol at the residence of a drug dealer Bob knew. Bob then departed before Nima could retrieve his sister, who informed him she had been assaulted. That night, Bob talked to him on the phone. However, their relationship grew tense because he suspected that Bob had been linked to his sister's mistreatment and drug usage. At 2 a.m. on April 4th, Nima encountered Bob in the East Cut district of San Francisco. There, he challenged Bob about his suspicions. The disagreement quickly intensified, prompting him to pull out his weapon and strike Bob multiple times. He then instantly exited the location. Even though he was gravely wounded, Bob attempted to contact a friend to report the attack. However, because of the severity of his wounds, he passed away at the hospital. Police immediately reached the site after getting an emergency call. There, they located blood traces and indicators of a violent assault, but not the murder weapon. Early information indicated that the murder weapon might have been a knife. When investigators examined surveillance video from the zone where the assault happened, they uncovered an essential detail. A man wearing black who seemed to be rushing to escape the area shortly after the attack. After closely reviewing his identifying traits, including his walking style and physical features, the authorities recognized this individual as Nima. A crucial factor in the inquiry was a phone call between Nima and Bob on the evening of the attack. During the call, Nima questioned Bob about his connection with the Khazars. Investigators concluded that Nima might have been uneasy and furious about the relationship leading to the assault. Therefore, the call became crucial proof in clarifying Nima's motive. Law enforcement later determined that the vehicle Nima used on the date of the assault was rented and was directly tied to the event. Surveillance material displayed the vehicle at the location, verifying Nima's presence. In addition, they uncovered some vital evidence in that vehicle. Blood traces were located on the seats and floor of the vehicle, which were examined through DNA and confirmed to be Bob's. The murder weapon, a knife, was also discovered in the vehicle. Forensic evaluation demonstrated that the knife carried Bob's blood, matching the injury on his body. Nima's fingerprints were likewise discovered on the handle, further increasing doubt that Nima was the individual who committed the assault. It does not end there. Data from the vehicle's GPS system showed that Nima drove to the area where the assault happened at roughly the time of the event. Inside the vehicle, police located various fingerprints of both Nima and Bob, verifying that both had been inside the vehicle before the assault. In addition, in the trunk, they uncovered a set of blood-stained clothes that matched the suspect's clothing description supplied by witnesses. DNA examination indicated that the blood on the garments belonged to Bob. Several of his personal belongings, including a cell phone and a watch he had been wearing at the time of the event, were also discovered in the vehicle. Forensic specialists also found indications that the vehicle had been cleaned to eliminate traces. Some blood marks on the seats and floor of the vehicle, though wiped, were not completely cleared, keeping remnants for analysis. Police additionally recovered a bottle of bleach in the vehicle, which was probably utilized to erase those traces. On April 6, 2023, authorities detained Nima. During questioning, Nima stated he was driven by suspicion that Bob had acted improperly toward his sister, Kazar. He believed that Bob's behavior had damaged his family, which infuriated him and resulted in the attack. On April 14, 2023, a preliminary hearing occurred to decide whether there was adequate evidence to indict Nima for murder. Prosecutors introduced several items of proof, including surveillance footage showing Nima near the location of the crime, a phone conversation between him and Bob shortly before the event, and traces located in his vehicle. The murder weapon, a knife, was discovered with Nima's DNA on its handle and Bob's DNA on its blade. According to the prosecution, the assault was deliberate. Nima was reportedly furious when he learned his sister, Kazar, was being abused and drugged by a drug dealer Bob had connected her with. In a surge of anger, he brought Bob to an isolated location beneath the Bay Bridge, used a knife to stab Bob repeatedly, then abandoned Bob at the site. However, Nima's defense attorneys maintained that their client's actions were not intentional. They argued he acted in self-defense after Bob attacked him during a dispute. However, the court ruled that there was sufficient evidence to move forward to the formal trial phase. During the trial in August 2023, the prosecution continued to argue that Nima had acted deliberately. They argued that Nima's conduct was driven by a wish to defend his family's honor. Text exchanges between Kazar and Bob, in which she asked him to avoid her family, were used as proof of tension between the two. The defense attorney then challenged the assertions. They continued to insist that Nima's actions were not deliberate, but instead an instinctive response to seeing his sister harmed. However, the jury rejected the claim. They also did not accept the first-degree murder allegation because there was inadequate evidence to demonstrate intentional intent to kill. Even so, they concluded that Nima was guilty of second-degree murder because his actions were violent and could not qualify as self-defense. In September 2023, the trial commenced with intense arguments from both parties. The prosecution requested the maximum punishment of life imprisonment without parole, asserting that Nima's conduct was extremely serious and premeditated. Meanwhile, the defense attorney requested a lighter sentence, asserting that Nima acted under mental instability and did not intend to kill another individual. The court ultimately imposed a 25-year sentence on Nima Momeni, with eligibility for parole after completing 20 years. In late 2023, Nima submitted an appeal seeking a reduced sentence on the basis that he was not fully conscious of his actions when the event happened. However, the appeals court rejected the request, stating that his actions were intentional and clearly organized. The dispute between Nima and Bob originated from personal relationship tensions. Their families asserted that Bob had exposed Khazar to dangerous individuals, resulting in her being abused and traumatized. In contrast, Bob's family condemned Nima and his relatives, alleging that they had concealed the facts regarding their son's death and misrepresented the narrative of Bob's relationship with Khazar. This matter is not merely a personal disaster, but also raises numerous concerns about complex family relationships, pressures from one's private life, and interpersonal conflicts that can produce unintended violent acts. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rachel Keeley. Rachel was the eldest of 4 children born to John and Rose Keeley. The family consisted of 3 girls and 1 boy, and they were members of the Jehovah's Witness community. They lived in the Inishmore housing estate, located near the entrance to the regional park. Rachel was highly involved in her local congregation and devoted to her faith. After completing her education at Ballin College Community School, she pursued a career as a beautician. This was a deliberate choice, as it would allow her more time to participate in missionary work with the local Jehovah's Witness community. In the summer of 2000, Rachel took a trip with one of her sisters to work as an au pair, but she soon returned home. She was known as a kind and gentle girl and had a boyfriend who was part of her Jehovah's Witness social circle. On Thursday, the 26th of October, 2000, Rachel left her home around 4:30 p.m. with her 2 dogs to walk them in the regional park in Ballincollig. She was very familiar with this park, and even though it was getting dark, she would not have thought twice about going there, as she knew the area well and expected other people to be around at that time. She had only planned to be gone for about an hour, and her mother would have had her dinner ready when she returned, as she had a Bible study that night and would be going straight out again after dinner. But about an hour after Rachel left, her mother Rose heard scratching at the back door. It was the 2 dogs, but Rachel was not with them. It was immediately clear that something was wrong, and Rose and her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, headed straight to the park to search along the path Rachel usually took, but there was no sign of her. By 7 p.m., the family contacted the police. Friends and relatives went out again to search for Rachel. Rose bought flashlights from the local shop so they could see, as it was now completely dark. Near 8 p.m. that evening, a close family friend found Rachel dead in the undergrowth, not far from the walking track. She was found fully clothed, face down in the fetal position, covered with briars and branches from trees. The emergency team was notified, but it was immediately obvious that Rachel was dead. The police promptly initiated an investigation. A perimeter was established around Rachel's body, and 6 police officers stood guard until the state pathologist, Dr. Harbison, could arrive to examine the scene. Rachel's mother later said in interviews that this gave her great comfort, knowing her daughter was not alone and was protected in death, even if they could not protect her in life. When Dr. Harbison arrived, he spent 3 hours examining the scene. Door-to-door inquiries began immediately at houses nearest the park. Rachel had last been seen in the park at 5:15 p.m. She was later buried at St. Oliver's Cemetery in Mahone County, Cork, on the 28th of October. Police issued an appeal to anyone who might have been in the regional park that evening and could provide valuable information to help determine who had attacked Rachel. Dr. Harbison, the state pathologist, completed a preliminary examination of Rachel's body and determined she had died from asphyxiation, but required further analysis to ascertain exactly how she died, whether by smothering or strangulation. Police were also trying to determine the motive behind the attack. Was it a robbery or a sexual assault? Rachel was found fully clothed, but her clothing appeared to have been tampered with. Police politely questioned known sex offenders and local residents, and they also sought to speak with an elderly man and some teenage girls who had been seen in the area at the time of the killing. CCTV footage from local businesses in the vicinity was also collected, and by the 4th of November, it was reported in the local paper that police were seeking to collect DNA samples to compare with those found on Rachel's clothing and under her nails. More than 1,000 males from the area provided samples, but the police did not disclose what type of material containing DNA had been collected from Rachel. On Friday, the 10th of November, 2000, news broke that someone had been arrested for questioning in connection with Rachel's death. The individual was a 16-year-old male who was brought to the Garda station in Cork and questioned that night. The teen appeared before a special sitting of the Cork District Court and was charged with the murder and rape of Rachel. He could not be named publicly as he was a minor, but it was reported that he was from the Ballincollig area. He was remanded to St. Patrick's Juvenile Centre in Dublin. The trial began on May 1, 2000, at the Central Criminal Court in Dublin. Rachel's mother, Rose Keeley, was the first to take the stand. She described how the dogs had returned home an hour after Rachel had left to walk them. She said that she and her youngest daughter, Elizabeth, had gone out to search the park for Rachel around 6 p.m. and called out for her. Elizabeth said she thought she had heard a scream as they continued the search. They encountered the defendant and said hello to him, as they knew him as a neighbor who lived around the corner from their house. Rose stated that she considered asking him if he had seen Rachel but thought she might appear paranoid, so she did not. 4 boys who had seen the accused on the evening of Rachel's death were also called to testify. They stated that he behaved normally and that they had watched TV at a friend's house around 6:30 p.m. Afterwards, they had gone to the regional park to ride motorcycles, but left immediately because police were nearby. The accused had no insurance or road tax for his motorcycle, which he had left behind in the park. Dr. Harbison took the stand and stated that Rachel had likely been chased and dragged to the location where she was found. He said she had been placed in the fetal position after being strangled in a different area. Dr. Harbison also mentioned that there was no evidence of forced sexual assault, but her clothing was disheveled. Police informed the court that the accused had provided hair and saliva samples, but had refused to give a blood sample because he was afraid of needles. Dr. Maureen Smith told the court that the forensic evidence she collected included fibers taken from Rachel's fleece jacket that matched fibers from a jumper found in the accused bedroom. On the day of his arrest, additional fibers collected from Rachel's pants matched the fibers of the jumper he was found with, along with semen recovered from Rachel's undergarments and outerwear that matched the DNA provided by the accused. Dr. Smith's testimony was lengthy, and there were concerns that one juror may have fallen asleep during her cross-examination, but the court was assured that this was not the case, and the trial continued. On Wednesday, the accused mother testified that police had come to their house during the investigation. Her son had been worried about getting in trouble for driving his motorcycle without insurance or tax. Someone told him he could face 3 years, so he decided to leave the area, even though she told him not to, fearing that the guardian might suspect he was involved in Rachel's death. She stated that her son was innocent. The accused father testified that his son had left school at the age of 14. The accused was a talented athlete and Gaelic footballer who could have played for the Cork junior team. He was the eldest of 4 children from a stable background and a good neighborhood, living near the Achilles. They knew Rachel casually, as the accused had gone to school with her brother. The accused also took the stand and told the court that on the day of the killing, he had visited his girlfriend's workplace. They had been seeing each other for around 2 years. He stated that the police had called to him a week before Rachel's death, giving him a green form accusing him of dangerous driving and driving without insurance or tax. It was a warning and not a summons, but he knew that if he was caught again that night in the park, he would face charges. This explained why he abandoned his bike and why he intended to run away. He said he had met his friends in the park at 5 p.m. after work and went to a friend's house 10 minutes later, but he had to admit that he returned to the park at 5:20 p.m., after a former babysitter gave evidence that she had seen him in the park at around 5:30 p.m. that day. He agreed with his friend's testimony that they left the park at 6:30 p.m. to watch TV at a friend's house and returned to the park at 8 p.m., where he abandoned his bike after seeing police. The accused also admitted that he had packed his bags to leave after police contacted him 2 days following Rachel's death. He additionally admitted providing false information on a questionnaire about his whereabouts. When he attempted to leave, he could not find a train or bus because it was the week of the Guinness Jazz Festival, making transportation nearly impossible. The police soon apprehended him, and since he was a minor, he was returned home 2 days later. They contacted him and took a saliva sample as part of the ongoing investigation. In court, he also stated that he had not seen Rachel for at least a month and had no contact or close contact with her. The DNA evidence was challenged by the defense, and a second expert was called to testify. The expert stated that the test tubes used to collect the samples were not properly sealed and that there was a theoretical possibility of contamination. However, she also stated that this was unlikely unless it was done intentionally by an individual. Additionally, it was mentioned that all samples collected were blood samples, except for the accused, who had provided a saliva sample. Closing arguments then began, and the defense argued that the prosecution was blinded by science and that the jury should remember what happened to the Birmingham Six. They stated that anyone unfamiliar with this case should research it and that forensic evidence in DNA could be incorrect or misleading. The prosecution countered, stating that the accused parents had lied in the witness box to protect their son and were helping him leave the country to stay with his uncle in the UK, rather than visit a girl he knew in Kilkenny. The uncle had moved from Ireland 2 years earlier after being convicted of a serious crime and serving a prison sentence. On Tuesday, the 18th of June, the jury returned after 4.5 hours of deliberation and being sequestered in a local hotel overnight. They found the defendant guilty of murder and rape by a majority of 10-2. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for her murder, and the sentence for rape was to be determined later that year. An application for appeal was denied. The trial lasted 26 days over a period of 7 weeks. The following day, the accused was publicly identified in the press as Ian Horrigan. As he was no longer a minor, he had turned 18. He lived in close proximity to the Achilles Keeley family, who had moved house after Rachel's funeral, as they could not bear living so near the accused family. On November 22, 2002, Horrigan appeared in court again to be sentenced for the rape. He received a 10-year sentence to be served concurrently with his life sentence for murder. His request for an appeal was denied. In January 2006, Horrigan applied for leave to appeal in the courts. His legal team argued that the judge's instructions to the jury had been misdirected and misleading. The jury should have been informed that forensic evidence is not infallible and that Rachel's body could have been deposited at the scene several days before being discovered. The Court of Criminal Appeal agreed with Horrigan's arguments, and his conviction was overturned. A new trial was ordered, which took place in February 2006. Horrigan admitted to manslaughter, but the state rejected this plea. Dr. Cassidy, who replaced the ill Dr. Harbison, concluded that Rachel had died from an arm lock applied around her neck, leading to cardiac arrest. Horrigan did not testify during this trial. The jury deliberated for hours before finding him guilty of rape, but not murder, convicting him of manslaughter instead. He received an 8-year sentence, with 6 years suspended, taking into account his time already served and his lack of prior convictions. The Keeley family chose not to make a statement, leaving them and the public outraged by the outcome. The Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, immediately filed an appeal, also considering the sentencing too lenient. On April 19, 2007, the prosecution appeared before the Court of Appeal to request an increase in Horrigan's sentence. The judges agreed with the DPP and determined that Horrigan's sentence did not reflect the severity of the crime. A sentence of 12 years for each charge, to be served concurrently, was imposed. The time Horrigan had already served was deducted from this, meaning he would not be released until 2010 at the latest, requiring him to serve an additional 3 years. The Keeley family were relieved with the sentencing, as Horrigan was placed on the sex offenders register. However, his criminal activity continued. In 2007, he was charged with armed robbery while out on bail for Rachel's killing. He attacked an elderly couple, stole €1,500, and escaped in their son's car. Horrigan initially denied the charges, but was later found guilty. His conviction, however, was overturned due to issues with the search warrant, leading to a retrial in which he pleaded guilty to robbery and theft and received a 4-year sentence. In March 2013, it was reported that Horrigan had been involved in a violent incident while in Wickfield Prison. He had beaten Jared London of the notorious McCarthy-Dundon gang severely, reportedly in retaliation for a prior attack by Dundon on a friend of his. Sources from the prison told newspapers that Horrigan was considered a head case and was moved out of the prison for his own safety. Ironically, only a few months later, Horrigan was released from prison after serving his sentence for the robbery. Upon his release, he moved in with his girlfriend, Teresa O'Neill, who lived just around the corner from Dundon's family home in Limerick. Teresa's brother, Thomas O'Neill, a convicted rapist, had been involved in the Great Low Woods gang rape in County Clare in 2004. At that time, Thomas O'Neill had also been the boyfriend of Dundon's ex-girlfriend. From this point on, there were multiple overlapping dates and convictions, but the timeline is correct. On the 13th of September, 2013, Horrigan was arrested again, this time in connection with a shooting in Limerick. The previous evening, a man had been standing outside Horrigan's home and was shot, suffering multiple pellet wounds to his chest from a shotgun. A trial took place in January 2015, and Horrigan pleaded not guilty to the possession of a shotgun with intent to endanger. He was found not guilty. However, in November 2013, he had robbed a shop in Limerick. He entered the shop, and the man behind the counter tackled Horrigan, but he managed to escape, leaving behind the scarf he had been wearing. When the police had the scarf forensically tested, it was linked directly to Horrigan. He was found guilty in 2015 and sentenced to 5 years in prison, with 1 year suspended. By 2016, it was expected that Horrigan would be released once more from prison, and his girlfriend posted on Facebook that he would be home for Christmas. By March 2017, however, his home in Macroom, Limerick, was raided by police, and €3,000 worth of heroin was discovered. 6 months later, a shop in Mallow, County Cork, was robbed at knife point, with nearly €1,400 stolen. Within 4 weeks of that robbery, the media reported that Horrigan had gone on the run. He fled to the UK, and police launched a manhunt because he was on the sex offenders register. He was in breach of his conditions, which required that police know his whereabouts at all times. In June 2018, Horrigan appeared in court and admitted to possessing the drugs found in his home. He was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months, with 6 months suspended. In December 2018, he appeared in court in relation to the off-license robbery and again pleaded guilty. He received a 6-year sentence, with 2 years suspended, and was due for release in 2022. On the 26th of March, 2022, Horrigan attacked a woman in her 60s and a man in his 20s with a hammer, leaving the man in critical condition. He was charged with 4 offenses against the state and remanded in prison. He appeared in court in December 2022 and is set to face trial again, though no date has been set. In September 2022, Horrigan was in court once more for breaching the conditions imposed on him as a sex offender. He had failed to notify the guardian of a change of address and had joined Tinder. He was sentenced to 12 months in prison. Rachel's parents have stated that they do not care how long Horrigan spends in prison, as it will not bring their Rachel back. This statement was directed specifically at Horrigan himself and not at his other victims. They have expressed that if the justice system were not constrained by outdated laws, and if judges had more discretion, many people could be spared from criminals like him. Horrigan is only 38 years old and has a long life ahead in which he could continue to cause mayhem in the country. The questions remain: where will it end, and how many more victims will there be? Moving on to the next case. The case of Rex Hoyerman. Since 2010, the label Gilgo Beach Killer has grown into a significant fixation for residents of Long Island, New York. The puzzling vanishings and the succession of female remains discovered along Ocean Parkway resulted in an investigation lasting many years. At the center of this account are the tragedies of the victims, primarily escorts, who became prey to a ruthless murderer. In December 2010, while searching for a missing woman, police uncovered 4 female bodies located close to one another at Gilgo Beach. The victims were later verified to be linked to the same serial killer. In the months that followed, A total of 11 bodies were discovered along Ocean Parkway on Long Island. Their remains were located near each other, restrained with duct tape or leather belts, and wrapped in fabric. The majority of the victims were young women, many of whom were employed as escorts. Some of the remains were only partially recovered, indicating that the killer had dismembered them. All of the victims were murdered under similar conditions, frequently lured through online platforms. One of the victims was Maureen Brainerd Barnes, 25, an escort from Norwich, Connecticut. She used aliases such as Juliana and Marie to promote her services. She disappeared on July 6, 2007, and her body was found in 2010 near Gilgo Beach. Melissa Barthelme, 24, was a hairstylist from the Bronx, New York, and also worked as an online escort. She went missing on July 12, 2009. Her sister later stated that a stranger called and claimed responsibility for her death. Melissa's body was later discovered at Gilgo Beach in December 2010. Megan Waterman, 22, was a single mother residing in Scarborough, Maine. She disappeared on June 6, 2010, after checking out of the Holiday Inn in Hauppauge, Long Island. She advertised her escort services on websites such as Craigslist. 2 days after she vanished, her family reported her missing to police. Her body was found on December 13th of that year. Amberlyn Costello, 27, from West Babylon, Long Island, went missing on September 2, 2010, while receiving treatment for drug addiction. To fund her heroin dependency, she worked as an escort. Her body was discovered on Ocean Parkway in December 2010. Other victims include Jessica Taylor, 20, who vanished in 2003, and Sandra Costilla, 28, who went missing in 1993. Their remains were located years after their disappearances, raising the total number of victims connected to the case. Valerie Mack, 24, also disappeared in 2000 while working as an escort under the alias Melissa Taylor. Her body was dismembered, and her remains were not identified until 2020, when DNA testing confirmed her identity. Although investigators gathered DNA, hair, and other evidence from the bodies, they were initially unable to pinpoint a specific suspect. The absence of clear evidence and the complexity of the case made it challenging for police to identify the killer. However, during the investigation, authorities observed a shared pattern among the murders. All of the victims had comparable occupations and social standings, and all of the bodies were found near Gilgo Beach, which led police to believe the cases might be connected to the same perpetrator. In 2022, due to advancements in DNA analysis technology and phone data, the investigation centered on Rex Hoyerman, a 61-year-old architect living on Long Island. Despite having no criminal history and minimal public attention, Rex emerged as a suspect in a sequence of murders. During the day, he was a family man with a steady career. At night, he engaged in grave crimes, killing escorts to satisfy his lust. During the investigation, police found Rex's hair on the body of Valerie Mack. This created a direct connection between Rex and the case. Additionally, witnesses confirmed seeing Rex's vehicle near the locations where the victims' bodies were discovered. When authorities searched his residence, they located numerous documents describing murder techniques, which appeared to be plans he used to commit the crimes. They also uncovered several old magazines and newspapers that contained articles about the Gilgo Beach murders and the investigation. Prosecutors believe Rex kept these materials as souvenirs. Among them was a copy of the July 29, 2003 edition of the New York Post, which included an article about the investigation into the bodies of Valerie and Jessica Taylor. This evidence, including DNA and planning materials, led police to conclude that Rex was the primary suspect in the case. Prosecutors stated that they retrieved a file from a hard drive in Rex's basement that detailed how he carefully planned the murders, including a checklist of actions to complete before, during, and after each killing. It also included a section for notes for future use. The document was created in the same year Valerie was killed and contained information relevant to her case. Specifically, the document referenced Mill Road, a street near where Valerie's first body was located, marked with the notation DS, which investigators believe stands for dump. Additionally, under supplies, the document listed foam drain cleaner. On October 3, 2000, Rex's call records showed that he contacted a plumbing company on Long Island twice, and the following month he paid another company to inspect the main sewer line. Investigators said the evidence indicates that Rex's home was the site of the murders, often when his family was away. Tierney stated that authorities do not know where Rex's family members were at the time of Valerie's murder. Rex may have applied his meticulous planning abilities as an architect to carry out the killings. On July 13, 2023, he was arrested at his architectural firm, representing a major shift in the case. After his arrest, he was charged with the murders of 3 women, Amber, Marie, Megan, and Maureen, and he was regarded as a prime suspect in several additional cases. However, he has consistently asserted his innocence and has pleaded not guilty to all charges. On August 4, 2023, the woman known as Fire Island Jane Doe was identified as Karen Vergata, age 34. Then, on October 18, 2023, the victim's attorneys announced that new evidence had surfaced linking Rex to victims Gilbert and Vergata. On January 16, 2024, he was charged with the murder of Maureen but entered a plea of not guilty. In June 2024, nearly 1 year after his arrest, Rex was charged with the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor. On Tuesday, December 17, he appeared in court. He was also charged with the murder of Valerie Mack, but pleaded not guilty. He has been held at the Riverhead Correctional Facility in Suffolk County without bail since the initial charges were announced. Outside the courthouse, Rex's lawyer, Michael Brown, rejected the evidence connecting Valerie to her death. He emphasized that hair samples from Valerie's body were collected more than a year earlier. He also stated that the DNA technology used to associate Valerie and other victims with Rex has never been regarded as reliable in New York City cases. The arrest of Rex Heuermann represents a significant advance in the search for justice, but it also acts as a warning about the dangers that exist in modern society. This is not merely a tale of crime and punishment, but a reminder that safety and human rights must always take priority in every corner of life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Romina Núñez. The case of Romina Núñez several years ago shocked all of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself was, in many ways, typical. Her husband beat her, and she remained silent, hoping he would change. However, the outcome of this story stunned even experienced investigators who had seen everything in their careers. The victim's body was never recovered, only a fragment, which the sea eventually washed ashore. But how did this happen? And could the tragedy have been prevented? To answer these questions, it is necessary to understand who Romina was and why she never dared to reveal to anyone the danger she was in. Who is Romina Núñez? Romina Celeste Núñez. Romina Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of 2 daughters in a poor working-class family. Her parents separated when the girls were still young, leaving their mother, Miriam Rodriguez, to raise them alone. She had to work multiple jobs simultaneously because her ex-husband offered no financial support and showed no interest in the daughter's well-being. While still a schoolgirl, Romina began working to help her mother and younger sister in any way she could. At the age of 17, she began a romantic relationship with a young man named Christopher. He courted her sincerely, and they made plans for a shared future. But their happiness ended when Núñez discovered she was pregnant and informed her lover. The young man immediately gave her an ultimatum: either terminate the pregnancy or their relationship would end forever. Deeply hurt by his words, Romina, after consulting with her parents, with whom she was very close, decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having an abortion at such a young age would prevent her from ever becoming a mother, leaving her with only one choice. Christopher kept his word. He ended all relations with her and showed no concern for her or the child's future. At 18, Romina gave birth to a son she named Lucas. However, with the arrival of the baby and the family's already dire financial situation, life worsened catastrophically. Romina now had to support her son while seeking better prospects and decided to move to Spain. Depressed by the situation, she wanted to improve her circumstances and help her family, but she could not find a well-paying job in Paraguay. She then contacted her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain. Her aunt invited Romina to live with her, assuring her that settling in Europe would be easier and that there were more opportunities than in Latin America. Without hesitation, Romina packed only the essentials, bought a plane ticket, and set off for Spain. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister temporarily, planning to bring him once she had found a stable home and job. In late summer 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to the suburbs, settling in the provincial town of Alcobendas at her aunt's house. Romina immediately began looking for work and felt fortunate. The attractive and sociable young woman found employment as a hotel administrator, earning a decent salary. She sent part of the money home and used the rest to rent a separate apartment to maintain independence from her hospitable relatives. Soon, Núñez met a man named Javier, with whom she began a passionate and stormy romance. A few years ago, Romina's new partner, like her, had emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and appeared to be a serious man. However, when Romina became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the responsibility of a child, but the couple tried to live together for a time. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their shared son, they ultimately broke up. Romina found herself once again in a difficult situation, being in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and uncertain about what to do next. For a while, she returned to her aunt's house, where she was welcomed and helped in every possible way. When her son was only about 6 months old, the young mother returned to work because she could not remain idle. But a few months later, she faced another shocking challenge. For a long time, she ignored her poor health and weakness, attributing it to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina finally visited a doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. She underwent several courses of chemotherapy, losing her hair and a significant amount of weight, but ultimately overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, she recovered quickly, continued working, and used wigs to conceal the absence of hair. Romina believed that having steadfastly overcome such severe trials, a period of happiness would surely follow. She saved money and planned to bring not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. In the summer of 2017, at an event attended with friends, Romina accidentally met a man named Raúl Díaz-Chicón. He was handsome, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He was drawn to Romina's smiling beauty and inquired about her through mutual acquaintances. Romina was also attracted to this statuesque man, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly accepted. Raúl was almost 15 years older than Romina and worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had experienced a couple of failed marriages and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships. The age difference did not intimidate Romina in the slightest. Romina's personal life was similarly complicated, as she was raising sons from 2 previous relationships. After just one date, the couple realized they were in love and did not want to be apart. Romina, overwhelmed by her new emotions, could barely contain her happiness, telling friends how elated she felt. Her new partner gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost daily. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and offered frequent compliments. Romina believed she had finally found her true love and a man who would accept both her and her sons. However, she soon began to hear very unpleasant rumors about him. It was said that he had been rude and even cruel to his previous spouses, which had allegedly led to the breakdown of both marriages. Despite these warnings, Núñez did not want to believe them, though she noticed that Raúl maintained no relationship with either his former wives or his daughters. Nevertheless, the significant age difference and the presence of children from previous relationships did not become obstacles for the couple. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to Romina a true paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time. Her dream man soon turned into a domestic tyrant. At first, the lovers lived together with Romina's youngest son. Raúl tried to treat the child well, and Romina even believed he could be an ideal father for her boys. He himself promised a long and happy life together, assuring her that she would need nothing and that he would fully provide for her and the children. The young mother, in love, trusted the words of her chosen one, and when he proposed marriage, she agreed without hesitation. However, Raúl insisted that they needed time for just the 2 of them, so they could be alone and enjoy each other's company fully after the wedding. In reality, he not only had no intention of taking Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. Nevertheless, the young mother believed her lover and ignored the warnings of her friends, who had noted the man's strange behavior. In June 2018, Chacon purchased tickets for Romina and her child to Paraguay, and a return ticket only for Romina herself. When she arrived home and told her mother and sister about her fiancé, the women were somewhat puzzled by Raul's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed he simply wanted to remove another person's child from his home. Romina, however, was offended by such remarks and even quarreled slightly with her loved ones. A few days later, she returned to Spain, promising that she would come back in the fall for her boys. Upon her return, she was warmly welcomed, and for 2 months she felt perfectly happy alone with Raul. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, the man brutally beat Romina. The incident shocked her, but the groom knelt before her, begging for forgiveness and promising it would never happen again, and she believed him. Núñez did not report the abuse to the police and did not tell anyone what had occurred. On August 10th, hiding bruises on her face, she went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood, making one last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, Romina flew back to Paraguay, not to retrieve her sons as previously planned, but simply to visit her family. Her mother and sister were puzzled by the changes in her during the short time apart. Romina appeared upset and lost, had a noticeable limp, and showed bruises on her neck, which she tried to conceal with a scarf. To all questions, she either remained silent or claimed the injuries were accidental. Romina spent nearly a month at home, which also surprised her relatives since she had just been married. However, the newlywed claimed that her husband had suggested she visit her children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them greatly. Her mother even praised her son-in-law for his generosity, yet she still did not understand why her daughter appeared so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina secretly borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband refused to pay for her journey. This should have been a clear warning that returning was unwise, but Núñez still hoped that everything would work out and that her marriage would be happy. On September 17th, at the airport, her mother, sister, and son saw her for the last time, the mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life increasingly resembled a terrible nightmare. Raul, as it later emerged, used illegal substances and had stopped hiding his addiction from Romina. Under the influence of these substances, he turned into a true beast, literally torturing his wife. Yet each time she attempted to leave him, he promised to stop and swore it would not happen again. After the beatings and threats, there were usually temporary periods of calm when he became loving and caring once more, giving gifts and arranging romantic dates. However, these periods became shorter and shorter, and incidents of abuse and manhandling occurred increasingly often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confided to her best friend that she was afraid of her husband and feared he might one day kill her. On December 29th, Raul again beat his wife so severely that she required medical attention. The hospital suspected abuse and intended to call the police to document the incident, but at that moment her husband arrived at the department and claimed that Romina had fallen on her own, insisting there was no need to involve law enforcement. Romina confirmed his story, refused hospitalization, and went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried repeatedly to contact her daughter, but she did not answer. She then called Raul to find out what had happened, but there was no response. After several days of silence, Miriam sent Raul a message stating that she intended to go to the police. This prompted an immediate response. Raul called back, claiming that he and Romina had quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. He assured Miriam that everything was fine and that Romina would soon return, as she had done in the past. However, Romina's mother remained unconvinced and insisted that Raul go to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from his wife's relatives, did Raul finally file a report regarding her disappearance. This time, however, he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, Romina had taken his money, and he assumed she might have flown to Paraguay to visit her children. As a result, he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law contacted him. What was Raul hiding? He frequently contradicted himself during testimony, raising many questions and suspicions. Authorities decided to take him seriously and investigate the couple's life more closely. Interviews with friends and relatives revealed that not everything had been smooth in the marriage. Romina had repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse, though she never provided details, and others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to place Chuck Hone under covert surveillance, and all his phone calls were tapped. The man, however, appeared to sense he was being watched and behaved cautiously for an extended period, giving no clues or reasons to arouse suspicion. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and it soon came to light that Romina had visited the hospital on December 29th with severe injuries, and that her husband had almost forcibly removed her, forbidding her from contacting the police. A few months earlier, Romina had filed a domestic violence report, only to withdraw it the following day. A week later, Raul, in a phone call with a relative working in the police, revealed that his wife was no longer alive, but that her body would never be found. This provided sufficient grounds for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case and his detailed interrogation at the station. According to Raul, his wife had consumed excessive alcohol on New Year's Eve and began to cause a scene, demanding that he immediately bring her children into their home. When he refused, she allegedly threw a tantrum, started fighting, and hurled objects at him. Raul claimed that he then left the house for a few hours until the situation calmed down, and upon his return, he found Romina in the bathtub, apparently lifeless. According to his account, she had suffocated due to intoxication, but he feared being suspected of involvement in her death or even accused of murder. Raul then decided to remove all traces of her body before reporting her disappearance. However, the manner in which he admitted to disposing of the body shocked investigators. He stated that he attempted to burn her body on a barbecue in the courtyard. Living in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, he assumed neighbors could neither see him nor smell the odor produced by burning human flesh. Raul miscalculated, however, because the barbecue did not function like a crematorium, and the remains were not fully incinerated after a few hours. He then removed the remains, divided them into parts, packed them in separate bags, and a few days later rented a car to transport the dismembered body to a remote and deserted part of the island, where he disposed of it by throwing it into the sea from the rocks. Police spent weeks combing the shoreline and surrounding areas where Raul claimed to have dumped the bags of his wife's remains. Divers were deployed to search the seabed, aerial units participated, and numerous volunteers assisted. Despite these efforts, no significant results were obtained. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence and the murder of his wife. This followed a thorough search of his home using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous traces of washed-up blood in various rooms. It was also discovered that Raul had been ordering caustic soda online, a substance used to remove organic matter and paint. Investigators found that in one of the second-floor rooms, he had scrubbed a bloody stain so thoroughly that he damaged the flooring and attempted to paint over it. According to the investigation, this room was where the suspect dismembered his spouse's body. Additionally, a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelial cells was found on the floor, suggesting that the victim had been alive and resisted. In the bathroom, a contact lens belonging to Romina was found stuck to a tile on the wall, likely dislodged by a strong blow to the face. Despite these discoveries, authorities were unable to locate any other remains. At this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported finding a lung fragment on the beach. He could not confirm whether it was human or animal, but having learned that authorities were searching for a body, he reported the find. Toward the end of February, expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment belonged to the missing Romina. Despite this evidence and the examination results, Raul continued to assert his innocence, maintaining his initial claim that Romina had drowned in the bathtub while heavily intoxicated. Although the evidence found in the house indicated a violent struggle, Raul claimed that he had not used any tools or implements to dismember the body. He stated that he had attempted to burn it completely on a barbecue, and that the remains, weakened by prolonged exposure to the fire, had fallen apart on their own, after which he simply placed them in bags and disposed of them. This assertion was false for several reasons. First, the body of an adult Romina could not have been accommodated on the fixture in his yard. Second, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not have become so fragile as to disintegrate without the use of tools. Furthermore, separating the lung from the body would have required opening the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation was unable to determine precisely how Raul ended his wife's life, but based on the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could have beaten her to death. There was also no doubt that Raul had dismembered her body in the same room where he later repainted the floor to conceal the bloody traces. Raoul's trial was delayed repeatedly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, with sessions postponed and rescheduled multiple times. During this period, he changed several lawyers, and under the weight of the evidence, he admitted that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle, rather than finding her dead in the bathtub as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to assert that Romina had been drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, although the sentence was considered too lenient by Romina's loved ones. He was sentenced to 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for confirmed domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018 when Romina had visited the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. Moving on to the next case. Case of Suzanne Morphew. Suzanne Morphew was born on April 11, 1971, to Jean and Adrian Alexandria and grew up with her 2 brothers, David and Andrew. Those who knew Suzanne described her as an intelligent, thoughtful, and caring friend. In 1998, while in high school, she met her future husband, Barry Morphew. After 6 years of dating, they got married. Barry was an exceptional baseball player and had been signed with the Toronto Blue Jays. Meanwhile, Suzanne pursued a degree in education at Purdue University. However, Barry's sports career was cut short due to a serious injury, and he switched to a career in horticulture. Suzanne had been teaching for 4 years when Barry started his landscape company, which gradually gained momentum. The couple had 2 children, Mallory and Macy. They lived a picture-perfect life in Indiana until Suzanne was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Despite beating cancer twice, in 2018, the Morphew family decided to move to Mayville, Colorado, for a fresh start and to be closer to their daughter, Mallory, who attended Western State University. They settled into a stunning 7-acre property where Barry could hunt and continue his work as a contractor. He also became a volunteer firefighter. Suzanne retired from teaching and dedicated more time to her church and her new hobby, sports mountain biking. The Morphew family seemed perfect from the outside, but they had their secrets. It was not until May 10, 2020, that their problems came to light. That Mother's Day started off like any other at the Morphew residence. Barry and their daughters left the house, leaving Suzanne alone. Barry claimed he had a landscaping appointment in Broomfield, 3 hours away from Mayville by car. Meanwhile, the girls went on a camping trip. Barry and the girls planned to return home that evening to celebrate Mother's Day with Suzanne. However, when they did not hear back from her, they began to worry. The girls sent her a message to wish her a happy Mother's Day, but received no response. This was unusual since Suzanne was very active on social media. They expected her to be on her phone, especially since she was supposed to attend her best friend's daughter's wedding and share some photos. After several hours of no response, Mallory and Macy grew concerned and asked their neighbor, Martin Ritter, and his wife to check on Suzanne. Mrs. Ritter went to the Morphew house between 4 o'clock and 4:30 p.m. and found it empty. Barry's wife called him to explain the situation, and he advised her to check if Suzanne's mountain bike was still at the Morphew residence. If it was not there, he told her to contact the police, which is exactly what she did. The police arrived at the Morphew residence, and Barry, along with his 2 daughters, returned home, eager to learn about Suzanne's whereabouts and condition. A few hours into the search, the police discovered their first significant lead. 2 deputies found Suzanne's mountain bike near a steep ravine, not far from the Morphew home. This suggested that Suzanne might have been involved in a crash. However, there were no signs of a struggle on the bike or in the surrounding vegetation, and no skid marks indicating that she had used her brakes. Despite the mountain bike being found at the bottom of a ravine with no damage and no signs of struggle or disturbance to the surrounding vegetation, detectives suspected foul play. When presented with this evidence, Barry's reaction was unusual, and his subsequent explanation that a mountain lion must have moved the bike seemed far-fetched. Many people found Barry's behavior during the investigation into his wife's disappearance suspicious. In a private conversation with YouTuber Tyson Draper, Barry elaborated on his mountain lion theory. Notably, he was absent from the search parties organized by Suzanne's brother, Andrew, who was skeptical of Barry's account of the bike ride and suggested that Suzanne might have gone missing on May 9th instead of Mother's Day. As the investigation continued, suspicion shifted to Barry when Suzanne's helmet was discovered 1 mile from their home, precisely in the direction his truck's telemetry showed he had driven that morning. This discovery was particularly incriminating because it was in the opposite direction of the Broomfield construction site, which was his alleged destination that day. During the initial police interview, the suspect claimed he woke up to his alarm clock at 4:30 a.m. and drove directly to the Broomfield construction site. However, the telematic data from his Ford F-350 revealed that he drove 1 mile west before heading to the site. When confronted with this discrepancy, the suspect provided an explanation. He stated that he had gone scouting for elk that morning around 4:30 a.m. and was curious to see which direction they were headed so he could track them later. He allegedly had a habit of tranquilizing elk and removing their antlers for sale. But when the officers questioned how he could have spotted elk at 4:30 a.m. if he was just waking up, he changed his story. He claimed he did not set his alarm for 4:30 a.m. and woke up on his own. When questioned about the day of the disappearance, he stated it was one of the best days the couple had had in a while. He said he worked with a coworker in Salida that morning, returned early, went for a hike with Suzanne, and then they grilled steak and were intimate together. Barry claimed that he and his wife, Suzanne, went to bed together, suggesting it might have been the last time they saw each other. However, as established, Barry is not a trustworthy witness. When the police investigated, they discovered that Barry had lied about almost everything that occurred that night. The first indication that something was amiss came when investigators reviewed Barry's phone and vehicle data on May 9, 2020. Although Barry and Suzanne did spend the afternoon and evening together, the events did not match Barry's story. The first significant discrepancy arose between 2:42 and 2:44 p.m. Phone records showed Barry making erratic movements around the property. When questioned, Barry claimed he was likely hunting chipmunks with tranquilizers at 2:47 p.m. Then Barry turned his phone to airplane mode, which remained active until 10:17 p.m. Furthermore, the steak dinner he claimed to have shared with his wife was called into question when investigators found only one dirty dish instead of two. Later that night, more peculiarities emerged on the Morphew property. During their examination of the data, the police found several concerning details that raised suspicions about Barry's activities later that night. At 9:30 p.m., an hour after he claimed to have gone to sleep with his wife, his car was seen reversing backward from the driveway, moving 96 feet. Investigators thought this might have been when he loaded her body onto his truck, if he was guilty. The records also showed that between 3:25 and 3:48 a.m., the door to his truck opened and closed over 80 times. Although this evidence was circumstantial, it suggested that Barry was not telling the police everything, prompting a closer investigation into the events of May 10th. Further investigation revealed that he had no legitimate reason to be in Broomfield that day. His company's contract was not set to start until a week later, so there was no project for him to inspect. Barry claimed that he had only visited the Holiday Inn, the job site, a local store for granola and water, and briefly stopped at McDonald's to clean his windshield. However, surveillance footage obtained by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation contradicted his account. Barry was caught on camera throwing away 5 trash bags near McDonald's and the Holiday Inn. When questioned about it, he gave a suspicious explanation, claiming he was trying to avoid waste disposal fees by cleaning his car himself. However, when officers inspected his car, his story fell apart. A co-worker reported a strong smell of bleach and chlorine in Barry's hotel room a day after Suzanne disappeared. Additionally, investigators found that Barry had changed his clothes multiple times that day. Despite these suspicious actions, the investigators initially found no clear motive for Barry's behavior. But when they dug deeper into their personal lives, they discovered a motive. Barry and Suzanne's daughter revealed that the couple's marriage was not as happy as Barry made it out to be. Text messages on Suzanne's recovered phone and personal belongings proved this. In fact, Suzanne was extremely unhappy in the marriage and talked about how Barry refused to consider divorce. Suzanne kept a list of grievances on her phone, detailing a pattern of physical abuse. She was afraid to be alone in a room with Barry and worried about his drinking. She also suspected him of infidelity and tried to protect her phone from him, fearing he would seize it. On May 20th, when the police searched the Morphew house, they found a pen that Suzanne had bought to catch her husband in the act. Ironically, it recorded her own infidelity, not his. The pen revealed that Suzanne was having an affair with a man named Jeff, a high school acquaintance. The affair allegedly started in 2018 and had lasted for about 1.5 years. Although Jeff seemed like an obvious suspect, the police were able to clear him of any involvement in Suzanne's disappearance. The investigators believed that Barry had discovered Suzanne's infidelity and that a note she wrote 2 days before she vanished supported this theory. The note indicated that Barry had accused Suzanne of having a boyfriend. The spy pen was crucial evidence, but it was not the only important discovery made during the search of the Morphew house. The police also found a tranquilizer dart cap in the family's dryer, a spent bullet casing in the bedroom, a large crack in the doorframe, and remnants of Suzanne's journal in the fireplace. When combined with telematic data, these findings suggested that Barry might have planned and carried out the murder of his wife, possibly killing her in the afternoon of May 9, 2020. After texting her boyfriend 53 times and sending a selfie at around 2:10 p.m., Suzanne never used her phone again. It was not until 2 weeks later that the public learned Barry was a suspect in his wife's disappearance, when the police conducted a 2-day excavation of a construction site in Salida, one of Barry's job sites. In response, Barry released a strange video proclaiming his innocence. However, he was not arrested until May 5, 2021, nearly a year after the investigation began. Although the evidence against Barry was largely circumstantial, the prosecution seemed confident in their case due to his changing stories, repeated lies, and clear motive. Barry was charged with multiple crimes, including first-degree murder of his wife, tampering with physical evidence, possession of a dangerous weapon, and attempting to influence a public servant. Moreover, he was later charged with filing a fraudulent election ballot in Suzanne's name, claiming he did not know it was wrong and that it would help Trump's campaign. Barry pleaded guilty to this charge and paid a $600 fine. In August 2021, a preliminary hearing was held to determine whether Barry Morphew's case would proceed to trial. During this 4-day hearing, the prosecution presented their evidence and proposed a theory of what might have occurred. According to the prosecution, Barry murdered his wife on May 9, 2020, then dismembered her body in a hotel room. He allegedly disposed of the tools used and buried her body in an unmarked grave. However, the defense strongly challenged the prosecution's account, highlighting several inconsistencies. They pointed out that cadaver dogs were unable to detect any human remains in Barry's car or the hotel room where the alleged dismemberment took place. The defense also suggested that the dark bullet cover might have been planted as evidence. Furthermore, they noted visual discrepancies in the photos of the dryer, with one image showing the cap inside the dryer and another image showing it was not present. The defense argued that Barry could not have used his dart gun in the alleged murder because it was broken at the time. However, their strongest evidence was the discovery of partial DNA on Suzanne's car and bike helmet that did not match Barry. This DNA actually matched evidence from 3 unsolved sexual assault cases in Chicago and Arizona, raising reasonable doubt about Barry's guilt. The discovery was significant, but it was only brought up during the hearing because the CBI investigator who collected the evidence went on military leave before following up on the lead. To make matters worse, the defense was never informed about the foreign DNA matches and only learned about them during the hearing. This meant the prosecution had withheld important evidence that could have helped the defense. Throughout the hearing, the defense argued that the presence of another suspect with a criminal record meant the prosecution did not have enough evidence to convict Barry of killing his wife. They asked the judge to make a quick decision, but surprisingly, he delayed it, citing the large amount of time and resources invested in the case. On September 7th, the judge ruled that the case against Barry would proceed, setting his bail at $500,000. Barry was released from county jail on September 20, 2021, just 9 days before the trial was scheduled to start. However, in a surprising turn of events, the prosecution suddenly filed a motion to dismiss all charges against Barry without prejudice, allowing them to potentially reopen the case if new evidence emerges. Given the lack of concrete evidence proving Barry's guilt and the prosecution's misconduct, securing a conviction would have been a difficult task. Moreover, the prosecution had missed several crucial deadlines, resulting in sanctions that prevented 14 key witnesses from testifying at the trial. The news of the dismissal shocked the public, and Barry was pictured leaving the courthouse with a wide smile accompanied by his 2 daughters. On September 22, 2023, investigators unearthed multiple shallow graves in Moffett, Colorado, during an investigation. Suzanne's remains were identified using her dental records and chemotherapy port. Surprisingly, this was over 50 miles away from the initial search area, which had focused on the mountains surrounding Barry's property. The discovery of her body raises questions about Barry's potential involvement in the murder. Although the police are certain Barry's truck was not in Moffat on May 9th and 10th, some suggest he could have had an accomplice in disposing of Suzanne's body, allowing him to travel to Moffat, bury the body, and return. If investigators obtained a subpoena for Barry's phone and car data for an extended period, they might be able to link him to the location where Suzanne's remains were found. For now, Barry appears to be cleared of suspicion, but the police and district attorney's office continue to investigate the case. The 12th Judicial District's district attorney told CNN that the case remains open and no further comment can be made until more information becomes available, while offering condolences to Suzanne's family. Barry's lawyer has spoken out strongly since the body was found, suggesting that Suzanne might have been a victim of a serial killer because her remains were discovered in a graveyard with many other bodies. She believes the police wrongly accused Barry and hopes they will eventually admit their mistake. Meanwhile, Barry has filed a $15 million lawsuit against the prosecutors, sheriff's departments, and investigators, claiming they wrongly accused him of being involved in his wife's disappearance and death. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sylvia Likens. Sylvia Marie Likens was born on January 3, 1949, in Lebanon, Indiana, USA, to carnival workers Lester Likens and his wife Betty Likens, formerly Grimes. She was the third of 5 children, with 2 older twins, Daniel and Diana, and 2 younger twins, Benny and Jenny. Sylvia's younger sister Jenny had polio, which left her with a severely weakened leg and caused her to walk with a noticeable limp. She was required to wear a steel brace on her leg to assist her with walking. Sylvia's parents had a turbulent marriage marked by constant relocation and ongoing financial difficulties. They worked at carnival booths across Indiana during the summer months, selling candy, beer, and soft drinks. To contribute, the Likens children often traveled alongside their parents, but Sylvia and Jenny frequently stayed with relatives, most often their grandmother. This arrangement not only kept the young girls protected, but also allowed them to receive a more stable education. From an early age, Sylvia assumed several responsibilities, including babysitting, running errands for neighbors and friends, and performing household chores such as ironing clothes. By doing this, she earned some money, which she used to purchase things for herself and occasionally shared with her mother. People who knew her described Sylvia as a friendly, confident, and charming girl. She had long, wavy, light brown hair that reached just below her shoulders, and her friends lovingly called her Cookie. Despite her lively personality, Sylvia felt self-conscious about her smile because of a missing front tooth, which she lost during a childhood accident while playing with one of her brothers. Sylvia loved music, especially the Beatles, and was very protective of her younger sister Jenny, who was shy and less confident. The sisters often went to a local skating rink where Sylvia would help Jenny, holding her hand as Jenny depended heavily on her stronger leg. In June 1965, Sylvia and Jenny Likens were living with their parents in Indianapolis. The following month, their mother was arrested and jailed for theft. Soon after, their father arranged for his younger daughters to stay with Gertrude Bernese, a mother of 2 girls, Paula and Stephanie, whom the Likens sisters had met at Arsenal Technical High School. Gertrude assured their father that she would care for the girls as if they were her own until his return, which was expected shortly after the 4th of July celebrations. The Likens sisters, Sylvia and Jenny, moved into the Bernese home at 3850 East New York Street. Their father, older brothers, and eventually their mother went on the road with a carnival along the East Coast. As part of the agreement, Gertrude Bernese would receive $20 a week to care for the sisters until their family returned in November. At first, life in the household appeared normal. Sylvia got along well with Stephanie, bonding over their shared interest in popular music and helping with household chores. The Likens sisters regularly attended Sunday school with the other Bernese children, and the pastor frequently praised Sylvia for her kindness and respect for sacred matters. However, when the payments for caring for the girls began arriving late, Gertrude's frustration increased, and she started to mistreat them. This mistreatment included physical punishments with heavy objects, which eventually escalated into routine beatings, starvation, and humiliation. Sylvia bore the majority of the abuse. Gertrude and her daughter Paula repeatedly accused Sylvia of engaging in inappropriate behavior with boys, leading Gertrude to kick Sylvia in the groin and Paula to physically assault her. The girls were forced to eat foods they disliked, and Sylvia was even beaten by Stephanie's boyfriend, Randolph Hubbard. Daily life in the Bernese home became extremely brutal. The violence intensified over time. Paula's attacks on Sylvia were vicious, including punching her in the face and breaking her own wrist. She targeted Sylvia's mouth and eyes, and then used her cast to inflict further harm. The sisters endured constant verbal and psychological abuse, including Gertrude's vicious accusations of promiscuity and forcing them to attack one another. The abuse inflicted on Sylvia did not come solely from the Banovsky family. Coy Hubbard and his friends would come to Gertrude's house and physically and verbally harass Sylvia. Gertrude and her children would participate as well, causing further harm. Neighborhood children would beat Sylvia, treating her like a punching bag, while Gertrude humiliated her, forcing her to undress and perform sexual acts for their amusement. Gertrude removed Sylvia from school as punishment for stealing a gym suit, which Sylvia had taken because Gertrude refused to buy her clothing. This cruelty resulted in extreme physical abuse, including beatings with a police belt and kicks to her genitals. Despite Stephanie's efforts to step in, Gertrude continued to torture them, causing additional pain by burning their fingertips with matches and whipping them. A few days later, Gertrude once again used the police belt to repeatedly whip Jenny after she was accused of stealing a single tennis shoe from school to wear on her stronger foot. As the torture and mistreatment became more frequent and severe, Sylvia gradually became incontinent, a condition for which she was denied bathroom access and forced to soil herself as an added punishment. On October 6, 1965, Gertrude confined Sylvia to the basement, tying her up with rope. She often kept Sylvia naked, giving her very little food and frequently refusing her water. Sylvia was repeatedly tied to the basement stair railing, with her feet barely touching the floor. The Banfi family would sometimes pause their physical and emotional abuse to watch their favorite television programs. Neighborhood boys even paid 5 cents each to see Sylvia's exposed body, taking part in her humiliation, beating, burning, and mutilation while she was held captive in the basement. Gertrude and her children restrained and silenced Sylvia, then submerged her in a bathtub filled with scalding hot water. Afterward, they rubbed salt into her wounds. Following this incident, an anonymous caller, who was the father of a neighborhood boy named Michael John Monroe, contacted Arsenal School to report that a girl with severe skin injuries was living at the Banvi residence. Because Sylvia had been missing from school for several days, a school nurse went to Gertrude's home to investigate. Gertrude told the nurse that Sylvia had run away the week before and that she did not know where she was. She also claimed that Sylvia's skin lesions were caused by poor personal hygiene and that Sylvia was a bad influence on both her own children and her sister. The school failed to conduct any further investigation into Sylvia's location or condition. In mid-October, John Bonazzi Jr. carried out a cruel and sadistic prank on Sylvia. He offered her a bowl of soup, only to quickly pull it away when she tried to eat with her hands, which was difficult due to her severe malnutrition. Afterward, Gertrude allowed Sylvia to sleep upstairs but warned her not to wet the bed. Before falling asleep, Sylvia quietly asked Jenny for a glass of water, hoping to avoid dehydration. However, the next morning, Gertrude discovered that Sylvia had urinated on herself and, as punishment, forced her to perform a humiliating and degrading act by masturbating with a glass bottle in front of the Banvi children. Shortly after, Gertrude yelled for Sylvia to come back into the kitchen, then ordered her to strip naked while declaring that she had branded her daughters and was now going to brand her. Gertrude began carving the words, "I'm a prostitute and proud of it," into Sylvia's abdomen with a heated needle. When Gertrude was unable to finish the markings, she directed 14-year-old Richard Hobbs to complete carving the words into Sylvia's flesh while she took Jenny to a nearby grocery store. In what Hobbs would later claim were brief, shallow cuts, he continued branding the words into Sylvia's abdomen as she clenched her teeth and groaned. Richard and 10-year-old Shirley forcibly dragged Sylvia to the basement. There, they attempted to burn Sylvia's body, specifically beneath her left breast, using an anchor bolt to create a symbol resembling the letter S. However, because they mistakenly applied part of the loop backward, the deep burn scar that resulted instead resembled the number 3. On that dreadful night, after suffering horrific abuse, Sylvia told her sister Jenny that she knew Jenny did not want her to die, but she was certain that she was going to die. The following day, Gertrude awakened Sylvia and forced her to write a letter while dictating what it should say. The plan was sinister. They meant to trick Sylvia's parents into believing that Sylvia had run away from the Banby home. The letter's contents were designed to blame a group of unnamed local boys for severely abusing and mutilating Sylvia after she had supposedly agreed to have sexual relations with them. After finishing the letter, Sylvia was once again tied to the basement stair railing while Gertrude completed her plan to abandon her in Jimmy's forest with assistance from John Jr. and Jenny. Gertrude offered Sylvia cookies, but she refused, saying, "Give them to the dog, I don't want them." Furious, Gertrude forced the cookies into Sylvia's mouth, and then she and John viciously beat her, focusing on her stomach. On the morning of October 26th, Sylvia's condition had worsened. She could barely speak or control her body. Gertrude brought her into the kitchen, propped her against the wall, and attempted to feed her a donut and a glass of milk. However, Sylvia struggled to hold the glass, which further angered Gertrude, who threw her to the floor before taking her back to the basement. Soon afterward, Sylvia became delirious, repeatedly groaning and muttering incoherently. When Paula asked her to recite the alphabet, Sylvia could not go beyond the first 4 letters and was unable to rise from the floor. Sylvia endured neighborhood bullies in the basement. She recognized familiar faces and shouted out names. After failing to bite into a rotten pear, Jenny reminded her that she could not feel her teeth, having lost one at the age of 7. Weak and desperate, Sylvia attempted to escape but collapsed. Gertrude punished her savagely, striking her head and rendering her unconscious. Shortly afterward, at 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs returned to the Banfi home and rushed to the basement, where he found Stephanie crying and holding Sylvia's fragile, injured body. After their mother instructed Stephanie to clean Sylvia's body, she and Richard chose to give Sylvia a warm, comforting bath and dress her in clean clothes. They laid her on a mattress in one of the bedrooms, where she whispered her final wish, for her father to be by her side or to be taken home. After suffering severe punishment and weakening from starvation, Sylvia finally succumbed to her injuries and died. When Stephanie realized Sylvia wasn't breathing, she attempted to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while Gertrude hysterically screamed at the children in the house that Sylvia was faking her own death. Initially, Gertrude struck Sylvia's lifeless body with a book, yelling at her that she was lying and pretending in a futile attempt to rouse her. Soon, overcome with panic, Gertrude instructed Richard Hobbs to call the authorities from a nearby payphone. When police arrived at the residence at approximately 6:30 p.m., Gertrude led the officers into the bedroom, where she exposed Sylvia's severely beaten and mutilated body lying on a filthy mattress. She then handed them the letter that Sylvia had been forced to write. Gertrude asserted that she had cared for the young girl for more than an hour prior to her death, applying antiseptic to her injuries in a futile effort at first aid. According to Gertrude, Sylvia had run away from home with a group of teenagers and returned to the house that afternoon, bare-chested and holding the note. After declaring to everyone in the house that Sylvia's death was meant to occur, Paula looked at Jenny and calmly stated that if Jenny wished to live with them, they would treat her like their own sister. Following instructions she had received before the police arrived, Jenny recited the rehearsed account of the events leading up to Sylvia's death, then quietly told the officers to take them away and that she would tell them everything. Jenny Lycan's formal statement resulted in the arrest of Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John Jr. Benazzi on suspicion of Sylvia's murder just hours after her body was discovered. On that same day, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also arrested and charged with the same offenses. The 3 older Benazzi children, along with Coy Hubbard, were placed in a nearby juvenile detention facility, while the younger Benazzi children and Richard Hobbs were held at the Indianapolis Child Guardians Home, all detained without bail while awaiting trial. At first, Gertrude denied any involvement in Sylvia's death, but only one day into her detention, she confessed to knowing the children and admitted that her daughter Paula and Coy Hubbard had physically and emotionally abused Sylvia. Gertrude also acknowledged forcing the girl to sleep in the basement on approximately 3 occasions after she had wet the bed. When an officer suggested that the likely causes of Sylvia's incontinence were her mental distress and kidney injuries, Gertrude became evasive. Paula showed no remorse, signing a statement admitting to repeatedly beating Sylvia. She also confessed to breaking Sylvia's wrist and committing other violent acts, including pushing her down the basement stairs 2 or 3 times. John Jr. confessed to whipping Sylvia once and frequently using his fist to abuse her, also admitting to burning her with matches on multiple occasions. The autopsy of Sylvia's body revealed over 150 separate injuries across her body, and she was severely emaciated at the time of her death. The injuries varied in location, nature, severity, and healing stage, including burns, severe bruises, and extensive damage to muscles and nerves. Her vaginal cavity was swollen and nearly closed, although an examination determined her hymen was still intact, debunking Gertrude's claims that Sylvia had been 3 months pregnant and the accusations of prostitution and promiscuity. The official cause of Sylvia Marie Likens' death was ruled to be a subdural hematoma, caused by a powerful blow to the right side of her head. The physician also observed that the shock she experienced, mainly resulting from prolonged and severe damage to her skin and subcutaneous tissue, along with long-term malnutrition, contributed to her death. By the time her body was found, rigor mortis had fully developed, indicating that she may have been dead for as long as 8 hours before discovery. Notably, although the autopsy showed that Sylvia had been bathed recently, possibly after death, this may have hastened the reduction of her body temperature and the subsequent onset of rigor mortis. In May 1966, Gertrude B. Sess, her children Paula and John, and 2 neighborhood youths, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were tried and convicted of neglect, torture, and murder in connection with Sylvia's death. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Gertrude B. Sess guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced her to life imprisonment. However, she was paroled in 1985. Paula was convicted of second-degree murder and released in 1972. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were found guilty of manslaughter, serving less than 2 years in the Indiana Reformatory before being granted parole on February 27, 1968. In Indiana, the brutal torture and murder of Sylvia Likens is regarded as the worst crime in the state's history. A veteran investigator from the Indiana Police Department, with 35 years of experience, described it as the most sadistic case he had ever handled. Sylvia tragically lost her life on October 26 in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. Her parents were expected to return for her and her sister in November, but sadly, Sylvia died before they arrived. Sylvia and her sister Jenny lived in fear of reporting the escalating abuse and neglect to family members or school authorities. They believed that speaking up would make their already desperate circumstances even worse. Jenny, in particular, struggled with the urge to inform relatives, fearing that Gertrude would retaliate by subjecting her to the same abuse and suffering as her sister. In addition, Jenny endured harassment from neighborhood girls who mocked her and sometimes beat her whenever she spoke about Sylvia's situation. The middle-aged Bessesi couple, along with other families in the neighborhood, had suspicions or had observed signs that the girls were being mistreated, but they were too frightened to report it to the authorities. As a result, no one intervened to stop the abuse the Likens sisters endured, and tragically, no one was able to save them from their horrific ordeal in time. In the aftermath, all those responsible for her torture and murder received prison sentences, although some did not serve their full terms. Nevertheless, they cannot escape the guilt and horror they inflicted, which will follow them for the rest of their lives. Moving on to the next case. The case of Blue Avon Rowland. On a day in the middle of December 2022, Blue's grandmother, Karen Rowland, went to Blue's residence in the 200 block of Front Street in Morrow, a small town in western Arkansas, to collect her 2 grandchildren. It was Blue's 6th birthday. Rowland brought her daughter outside, stating that Blue was not at home. The girl had serious scabs on the top of her head, which Rowland told her parents were caused by an allergic reaction. However, after she was taken to Forest City Hospital, doctors confirmed that the injuries were actually severe burns. In addition, not only had the girl's hair been cut off, but she was also malnourished. Doctors said her ribs were cracked, and she had multiple burns on her body, only some of which were recent. When Karen met the girl, she was unable to walk and her clothing was soaked in urine. Her first requests were for water and food, Karen recalled. She said she told her she was safe now, but simply by looking into her eyes, she could see the fear. A few days later, Rowland told her father that Blue was dead and that his body was inside the house. Karen immediately contacted the police. When officers examined the home, they discovered newly installed floorboards with disturbed soil beneath them. They removed the floorboards and dug down, uncovering children's slippers and a blanket that emitted a strong odor. The Arkansas State Police were immediately called in to take over the investigation. A search warrant was carried out at the residence. The floorboards were pulled up, and investigators found a small human body wrapped in multiple layers of plastic bags and blankets. The body was taken to the Arkansas State Crime Laboratory and later confirmed to be Blue. A detailed investigation followed, revealing shocking details about the circumstances surrounding Blue's death. In an interview with investigators, Rowland stated that Blue died on September 9, 2022, as a result of a brutal act of punishment carried out by her boyfriend, Nathan Bridges. According to Rowland's account, Blue angered Bridges by biting his finger when Bridges put it into the boy's mouth. Bridges took Blue into the bathroom and, as punishment, repeatedly forced the boy's head into a filled toilet until he drowned. Bridges then cut a hole in the wooden floor, dug into the ground, and buried Blue beneath the house. Rowland claimed that she remained in the living room while Blue was in the bathroom with Bridges. When he exited the bathroom, she went in and found Blue struggling to breathe, his body limp. After Blue died, Bridges buried the boy's body beneath the floorboards to hide the crime. Rowland told investigators that Bridges was not only responsible for her son's death, but also for causing serious injuries to her older daughter. Rowland said Bridges punished her daughter by submerging her head and upper body in scalding hot water in the bathtub, believing the child had behavioral issues. The investigation later confirmed that the severe burns on her daughter's body were caused by Bridges' violent actions. Both children lived in a violent household environment without basic care or protection. The case underscored the failure to shield children from the danger of abuse and violence within their own homes. Rowland admitted that she knew what had happened to her children, but did not take any steps to stop it. She also took part in concealing Blue's death, which resulted in her facing serious charges. Both Rowland and Bridges were later arrested and charged in connection with Blue's death. Police reported that they arrested Bridges, 34, and Rowland, 30, and transported both individuals to the Lee County Detention Center. Rowland is facing numerous charges, including premeditated murder, allowing child abuse, abuse of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, endangering the welfare of a minor, and torture. While Rowland was being held at the St. Francis County Jail, she sustained a black eye and other bruising on her face. On Monday, July 15, 2024, Rowland's parents attended her court hearing, where prosecutors requested that they read victim impact statements on behalf of their deceased nephew. Bridges pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and first-degree assault in connection with Blue's death. He also pleaded guilty to an additional count of first-degree assault related to an incident involving the victim's sister. After entering his guilty plea, he was sentenced to 60 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. As for Rowland, Blue's mother, she also pleaded guilty on August 8 to 2 counts of permitting the abuse of a minor, according to a statement released by the Arkansas State Police. Although she did not directly take part in Blue's death, Rowland was convicted of allowing Blue and his sister to endure abuse without stepping in. She failed to protect the children from Bridges, despite knowing about his violent behavior. After pleading guilty, Rowland received a 40-year sentence in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. A family friend, Anita Whidbey, established a GoFundMe campaign to support the recovery and future of the surviving teenager. Karen said she would use part of the donated funds to pay for renovations to her home in Widener, about 35 miles northeast of Morrow, where the teen will live with her father. The money will also assist in covering the recovery expenses for Blue's sister. The case of Blue Avon Rowland is a devastating tragedy involving child abuse, domestic violence, and the failure to shield children from dangers within their own homes. Blue, a 5-year-old boy, endured severe abuse at the hands of his mother's boyfriend. His death, which had been hidden for a long time, was only uncovered when his grandmother noticed signs of abuse on his sister's body and chose to report it to the police. The investigation into the girl's serious injuries exposed a picture of a violent household environment and a lack of protection for both Blue and his sister. With Ashley Rowland and Nathan Bridges now in custody, Blue's sister is safe and has the chance to begin a new life. This case stands as a reminder of the importance of safeguarding children and identifying signs of abuse early, so that no child is forced to endure the suffering that Blue experienced. The case of Eurydice Dixon. Eurydice Dixon was born on November 10, 1995, in Melbourne, Australia. Her family included her parents and a younger sister. When Eurydice was 7 years old, Her mother passed away due to substance abuse, leaving her father to raise his two young daughters alone. Eurydice's father worked tirelessly to support the sisters, and they lived in a small apartment. Eurydice was a quiet and courteous individual. She had a strong passion for the arts, particularly drama. She followed this passion at Deakin University, where she studied drama and actively took part in the theater troupe. Eurydice was a multi-talented individual, not only a comedian but also a writer who created her own performances. In 2018, when Eurydice was just 22 years old, she took the stage at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival. Her stand-up routine, At Home, I Feel Like a Tourist, was a massive success, greatly pleasing the audience. Eurydice was described by her friends as quiet and introverted, yet exceptionally intelligent for her age. Both her friends and audience members agreed that she possessed a natural gift for comedy. To refine her abilities, Eurydice performed for free at local bars, using these chances to gain experience and build a following. On Tuesday, June 12, 2018, Eurydice performed at a local bar located just 3 miles from her home. That night, as she typically did, she humorously discussed gender equality and her concerns through her act. After the performance, Eurydice met her boyfriend, Tony Magnuson, who had been seated in the audience. They spent time together at the bar, shared a can of soda, and stopped at a nearby supermarket to purchase groceries. At around 10:40 p.m., Tony boarded a tram to return home. Eurydice began walking home alone, blowing Tony a kiss and waving goodbye. Eurydice's walk home was approximately 3 miles long, taking her through streets, a park, and 3 soccer fields. It generally took her about an hour to reach home. Eurydice had walked this route at night many times before and felt safe because the streets were well lit. However, as Eurydice entered Princess Park, darkness surrounded her. To shorten the distance, she removed her shoes and socks and walked barefoot across the grass. She crossed the park and the soccer field, which were only a short distance from her house. At 12:02 a.m., Eurydice sent a message to her boyfriend Tony on Facebook saying, "I'm almost home. Where are you?" At approximately 2:50 a.m. on June 13th, a passerby discovered Eurydice unconscious on the soccer field at Princess Park. Although the passerby called an ambulance and police and attempted CPR, it was sadly too late. Eurydice had been strangled and had died. Fortunately, several surveillance cameras around Princess Park had captured footage of Eurydice walking alone through the park earlier that night. In the video, a young man could be seen about 100 feet behind her. He had blonde hair, a scruffy beard, and appeared overweight, short, and stocky. To assist the investigation, police released the surveillance footage to local television stations and asked the public to help identify the suspect. That same evening, James Todd, 19, contacted police after his friends told him they had seen his face on the news in connection with the death of Eurydice Dixon. James firmly denied any involvement in the incident and insisted that the individual shown in the surveillance footage was not him. Police asked James to come to the station for questioning. While at the police station, James denied any involvement, answered 660 questions, and maintained that he had nothing to do with the case. James also agreed to provide a DNA sample. A memorial was established for the victim, Eurydice Dixon, at the location where her body was found. People brought flowers to honor her, and a large crowd gathered to pay their respects. 5 days after her death, a vigil was held at the football stadium in remembrance of Eurydice. However, on the night before the vigil, an individual painted a massive 75-foot-long image of male genitalia on the lawn. Firefighters and city workers were unable to remove the paint and had to dig up and replace entire portions of the grass, resulting in a cost of $20,000. The person responsible for the vandalism was identified as Andrew Null, a 29-year-old men's rights activist and Scientologist. Andrew admitted that his intention was to provoke anger among feminists. During a later interview, police informed James that DNA evidence collected from the crime scene was undergoing analysis. James's demeanor shifted noticeably. He lowered his gaze and said that no further testing was required. James Todd confessed that he had been present at Princess Park on the night of the tragedy, accepting full responsibility for the murder and sexual assault of Eurydice Dixon that resulted in her tragic death. In November, James Todd provided a detailed account of his actions on June 12th. He began the day attending university classes in Broadmeadows, a suburb of Melbourne, which concluded at 3 p.m. He then met 3 friends at the train station. They purchased alcohol and supplies and boarded a train to Melbourne. The group spent time in Batman Park, sharing a bottle of alcohol until it was finished. Around 8 p.m., James bought additional cider and cannabis from people in the area. After one friend departed, James and the remaining 2 friends returned to the train station, purchased another bottle of alcohol and Coca-Cola, and took the train back to Broadmeadows. They exited at separate stations, with James being the first to get off at Newmarket Station around 9 p.m. James Todd left Newmarket Station at 9:30 and walked along the street. At 10:43, he saw Eurydice outside a supermarket with her boyfriend Tony. After stopping at McDonald's, James returned to the same location and saw Eurydice again. She blew a kiss goodbye to her boyfriend and then began walking home. James felt attracted to Eurydice, even though he did not know her. He decided to follow her, maintaining a distance of about 150 feet for approximately an hour, walking nearly 3 miles through the city. Whenever Eurydice slowed her pace, James would stop to smoke. A surveillance camera captured them passing the University of Melbourne about 45 minutes after James began following her. As she approached her home, Eurydice sent a text message to her boyfriend Tony to let him know she was almost home. At that time, she was walking through Prince's Park. At around midnight, after sending the text to her boyfriend, Eurydice was walking across the 3rd soccer field when she was attacked from behind by James Todd. He grabbed her hair and skirt, forced her to the ground, and then sat on her chest while gripping her neck. In an effort to defend herself, Eurydice fought back by scratching James's face, neck, and shoulders. Despite this, she was unable to escape from him. After fulfilling his desires, James strangled Eurydice until she died. According to his statement to police, James said that when he first saw Eurydice, he believed she was drunk and wanted to speak with her. However, Eurydice's autopsy revealed no presence of alcohol or illegal substances in her body. Medical examiners concluded that Eurydice's cause of death was strangulation combined with blunt force trauma to the head and other areas of her body. After committing the crime, James took Eurydice's phone and left the park. He found temporary shelter and slept until 4 a.m. When he awoke, James examined the injuries on his body and face by taking a selfie with his phone. He then took a shower. He removed the T-shirt with the skull and distinctive wording and left it behind. Afterward, James returned to the area near Princess Park, where police were conducting their investigation. He watched from a distance without entering the park itself. James then went home, purchasing coffee and cake along the way. At 7 a.m., he arrived home and began searching online for information about Princess Park. Later, a friend of James stated that James appeared on television in a news report about the young woman's murder. After receiving a call from his friend, James chose to contact the police station. James's girlfriend, with whom he had been in a relationship for 4 years, recalled that during intimate moments James often behaved roughly with her. However, when she examined James's internet search history more closely, she found that he had been searching for violent and extreme material. James Todd, 19, was a working and studying student who hoped to build a career in the restaurant industry. He lived with his parents and frequently stayed up late watching adult videos. In particular, films with tragic endings involving female characters made him want to recreate those scenarios in real life. James grew up in extremely difficult living conditions. His family consisted of 5 members, his parents and 3 sons, with James as the middle child. They lived in a chaotic and poorly maintained home, with numerous pets and a kitchen that had collapsed due to rotting floors. Food was often prepared in the bathroom on a basic stove, right beside a toilet that was frequently blocked. The entire house was disordered, filled with cluttered furniture, rubbish, and debris everywhere, along with leftover food and garbage scattered throughout. James was rarely at home and often had to sleep on a classroom desk or on a park bench. His mother said that the poor state of the house was partly the result of her depression. However, James maintained that the house was always neglected, regardless of the reason. Information regarding the father's role in the family situation was not mentioned. Before the incident, James had been spending less time at home and more time at his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend noticed a change in his behavior and attributed it to the pressures of college and his concerns about his future. Police discovered that James had been diagnosed in childhood with mild autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. As a teenager, James had entered psychiatric care multiple times because teachers were worried about his antisocial behavior. However, it should be emphasized that autism or Asperger's syndrome can present in many different forms and is not linked to dark or harmful sexual tendencies. In James's case, 2 psychiatrists worked with him and carefully examined his circumstances. The doctors determined that James displayed signs of sadistic personality disorder, a factor that may have contributed to the tragic events. Doctors believe that the combination of autism and sadistic traits in James's personality could have played a role in his tragic actions. James's friends described him as sociable, cheerful, and seemingly no different from others. They noted that he could apologize, understand right from wrong, and act rationally. The judge who presided over the case concluded that James Todd deliberately killed Eurydice Dixon, driven by perverse desires and an intention to act out his distorted fantasies. As a result, on September 2, 2019, James Todd was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after serving 35 years. James Todd's father, Jason Todd, posted on social media to express his condolences to Eurydice Dixon's family. In those posts, Jason shared his pain and distress over the fact that he would no longer be able to see his son following the incident. Jason also revealed that he had received a great deal of abuse and criticism online. However, he later deleted all of these posts. Meanwhile, James's legal team sought to appeal his life sentence, arguing that the punishment was too severe for James, who was 19 at the time and had no prior criminal record. The attorneys also referenced numerous statements from people close to him who characterized James as a good and compassionate individual. They further emphasized that James had fully acknowledged his guilt and shown remorse. They also noted that James was autistic and had lived in impoverished conditions prior to the crime. However, the appeal was ultimately denied. Police involved in the investigation stated that James is now living in conditions far better than those of his former home. James continues to feel remorse for his actions. James's time in prison has been more difficult than that of other inmates. Psychiatrists have stated that James would present a serious danger to women if he were released. After the death of Eurydice Dixon, the bar where she last performed comedy chose to cancel its Tuesday comedy nights in her honor. To carry on Eurydice's legacy, the Melbourne government introduced grants to support up-and-coming female comedians. Andrew, who vandalized the Eurydice Dixon Memorial, was convicted and sentenced to 5 months in prison. Following Eurydice Dixon's tragic death, police have advised women to be more cautious at night, to avoid walking alone, and to always carry their phones. Moving on to the next case. The case of Georgina Simons. Georgina, an energetic and determined escort, inhabited a world filled with affluence and grandeur. Yet, beneath the surface of sophistication and luxury lay a maze of deceit and manipulation, ultimately leading to her untimely death. She was consistently preoccupied with her appearance, and this fixation intensified over time. Seeking more space for their family, Georgina, Pete, and Emily found a small terraced house and moved in, enjoying a steady income and financial stability. Money was never a concern for them. Pete found success working in the electric vehicle industry, while Georgina, feeling unfulfilled by her 9-to-5 job in the loan sector, explored alternative career paths. She confided in her friends, expressing her belief that the traditional 9-to-5 workday did not suit her. Eventually, Georgina began supplementing her income by working as a burlesque dancer in a bar and later as an escort. Both roles appealed to her because of the attention they provided. However, it was during her time at the escort agency that her life took a significant turn. In May 2012, at the age of 20, Georgina met Peter Morgan, then 49, a wealthy real estate developer who lived near her residence. Peter led a life of luxury, happily married to Helen and a devoted father to their 2 children. His wealth stemmed from a multi-million-pound property portfolio, which notably included a stately windmill on a sprawling 300-acre estate that he shared with his parents and brother. Peter's childhood involved early exposure to farming equipment and machinery. By the age of 10, he had become skilled at operating tractors and motorcycles. Opting out of formal education, he remained in the family business until age 34, living a lifestyle where money was of little concern. Peter acknowledged a single lapse in judgment, an encounter with a sex worker in Amsterdam, but otherwise remained committed to his marriage. However, a perceived midlife crisis in his 40s led him to use technology, such as smartphones, to engage with sex workers through escort agencies. In his own words, Peter valued the transactional nature of these encounters, appreciating the ability to have sex, shake hands, and leave. However, everything changed when he met Georgina. She stood out from the others, unexpectedly captivating Peter's heart. Prior to Georgina, Peter had frequently visited various sex workers, with encounters becoming weekly over time. While supervising the renovation of a lighthouse for his real estate ventures, Peter showered Georgina with extravagant gifts, including a Range Rover worth over $112,000 and an $11,000 shopping spree. He even paid her $1,000 for a single night together. Georgina enjoyed the attention and luxurious lifestyle, but exclusivity in her relationship with Peter remained unattainable. She continued to see other clients while maintaining a romantic connection with Peter. Unlike his arrangement with other sex workers, Peter harbored deep resentment toward Georgina's involvement with others, despite their lack of formal romantic commitment. By 2015, he had convinced Georgina to work exclusively as his personal escort, providing her with monthly payments ranging from $7,000 to $10,000. During this time, Peter was overseeing the renovation of his Grade 2 listed castle, including Castle Bungalow, a cottage on the grounds where Georgina relocated as part of their arrangement. She lived in the cottage over time. Peter confided in Georgina about his emotions and his aspirations for the future. He chose to end his 22-year marriage to Helen, ensuring her financial security while allowing Georgina to continue residing in the cottage. This development left Pete's former partner and mother of their daughter devastated, feeling as though she had lost the man she loved. In August 2015, the couple traveled to Africa, yet Pete could not shake the fear of Georgina slipping away from him. The thought of her being with other men, particularly someone as wealthy as Peter Morgan, plunged him into deep despair. Despite understanding Peter's ability to provide Georgina with a lavish lifestyle that impressed her, Pete felt powerless in comparison to Peter's wealth. Pete's mother, Lynn, reflected on this period, noting that at the time, Pete was content to be with her, earning enough money for them both to live comfortably and pursue their desires. She believed he endured a great deal, as she had never been aware of anything else going on. Morgan held a significant place in his life. He was constantly on his mind, and his feelings intensified over time. However, he cared too much about his mother to discuss these issues. On November 15, 2015, Pete Dean disappeared following a heated argument with Georgina over text messages. Tragically, he was later found dead by hanging in a wooded area. 2 days later, Alexei Butcher, a friend of Georgina's, summarized the situation. Rich Pete was utterly captivated. He loved and cherished her, envisioning a shared future. However, it appeared that Georgina was primarily interested in him for his wealth. It is doubtful that she ever truly cared for him, despite claiming to have left poor Pete for him. Her intentions seemed to be exploiting rich Pete for as much as possible before returning to poor Pete. Adding to Georgina's distress, she had lost her father to suicide just months before Pete's death. Despite her personal hardships, it was evident that she genuinely cared for Pete, as did many others. Yet, she would have to confront the devastating truth that her actions had contributed to his untimely demise. News of Pete's death profoundly affected Georgina, causing a marked change in her personality. She blamed Peter for Pete's passing and became increasingly intolerant of his obsessive and controlling behavior. Furthermore, she held Peter responsible for dealing with social services regarding her daughter's welfare. Georgina openly criticized Peter in front of his friends and family, angering him. Peter grew frustrated that even with Pete gone, he could not have Georgina entirely to himself. Later, he recalled that Georgina had almost taken her own life by slashing her wrists in the bathtub. Peter recounted that she was submerged in the water, and he pulled her out. Following the death of her former partner, she regularly consumed drugs and alcohol. She blamed him for Pete's death, making him feel culpable and asserting that it was entirely his fault. Tensions between Georgina and Peter Morgan escalated further after Pete's funeral in December 2015, when Georgina began dating Tom Ballinger, a friend of Pete's. Enraged, Peter started taking Georgina's phone to read her texts. He also planted a listening device disguised as a white plug adapter in the cottage, making a total of 514 calls to it, allowing him to eavesdrop on all her phone conversations. One night in January 2016, Peter overheard a conversation in the bugged cottage that shocked him. Georgina was confiding in Tom Ballinger about her plan to blackmail Peter into relinquishing the cottage. She revealed her intention to move to London, where she could continue her escorting career and substantially increase her earnings from high-end clients. Upon hearing this, Peter's heart sank, grappling with the realization that Georgina might not be committed to their relationship. She issued severe threats of exposing damaging information about him to the public, convinced she could ruin him. Georgina claimed that Peter had hidden $50,000 in cash at home to evade taxes and was involved in constructing buildings that did not meet code standards. Furthermore, she asserted that she possessed evidence on her phone showing that Peter engaged with sex workers while still married to his wife. After 3 years of dating Georgina, Peter was aware of the explicit photographs and videos documenting their participation in group sexual activities, as well as intimate moments in the marital bed at his residence. He also knew that Georgina had successfully blackmailed at least 3 of her former clients. Realizing that Georgina posed a serious threat to his reputation and livelihood left Peter with no choice but to consider extreme measures to protect himself. Fearing the catastrophic consequences of Georgina's blackmailing tactics, Peter contemplated eliminating her as a solution. He carefully planned this by meticulously creating a detailed list of necessary items using the Notes app on his iPhone. On January 12, 2016, Alexei, a friend of Georgina's, contacted the Welsh authorities. Later that same day, Alexei and Georgina arranged a playdate for their daughters. However, Georgina failed to arrive to pick up her child from school as planned. When police arrived at the cottage, both Alexei and Georgina's mother were present along with Peter. Peter informed the officers that Georgina had been struggling recently, turning to alcohol and drugs to cope with the grief of losing her father and ex-boyfriend Pete. He expressed concern that Georgina may have harmed herself, speculating that she could be in the woods behind the property. Despite a search of the area, Georgina was not found. Due to her mental state, authorities classified her as a high-risk missing person. Ultimately, Peter admitted to police that he had intervened and taken Georgina's phone from her, fearing she intended to use it to arrange a drug transaction. Furthermore, information gathered from Georgina's family and friends revealed that Peter was deeply infatuated with her, whereas she viewed their relationship solely as a business arrangement. Alexei informed authorities that Georgina had decided to end her association with Peter and was looking forward to the future. Peter was brought in for questioning after police located the phone. Following prolonged interrogation, he eventually confessed to strangling Georgina and burying her body on the property. Law enforcement officers discovered Georgina's remains concealed beneath farm machinery, bound with rope and an orange string tied around her neck, indicating she had been strangled. Georgina's handbag, vehicle, and house keys were found discarded in the trash, along with her high heels. Additionally, police uncovered Peter's listening device, which he claimed he had installed to ensure Georgina's safety. However, call logs revealed that the device had been used 514 times between 2015 and 2016. Ultimately, Peter justified his use of the listening device by claiming he believed Georgina was exploiting him. He alleged that he had overheard Georgina discussing plans to blackmail him into surrendering the cottage. Peter meticulously compiled a shopping list on his phone as a reminder of items he needed to purchase, including a polytarp, a handle, snips, string, tape, gloves, a plug, and a bag, all tools later used in Georgina's murder. Furthermore, the police obtained footage from the farm's security system that captured Peter's arrival and departure from the vehicle, as well as the concealment of Georgina's body. Authorities speculated that Peter was unaware that his wife had installed the cameras following his departure on January 14, 2016. Peter was formally charged with murder, and his trial commenced on November 28, 2016. During the proceedings, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution argued that Peter's obsession with Georgina drove him to meticulously plan and execute her murder. In contrast, Peter's defense contended that his Asperger's disorder impaired his ability to fully comprehend the consequences of his actions, potentially mitigating his culpability. Despite testimony from 2 doctors, the prosecution's expert disagreed with this assessment. Ultimately, the jury found Peter guilty of murder on December 21st, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. In October 2017, Peter filed an appeal against his conviction and sentence. However, the appeal was dismissed in March 2018. The unexpected death of Georgina profoundly affected her family and friends, plunging them into deep grief. Her vibrant personality, now a cherished memory, serves as a poignant reminder of a life cut short by this tragic event. The community united in a show of solidarity, offering sincere support to Georgina's family and friends as they coped with their sorrow. Their steadfast presence provided a powerful testament to the resilience found in the collective strength of a community facing hardship. Though Georgina's life was tragically brief, her legacy continues to live on in the hearts of those who cherished her. May her memory inspire others to treasure every moment and appreciate the preciousness of life. Moving on to the next case. Harmony Montgomery. In today's world, where the legal system and child protection agencies are meant to have a role in protecting the most vulnerable individuals in society, accounts of missing or mistreated children consistently create shock and leave deep, painful impressions. One of the most disturbing cases was that of 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery, who was reported missing years before the situation came to light. This case is not only a devastating account of a child's fate, but it also reveals numerous gaps in the child protection system and prompts many questions within the community about the duties and responsibilities of those involved. Before we examine the specifics of the case, it is important to look at the background and circumstances that turned Harmony Montgomery's life into a tragic story. Harmony was born on June 7, 2014, in Massachusetts, USA. From the outset, her life was far from simple. She was born into a family dealing with many challenges, both financial and related to their living conditions. Harmony's mother, Crystal Sari, struggled with severe mental health issues and substance abuse. At the same time, her father, Adam Montgomery, had a criminal past and a history of domestic violence. Because of this unstable situation, Harmony soon entered the child welfare system. In her early years, she lived mainly under the oversight of child care agencies in Massachusetts. Harmony was a kind and resilient girl who was liked by many within the foster care system, despite her vision problems and her need for special assistance with her left eye. During this period, Crystal worked diligently to improve her circumstances and regain custody of her daughter. However, she was unable to fulfill the requirements established by the court and child protection agencies, which further reduced her chances of regaining custody of Harmony. In 2018, after Montgomery completed his prison sentence, he began seeking custody of Harmony. Despite his criminal background and numerous concerning indicators, he persuaded the court that he was a suitable father. He stated that he was sober and capable of providing a more stable environment for Harmony than her mother could. By February 2019, a Massachusetts court decided to grant custody of Harmony to Montgomery. This ruling was based on the principle of prioritizing reunification with biological family, a central component of the child welfare system. At that point, Harmony moved in with Montgomery, his wife Kayla Montgomery, and Kayla's stepchildren in Manchester, New Hampshire. Soon after Harmony began living with her father, troubling signs emerged. Several social workers and family members voiced concerns about Montgomery's ability to care for her and about how he treated Harmony. However, these warnings appeared to be ignored by the authorities. The decision to award Montgomery custody of Harmony not only placed her in a dangerous situation, but also ultimately led to tragedy. This became a major point of dispute that brought the case into the spotlight, as the entire child protection system was criticized for failing to safeguard a young girl. More than 2 years later, in November 2021, Harmony was reported missing to authorities by Crystal. She told police that she had not seen her daughter since a FaceTime call on Easter 2019. Crystal explained that she had attempted to contact Montgomery multiple times, but had received no reply. Shortly after, Manchester police initiated an investigation. Through their efforts, they learned that no one had seen Harmony since late 2019. Police quickly concentrated on examining the home in Manchester where Montgomery had lived with Harmony. They located some forensic evidence. While cooperating with investigators, Montgomery gave inconsistent statements, claiming that Harmony had been picked up by her biological mother, a claim that Crystal firmly denied. In December 2021, the Manchester Police Department conducted a press conference regarding the case. Police also questioned Montgomery's brother, Michael Montgomery. Michael testified that he had seen Montgomery abusing and beating Harmony on numerous occasions. His second wife, Kayla, was questioned as well. During this process, she gave vital information to authorities. She stated that Montgomery had confessed to her that Harmony was no longer alive and that she had witnessed his violent behavior toward Harmony, such as striking the child until her eye turned black. She said that she knew nothing about Harmony's disappearance and could not verify what happened to her after the family was evicted by their landlord. During the February 2024 trial, Montgomery did not appear in court for the opening statements, and he admitted during a video call with the presiding judge that he was guilty of abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. However, he did not confess to killing Harmony, claiming that Kayla was the last person to see Harmony alive. Montgomery also faced charges of second-degree murder, second-degree assault, and witness tampering, but he entered not guilty pleas to those charges. After the trial, Kayla chose to cooperate with police and provided crucial details that she had previously withheld. She testified that after the family was evicted from their home the day before Thanksgiving that year, on December 7, 2019, her husband punched Harmony in the head multiple times because she had wet the bed in the Chrysler Sebring where the family was living. According to Kayla, he punched Harmony at several traffic lights as they drove from a methadone clinic to a fast food restaurant. He viciously assaulted Harmony in the face and head on 3 separate occasions. After the assault, the family returned to the apartment complex parking lot, where they found Harmony dead. Adam had placed her body into a red and black Under Armour duffel bag. Kayla also stated that after Harmony's death, Montgomery moved her body around for months, sometimes leaving it outside in the snow to slow decomposition, placing her in a refrigerator, and storing her on a vent in a shelter he shared with his wife and 2 sons. After neighbors complained about an odor, he secretly moved her body into a freezer at his workplace. Montgomery even used lime in an attempt to dissolve parts of Harmony's frozen body. Kayla also described how she helped cut Harmony's clothing to make it fit into a tote bag marked with the logo of a Catholic hospital. Eventually, Montgomery disposed of the body near a rented moving truck in March 2020. After this inconsistent testimony, Kayla was sentenced to 18 months in prison. During the formal trial on May 9, 2024, along with Kayla's disturbing testimony, other witnesses appeared. Among them was Maines, Montgomery's best friend, who testified that Montgomery told him he struck Harmony after seeing the girl place her hands over her younger brother's lips and nose. Based on further evidence from the investigation, including forensic findings and statements from witnesses, the trial ended with Adam Montgomery being found guilty by a jury of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. He received a 45-year prison sentence to be served consecutively with the term he had already completed for unrelated weapons offenses. This effectively guarantees that he will spend the remainder of his life in prison. Montgomery's case stands as one of the most devastating and tragic examples of its kind, illustrating the extreme brutality a father can inflict upon his own child. The case has deeply shaken the community and drawn widespread public attention. Although Harmony's body has still not been recovered, the evidence and testimony presented strengthened the case against the offender, resulting in Montgomery being appropriately punished. The case functions not only as a warning about the dangers that can exist within families, but also as a reminder of the critical importance of safeguarding and nurturing children, allowing them to grow up in a secure and caring environment. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Herringer. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, vanished from her workplace under troubling circumstances. The search for her abductor lasted several years, during which many other women were impacted. When authorities eventually caught the offender by coincidence, they uncovered profoundly disturbing information about him. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and lived in Norton Shores, Michigan. She was raised in a modest household with a sister. At the age of 22, Jessica became the mother of a son named Zinn, fathered by her long-term partner, Dakota Quayle Dyer. They were still together in 2013 and were living in a rented home. At 25, Jessica was employed at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, situated near Lake Michigan. She was known for her kind and approachable personality as a manager and was often complimented by customers. To provide for her beloved 3-year-old son, she regularly worked additional hours. Jessica's diary reflected her desire to learn and move forward in life. She hoped to attend college to study accounting, but financial limitations prevented her from doing so. Dakota was unable to adequately support the family, which caused frequent arguments and instability in their relationship. Although the couple was engaged, their wedding was postponed multiple times due to various reasons. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was performing her usual responsibilities at the Exxon gas station. Her day started with a trip to a nearby store at about 3 p.m., followed by a drive to her job. She arrived at the station around 4:35 p.m., parked her vehicle, and began her night shift, which was scheduled to conclude at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the only employee working that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer called emergency services to report what he encountered at the Exxon station. He had gone inside to pay cash for fuel, but found the store empty. He told the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's happening, but there's nobody at the station. The door is open and unlocked. The lights are on, but there's no one here to take my payment. There are only my car and another vehicle outside. Why isn't anyone here? It looks very strange." Police arrived at the Exxon station within 10 minutes of the 911 call. During their examination of the building, both inside and outside, they found no signs of a struggle. Everything appeared neat and undisturbed. Jessica's coat was located in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, her car keys, and her house keys. A single drop of blood, later confirmed to be Jessica's, was found near the back door of the storage area. In addition, a laser sight from a Walther P22 semi-automatic pistol and 2 batteries, believed to be for a watch, were discovered on the floor. The cash register at the station had not been tampered with and still contained all of its money. The final recorded sale occurred at 10:52 p.m. and was for a lighter. The station did not have interior surveillance cameras. Beside the cash register was Jessica's pack of cigarettes, indicating she may have stepped away briefly with plans to return shortly. Her car, which was locked, was parked outside, yet Jessica herself was nowhere to be found. She had vanished without explanation. After realizing the station was unattended, police contacted the owner of the gas station and informed them of the situation. The owner then reached out to another manager who lived nearby and asked her to close and secure the location. Police also informed Jessica's family about her disappearance. Her parents searched for information about where she might be and contacted her friends. One friend remembered being at the gas station between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening and said that everything seemed normal at that time. Soon after, another employee arrived to lock up the station. This coworker later stated that around 11 p.m., she and her boyfriend had passed by the station on a motorcycle. They noticed a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked close to the rear service door, with its back door standing open. Believing Jessica could be connected to theft at the station, they decided to wait and watch for additional developments. The manager noticed a young man with messy, wavy hair standing near the minivan and wearing an orange sweatshirt. She observed him repeatedly opening and shutting the vehicle's rear door before he eventually drove away. Police who reviewed surveillance footage from nearby buildings found a video showing a silver Chrysler driving past the Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A nearby store employee also spoke with police, stating that he had seen the man in the minivan talking with Jessica Christian. The employee initially assumed the stranger was simply flirting with Jessica because of her attractiveness. He recalled Jessica standing outside as the man asked why she was not inside. Both Christian and Jessica's co-worker, who had noticed the man by the minivan, helped create a composite sketch of the unknown individual. He was described as a light-skinned young man with dark wavy hair, a stocky physique, and a height of about 1.82 meters. The sketch was made public 3 days after Jessica's disappearance. Although police received many calls in response, no meaningful leads came from the information given. The widespread presence of the silver Chrysler minivan across the United States created a major challenge for investigators. In Michigan alone, roughly 15,000 vehicles of this type were registered. Determining the exact driver of the minivan connected to Jessica Hinger's disappearance became an overwhelming task due to the sheer number of identical vehicles. At first, Jessica's boyfriend, Dakota Quayle D., was considered a suspect in her disappearance. He admitted they argued often, but denied ever causing her physical harm. Dakota fully cooperated with investigators, telling police he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica disappeared. Lacking access to a vehicle, he could not have gone to her workplace, and his phone records, once checked by detectives, verified that he was home that night. As a result, he he was removed from the list of suspects. The investigation also showed that Jessica had many admirers because of her friendly and outgoing nature, which at times caused confusion. One of those admirers was Jess Ammerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He went to see Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she vanished and admitted his love for her, saying he was willing to divorce his wife. Jessica, however, rejected his advances. He then left the station and called his wife. They talked for approximately 50 minutes before he went back home. After his questioning, a polygraph examination, and an interview with his wife, Jess Ammerman was also ruled out as a suspect. Rob Follett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, later surfaced as another person connected to the case, though specific contextual details about Rob's involvement were not explained. Named as the next suspect, he stated that he visited the gas station around 9 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. When he greeted her, he noticed that she appeared unhappy. After asking about her demeanor, Jessica shared that she was dealing with family problems. Rob offered that she could stay with him, but she refused. After spending a brief time at the station and buying something, Rob left to go night fishing at the lake. Detectives reviewed Rob's phone records from that evening, which supported his statement about leaving the gas station to fish. As a result, Rob Follett was removed from the suspect list. Search and rescue efforts for Jessica Haringa were initiated using helicopters, highly trained dogs, and thorough searches of homes, businesses, wooded areas, and Lake Michigan. Despite these extensive efforts, no leads were uncovered, resulting in a stalemate in the case. Almost a year later, in February 2014, a comparable incident took place in Michigan. A petite blonde woman wearing glasses was attacked by a man while heading home late at night. She was abducted, taken to his apartment, and assaulted. In spite of threats against her life, she was released after several hours. The offender was identified as 42-year-old Brad Allen Mason. Mason was quickly located, but resisted arrest by pointing a fake firearm at police officers, which led to him being fatally shot. Mason had a criminal background, including a kidnapping conviction in 2004 and an arrest for indecent exposure in 2011. In 2014, he lived in a dormitory across from the Exxon gas station where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no evidence connecting Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Haringa vanished, in 2016, another late-night incident involving a young woman occurred. While returning from a party at a friend's house, she became confused on a dark street. A man driving a silver minivan approached her, asking if she was all right and offering her a ride. She declined but asked to use his phone instead. The man agreed, but only if she got into the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door and revealed his phone battery was dead, then displayed a gun and ordered her to remain quiet. These incidents illustrate the persistent difficulties faced by law enforcement in resolving abduction cases, despite thorough investigative work and cooperation from the community. He then started driving, feeling ill and nauseous. The woman asked him to lower the window. Taking advantage of the moment, she jumped out of the moving vehicle through the window and ran to a nearby house. The man drove off at high speed. The victim immediately contacted the police and described her kidnapper. Using surveillance footage, police were able to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country. They identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory worker, lived a quiet and modest life and had no prior criminal record. When police located him in his minivan, they searched it and discovered a Walther P.22 semi-automatic pistol. The weapon was traced to a co-worker of Jeff, who had previously reported her laser-sighted gun stolen. Willis was arrested and taken into custody. A search of his home revealed a box containing assorted BDSM items, including handcuffs, chains, ropes, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet consistent with a Walther P22. The box also held insulin syringes filled with an unknown substance, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's body marked with injection points. On his computer were numerous videos showing disturbing kidnapping scenarios involving young women as victims. A concealed hard drive hidden inside a ventilation duct contained footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their awareness. A computer folder labeled victims contained 2 subfolders, one named after the missing Jessica Haringa and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Bletch, 36 years old, was tragically killed on June 29, 2014, about a year after Jessica Herringer disappeared, in an area only 20 minutes from where Jessica worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca went out for an evening jog, but never returned home. Neighbors found her lying in the road with her clothing disturbed. At first, it was believed she had been hit by a car, although she was unconscious and still had a pulse when discovered. Emergency services were summoned, but she died from her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy findings showed she died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head, along with multiple bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the perpetrator had not been identified and remained at large. However, 2 years following Jeffrey Willis's arrest, fresh evidence connected Rebecca's killing to a handgun discovered in Willis's minivan. Willis rejected any responsibility, yet prosecutors proposed that he attempted to abduct Rebecca and take her to his residence. When Rebecca fought back, Willis allegedly shot her and escaped. Subsequent forensic testing identified Rebecca's DNA on a glove recovered from Willis's home. Jeffrey Willis was found guilty of Rebecca Bletch's murder and was sentenced to life in prison. While serving that sentence, he also faced further charges connected to the abduction of Jessica Herringer. Although he consistently denied involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records demonstrated that on the night she vanished, he was present at the Exxon gas station where she was last observed. Afterward, he traveled to his late grandfather's house, located approximately 13 minutes from the station. When police arrived at his grandfather's property, they encountered a front door that was heavily fortified. Forced entry uncovered a collection of cleaning supplies, powders, and bleach stored in the basement. The production dates on these materials corresponded to early 2013, aligning with the period of Jessica's disappearance. Coworkers recalled that Jeffrey Willis was conspicuously absent on April 27, 2013, the day after Jessica went missing. When he returned to work several days later, he displayed noticeable deep scratches on his face and hands, which heightened suspicions among those familiar with him. A woman who visited the gas station on April 25, the day before Jessica disappeared, later contacted authorities. She arrived late at night and told Jessica she was uneasy about being there alone at that hour. Jessica nodded in response, appearing nervous and visibly frightened. At that point, an unidentified man inside the station reassured the woman by saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who watch out for her." He then exited the building. Still concerned for Jessica's safety, the visitor waited in her car outside until Jessica completed her shift and left. Tragically, Jessica vanished the next day in 2016. The gas station witness later positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling having seen him there. Investigators determined that Willis had regularly visited the Exxon gas station and interacted with Jessica Herringer on at least 15 occasions. At the same time, 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a correctional officer, was taken into custody. Kevin's contradictory statements during questioning ultimately resulted in a confession. He revealed details about Rebecca Bletch's death that had not been publicly released. Kevin also admitted to helping Jeffrey conceal Jessica's body. He explained that on April 27, the day after Jessica's abduction, Jeffrey invited him to his house for a party. When Kevin arrived at his late grandfather's home, he saw Jessica for the first time lying on the floor, restrained and without signs of life. The cousins wrapped her body in a sheet, transported it by car to a wooded area where Jeffrey had already dug a grave, and buried her there. They then returned to the house. When Kevin Bloom later guided police into the forest to locate Jessica Herringer's burial site, he spent a significant amount of time roaming through the area. Despite these efforts, he was unable to identify the exact spot where they had buried the body. Jeffrey Willis's trial proceeded even though Jessica Herringer's body was never recovered, either alive or deceased. Prosecutors presented extensive evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder, arguing that he had been stalking Jessica for a prolonged period of time. On the night of April 26, 2013, he allegedly parked his vehicle close to the service entrance of the gas station. Entering the building, he is said to have struck Jessica on the head with his firearm. During the attack, it was reported that the gun's laser sight cover came loose and Jessica's blood spilled onto the floor. Willis then allegedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and placed her in the back seat of his vehicle. He transported her to his late grandfather's house, where he carried out his most horrific acts. Forensic computer examination revealed that Jeffrey Willis had saved photographs and news articles related to the search for Jessica on his computer. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that Willis used a password shown on the screen that consisted of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, believed to be the day she died. Willis continually denied his guilt, asserting that he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His attorneys argued that there was no direct evidence connecting him to the crime, and no DNA belonging to Jessica was found in Willis's house or vehicle. The defense suggested that her disappearance could be connected to illegal drug trafficking, as Dakota had stated that Jessica had developed a serious substance abuse problem. Despite these claims, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of the murder of Jessica Haringa and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Throughout the trial, he showed no remorse or empathy. His cousin, Kevin Bloom, was convicted of assisting in the disposal of Jessica's body. Kevin received a sentence of 2 years in prison along with 5 years of probation. His suspension from his position within the prison system was another setback for Jeffrey Willis. Years after his conviction, the story surrounding him took an unexpected turn. He became a suspect in an older unresolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, a young woman named Angela Thorbug was found dead. Her killer remained at large. Ed Willis, who graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, later became linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, the 28-year-old Willis was employed as a janitor at his former high school. Concerns arose when the principal noticed that he spent an excessive amount of time in the computer lab during working hours. The principal initiated a review of his computer activity. Although the results were never disclosed, Willis was asked to resign immediately after the review. The investigation into Angela's murder remains largely shrouded in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica Haringa's disappearance, and her remains have still not been found. This tragedy led to a legal dispute over the custody of her son Zahn between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family assumed responsibility for raising Zahn. Beyond the custody battle, Jessica's parents became strong advocates for legislative change following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts resulted in the passage of a law requiring gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras. The intention was to help prevent similar tragedies in the future. Case of Connie Olm. Connie Olm was born on July 18, 1974, in Malaysia. She was the younger of 2 daughters and shared a very close bond with her parents. In 1995, Connie moved to the United States to pursue higher education and a career in information technology. While residing in the United States, Connie met a man named Brandon. He was an American and an ethnic Chinese whose parents had emigrated from Singapore over 20 years earlier. Initially, Connie and Brandon were merely friends, but their friendship eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Brandon became an important figure in Connie's life, supporting and assisting her in multiple ways. They married in 2001. Connie's life seemed on track in 2003. She worked as an analyst in San Diego, was planning a future with her husband, and hoped to start a family. Her life changed dramatically that year. The difficulties began when Connie's father, Ong Bai-yong, was diagnosed with cancer. Connie decided to fly to Malaysia to support her family during this challenging period. On June 1, 2003, Connie and her husband, Brandon, arrived in Malaysia. However, Brandon returned to the United States after a few days, leaving Connie to care for her father in Kuala Lumpur. Despite the distance, Connie and Brandon remained close through daily phone calls. They spoke for hours, sharing stories about their daily lives, including details about their 2 pets. Connie's father underwent surgery to remove a kidney, but fortunately, his health began to improve. As he recovered, Connie arranged her return to the United States, scheduling a flight for June 14, 2003. Connie organized a farewell dinner at a local restaurant on the evening before her departure and invited her mother, sister, and closest friends to attend. On the evening of June 13, 2003, Connie and her mother arrived at the meeting place later than the others. They had difficulty finding a parking spot in front of the mall, so Connie parked in the underground lot. However, her mother was more concerned about the poor lighting in the lot than the parking fee. Once they reached the second-floor restaurant, Connie was excited to reunite with her childhood friends whom she had not seen in a long time. They spent several hours catching up, but Connie soon noticed that her mother, Pearlie, appeared tired. When Connie asked if her mother wanted to leave, Pearlie said she had much to do that day. Connie was fine with leaving early and promised her friends she would return soon. Connie, her mother, and her sister Elsie rose from the table to pay for their parking. They proceeded to the payment terminal, located on the first floor, one floor above the underground parking. While waiting in line, Connie realized she had left the parking ticket in their car. She asked her sister and mother to stay in line while she went back to retrieve it. Elsie and Pearlie waited for 10 more minutes, but Connie had still not returned. Then her sister began calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second went to voicemail. This was unusual, and Elsie and Pearlie immediately felt that something was wrong. They hurried to the parking lot, where they were shocked to find that Connie's car was no longer there. They searched the parking lot multiple times to be certain, and after confirming the car was indeed gone, they realized Connie must have disappeared along with it. Pearlie was convinced that something had happened to her daughter, as Connie would never leave without saying anything. Although the parking lot was poorly illuminated, it was equipped with surveillance cameras that could provide clues about what had occurred. The mall security initially refused to show Connie's relatives the footage, but relented after her mother pleaded for their assistance. At midnight, Pearlie and Elsie sat in front of a monitor and watched the shocking footage, which confirmed their worst fears. The recording showed Connie's car speeding out of the underground parking lot, crashing through the barrier. Although the footage quality was poor, it was clear that a man was driving, with Connie in the passenger seat. Her body was positioned as if she was attempting to distance herself from the driver, leaning against the door. Upon viewing the footage, Pearlie immediately filed a report for disappearance and kidnapping at a police station. The police launched an investigation while Connie's family and friends drove around Kuala Lumpur desperately searching for her purple proton tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Connie's husband, began to feel a growing sense of unease. He tried calling his wife multiple times, but she did not answer. He then contacted her mother, who informed him of the events that had taken place. The news of Connie's disappearance left Brandon in shock. Pearlie could hear him sobbing over the phone. As dawn broke, Connie's friends and family reluctantly returned home, their search efforts having produced no results. The police disseminated information about the disappearance and conducted their own search, but unfortunately, it did not result in any breakthroughs. Even the footage from the mall's parking lot, where Connie had been abducted, failed to provide leads to identify the driver. More than 72 hours had passed since Connie's loved ones last saw her. Authorities believed that if she had been kidnapped, it was not for ransom. If money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have demanded it by then. A disturbing discovery was made when police found Connie's car abandoned on a city street. The front right tire was severely damaged, showing it had been driven on while flat for some time, causing it to shred. In the back seat of the car, a large red stain was found on the passenger side. Forensic experts collected evidence, including scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other parts of the vehicle. Many clues were found in the car. Connie's family and friends held on to hope, praying for her safe return. However, their hopes were shattered the next day when her car was found. On June 17th, a road worker detected a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near the highway. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a body that someone had attempted to burn using 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police immediately arrived at the scene. They found 2 car tires filled with concrete, which had been used as stands for road signs, lying on top of the body. It appeared that whoever had concealed the body had tried to make identification more difficult. Although the discovery of the body seemed to confirm the family's worst fears, Connie's mother, Pearlie, refused to accept that her daughter was dead without official confirmation. "Until it is confirmed, we will continue to hope that she will turn up alive," she said. The family went to the morgue, but the doctors stated that they could not yet confirm the identity of the body. Connie's family provided DNA samples for comparison. Unfortunately, the results confirmed their worst nightmare. The body was indeed that of their daughter, Connie. Some sources claim that before the DNA test results, Connie's family had identified the jewelry on the body. However, as a loving mother, Pearlie clung to the hope that her daughter was still alive until the very end. The emotional torment she endured was unimaginable. The autopsy revealed that Connie had sustained 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, and a medical forensics expert identified signs of strangulation. A cloth had been tied around her neck in multiple knots, and semen was discovered inside her body, providing a source of DNA. A few days after the body was found, an incident raised questions regarding the police's handling of the case. An undercover officer, Subramaniam Ravichandran, reported to his superiors that on the night of Connie's disappearance, he was on duty with his partner, patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycles. Both officers were dressed in civilian clothes. They noticed a car parked improperly, taking up half the road, and stopped to check if anyone was inside. Ravichandran approached the driver's side and saw a man behind the wheel with a woman in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window, and when the man partially lowered it, Ravichandran displayed his police identification and asked what they were doing. The driver replied that they were just talking and not engaged in any illegal activity. Ravichandran then requested to see their IDs. As the driver handed over the documents, the woman in the passenger seat made unusual hand gestures, seemingly signaling for help, but ceased whenever her presumed boyfriend looked at her. Noticing this, Ravichandran asked the driver to step out of the vehicle. The driver responded aggressively, claiming Ravichandran was not a police officer but a thief. He then raised the window and reached for the ignition. Realizing the car might flee, Ravichandran drew his pistol and shot the right front wheel. Despite this, the car sped away. Ravichandran and his partner pursued on a motorcycle but were unable to catch up, which was puzzling given the car had a flat tire. At the time, the Malaysian Police Department was reportedly in a state of disarray, which might explain why the officer did not call for backup or report the incident immediately. The car with the flat tire was a purple Proton Tiara, driven by 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Aris, accompanied by a woman named Connie Alm. Although the police chase did not result in an immediate arrest, the officers were able to obtain documents from the driver. Tragically, Connie Alm was later found dead. It is possible that if the officer had acted differently during the encounter, the outcome could have been different. Unfortunately, Ravichandran only informed his superiors about the incident after Connie's body was discovered. The only positive outcome that night was that the police had obtained documents that could help identify the suspect. Besides Connie's family, many Malaysians attended her farewell ceremony. Her death was a devastating loss for her husband, Brandon. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Ahmad Najib. They discovered that he did not reside at the address listed in his documents, but his name was genuine, providing multiple leads to track him down. The police searched Ahmad Najib's name in the Registry of Documented Marriages and the National Agency of Social Support. They found a match, revealing that Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings and had dropped out of school to work and support his family. In 1998, he moved from Muar to Kuala Lumpur, where he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he had worked as a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. Knowing the name of Ahmad Najib's wife and her workplace, the police began surveillance. She worked at a metropolitan bank, and after her shift ended, undercover officers followed her to determine her home address. Now that the police knew where Ahmad Najib lived, they had to ensure he was inside the house without alerting him. For 3 days, they monitored the residence, but Ahmad Najib did not appear. At one point, investigators questioned whether he still lived with his family, but this was a premature conclusion. On the 4th day of surveillance, at around 4 a.m., a cab arrived at the house, and Ahmad Najib stepped out. Within a minute, he was handcuffed and taken to the police station for questioning. News of the arrest and the suspect's identity quickly reached the press. Many who knew Ahmad Najib were shocked to learn he was suspected of kidnapping and killing Connie Alm. Those familiar with him described Ahmad Najib as a devoted husband, a caring father of 2, and generally a good person. However, investigators soon discovered that he may have concealed a darker side. During the initial interrogation, Ahmad Najib remained calm and requested to speak only with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. It was not until he was confronted with evidence linking him to Connie Alm that Ahmad Najib began to deny any wrongdoing. His confidence appeared to falter as the evidence accumulated. Investigators presented him with 2 IDs he had given to an officer on the night of Connie Alm's kidnapping. They also revealed that blood stains had been found on his jacket and jeans, which DNA analysis would likely confirm belonged to Connie Alm. Realizing the officers had solid evidence and were not bluffing, Ahmad Najib confessed to kidnapping and killing Connie Alm. Within 10 days of the kidnapping, on June 23, 2003, he was brought to court, where he repeated his confession. The police then conducted an investigative experiment in which Ahmad Najib showed them all the locations he had been with Connie Alm. He provided a detailed account of how he forced her to be intimate with him multiple times, how he took her life, and how he attempted to dispose of her body. Evidence corroborating his statements was found at all the locations he directed the police to. The investigation began at the underground parking lot, where cameras had captured footage of Ahmad Najib. According to his statement, he had been waiting for his former boss, who had fired him and against whom he sought revenge. However, the claim regarding the former boss was never verified. Concealed in the darkness, he observed Connie Alm searching for something in her car and seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He forcibly pushed her into the vehicle, threatening that if she attempted to escape or seek help, she would face severe consequences. Overwhelmed, Connie Alm became disoriented and obeyed his instructions. He then took the driver's seat and sped out of the parking lot. After crashing through a barrier, he stopped in an industrial area where he began to harass Connie Alm. Just then, a plainclothes police officer approached the car. Ahmad Najib falsely told the officer that he had not realized he had taken the wrong person until the officer asked for identification from him and his victim. Even if Ahmad Najib had intended to kidnap his former boss, his guilt remains unchanged. Undoubtedly, his former boss would have suffered the same fate as Connie Alm. According to Ahmad Najib, he managed to evade the pursuing officer. Despite the officer possessing his documents, Ahmad Najib did not consider releasing Connie Alm. Instead, he stopped the car on the street to replace a tire damaged by a bullet. Nearby, a car containing a woman was parked where he had pulled over. He approached her and asked for a car jack to change his tire. However, he noticed Connie Alm signaling to her, and she handed him the jack. He abandoned the plan to change the tire and drove off immediately. Later, he stopped in a secluded area and used a knife to threaten Connie Alm, forcing her to engage in intimate acts with him. Afterwards, he drove to another district, where he again coerced Connie Alm into satisfying him, both of them in the back seat. Connie Alm pleaded for mercy, but he took her life instead. He then disposed of her body in a manhole near a highway, moved the car to another location, and abandoned it there. 16 hours later, he returned to the scene with a gasoline canister in an attempt to conceal evidence of the crime. DNA analysis confirmed that the semen found in Connie Alm's body belonged to Ahmad Najib bin Aris. His DNA was also found in the car, along with his fingerprints, providing further irrefutable proof of his guilt. Additionally, analysis revealed that the blood on his jacket and jeans belonged to Connie Alm. The trial began on September 15, 2003, 3 months after Connie Alm's death. This high-profile case attracted widespread attention from the Malaysian media and public. The trial drew not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also individuals seeking to enhance their reputation, including numerous attorneys representing Ahmad Najib. Despite admitting guilt during the investigation and the overwhelming evidence, including DNA proof, Ahmad Najib changed his stance after consulting 6 attorneys. At his first trial, he claimed his confession had been made under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Ahmad Najib had confessed immediately after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse and that Ahmad Najib appeared calm and relaxed. The attorneys then shifted their strategy, claiming that Connie Alm had been in the car with Ahmad Najib voluntarily. They argued that Connie Alm, a black belt in Taekwondo, should have attempted to escape if she had been held against her will. This attempt to blame Connie Alm was rejected, as people respond differently to critical situations. Another claim arose, suggesting that Connie Alm had consensual intimacy with Ahmad Najib and that her death resulted from strangulation used to enhance the experience. Forensic experts rejected this account. The cloth around Connie's neck was tied in multiple knots, indicating she had no opportunity to loosen it. Indeed, the cloth was so tight that the skin beneath was the only area on her body unaffected by the fire. Furthermore, the cloth was of a type used for cleaning plane windows, and given the defendant's occupation as a cabin cleaner, this linked him more closely to the crime. The lawyers also struggled to explain the stab wounds on Connie's body. At this point, Ahmad Najib's attorneys advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many questioned why Connie did not attempt to escape the car when she had at least 2 opportunities. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib bin Aris was convicted of all charges connected to the crime against Connie Alm. The evidence pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. Ahmad Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years imprisonment and 10 strokes of the cane for violating Connie Alm's sexual integrity, in addition to the death penalty for causing her death. In Malaysia, the death penalty is carried out by hanging, a method that differs significantly from lethal injection used in other countries such as the USA. Ahmad Najib's lawyers attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but were unsuccessful both times. In 2010, Ahmad Najib petitioned the head of state to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, maintaining his innocence. However, his plea for clemency was rejected. More than 13 years after Connie Alm's death, on September 23, 2016, Ahmad Najib's sentence was carried out. He was 40 years old at the time of his execution. Moving on to the next case. Keisla Rodriguez and her unborn child. During the London Olympics, a young Puerto Rican boxer, Felix Verdejo Sanchez, emerged as a shining star. Heralded as a diamond, he was regarded as one of the most promising athletes from his country, with predictions of future titles and gold medals. Everyone believed that this talented and driven young man would reach incredible heights in the world of sports. In 2021, Felix Verdejo's name resurfaced in the global media, but this time it appeared in the crime section. The story revolved around a teenage romance that developed into an obsession, ultimately culminating in a horrific tragedy. This tale also highlighted how the 2014 Knockout of the Year recipient, praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko, narrowly avoided a death sentence and was instead sentenced to life imprisonment. Despite overwhelming evidence and his accomplice's confession, Verdejo continues to deny any guilt. Born on May 19, 1993, in San Juan, Puerto Rico, Felix grew up in a modest, large family and had a passion for sports from an early age. Initially, he planned to pursue a career in baseball, but a pivotal incident changed his path. At 9 years old, after a quarrel and fight with a visiting friend's son, Felix's father suggested he take up boxing if he wanted to fight. Felix fell in love with boxing from his first training session at the local gym. By 16, Felix won the Pan American Junior Championships, followed by his country's championship a year later. In 2012, he reached the quarterfinals at the London Olympics, marking the beginning of his impressive professional career. Verdejo had 29 fights, securing 27 victories. In 2014, he was credited with the year's best knockout against Sergio Villanueva. A year later, Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, which he defended 6 times over 2 years. His skill and talent left no doubt that he was destined for greatness in boxing history. Keisla Rodriguez, born in November 1993 in San Juan, had a similar background. Her full name was Keisla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. She grew up in a close-knit family with her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, her sister, Barilais Nicole, and her half-brother, Jonathan. Keisla was outgoing, excelled in school, and loved animals, aspiring to become a veterinarian. Her sister, Barilais, was her confidant and best friend. Keisla and Felix attended the same school and developed a romantic relationship in their teenage years. When Keisla's parents divorced in 2011, her mother moved to Florida, but Keisla and her sister remained in San Juan, staying closely connected. At 18, the promising boxer Felix, who had already competed in the Olympics, began dating Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra, a young aspiring model. Despite being in a relationship with Elisa, Felix continued seeing his childhood friend Keisla. Keisla's sister and mother knew about the affair and disapproved of it, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Elisa believed she was Felix's one true love and future wife, while Keisla, aware of Felix's engagement, found herself unable to break away from him. Felix's relationships were tumultuous, marked by his rising fame and the constant attention from admirers. Despite his serious relationship with Elisa, he could not let go of Keisla. This love triangle, filled with deception and emotional turmoil, ultimately led to a tragic conclusion. The once promising star of Puerto Rican boxing, who seemed destined for greatness, ended up in the criminal chronicles, his legacy forever marred by the events that unfolded in 2021. On top of that, he was her first great love. And deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married the young Eliza, who at that time was barely 19 years old. By then, Eliza was already quite a famous model, had tens of thousands of followers on social media, and had also opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious motorcycle accident while rushing. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, seriously feared that his talented charge would go off the rails at the height of his career. But Felix, contrary to the disappointing prognosis, made a rapid recovery and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted on his social media profile a picture with Eliza, who was heavily pregnant. In the caption he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess." A month later, he announced the birth of a daughter, who was given the name Miranda Verdejo Santiago. In public, the young man appeared to be a loving husband, caring father, and exemplary family man. But secretly, he continued to meet with case law, who could not let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected that her husband was cheating on her. But every time, he tearfully vowed to leave his mistress. Case law repeatedly tried to break off this painful relationship, but Felix would not let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he found out that Case law had someone, it would be bad for her and her chosen one. Case law herself, who had been in love with Verdejo since high school, continued to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, focused her life on caring for animals and got a job at the Center of Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which she simply adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Case law. The wife confronted her husband, gave him a scandal, and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbid him from seeing his daughter. Eliza's threats had an effect. In addition, the athlete's career at that time was experiencing a serious decline and unnecessary problems he did not need. For a while, he truly stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix still would not let her go, trying to control almost every step. After a few months, Case law resumed secret visits. In April 2021, Case law discovered that she was pregnant. She bought a rapid test at the drugstore, which confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and told her everything. Abortion was out of the question, because Case law was already 27 years old and prepared to have a child, even if she had to raise it alone. A few days later, Case law informed the father of her child, hoping in her heart that he would accept it. But Felix was far from happy. He became angry and told his mistress that she should go to the doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would have to have an abortion. Naturally, Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer continued to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child would ultimately destroy his reputation, and this he could not allow. After Kaisla's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Case law immediately get rid of the child, but she once again responded with a categorical refusal. Then the athlete decided to act surreptitiously, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally see the issued medical certificate. He arranged a meeting with Case law in the evening at a crowded location, which did not surprise her because they had always tried to avoid drawing attention to themselves and never met where others could see them. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend Luis Antonio Paredes, who worked at a local machine shop and also had ties to the criminal underworld, including selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and asked him to help get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis, who had previously been on the police's radar, was scared by the prospect of prison. But the athlete was persistent, assuring him that everything would go smoothly and the authorities would never catch them. Moreover, Felix promised him a substantial cash reward, and Luis agreed, with the support of an accomplice. Felix called Case law and told her that he wanted to meet on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after speaking to her lover, Case law called her sister and told her everything. She still hoped that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. But Bareilles was deeply alarmed by the situation. She knew that her sister had been threatened by the boyfriend and feared he might act on his threats. Bareilles called their mother to share her concerns, but together they could not dissuade Caselah from attending the fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, carrying a doctor's note, arrived in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Caselah immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He again pressured her to terminate the pregnancy, but Caselah, crying, refused. A violent quarrel erupted, escalating into shouting. Then Felix suddenly struck Caselah in the head with his fist, causing her to lose consciousness immediately. While she remained unconscious, Felix retrieved a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the car's glove compartment, which Luis had obtained at his request, and injected her. Together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had been prepared. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the weight, and covered her with a tarp to prevent anyone from seeing her. Felix returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Caselah's car. They drove to a bridge over the San Jose Lagoon, a virtually deserted location at night. Ensuring no one could see them, they threw Caselah, still alive, into the water. Afterwards, they fired several test shots using the firearms they had brought, leaving her no chance of survival. Once the act was complete, each perpetrator went home. The following day, Caselah's co-workers became concerned when she failed to show up at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center. Caselah had always been responsible and would never miss work without informing anyone. Since she did not answer her phone, her sister was contacted to check on her. After several unsuccessful attempts, her sister went to Caselah's house. No one answered the door, but Bareilles had a spare key and entered without difficulty. She was met only by hungry animals who had gone almost 24 hours without food. Panic-stricken, Bareilles realized something terrible or irreparable had happened to Caselah. She immediately called their mother, informed the police of her suspicions and the threats to her sister, and called Felix, who claimed he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meeting. Caselah's mother immediately booked the first flight from Florida to San Juan, fearing that her daughter might have been taken to a private clinic and forced to undergo an abortion without consent. Kayla could barely entertain the thought that Caselah might no longer be alive. Her first step was to question neighbors and co-workers, but none had noticed anything suspicious or could provide useful information for the investigation. In parallel, messages about Caselah's disappearance were circulated widely on social media, urging anyone with knowledge of her fate or whereabouts to come forward. The case quickly attracted intense public attention, and once it became known that Caselah had been in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was pregnant, reporters flocked to interview her family members. The relatives did not hold back, openly expressing their suspicions and, in particular, blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Caselah's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city, with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of a struggle were evident in the car, providing a faint hope that she might still be alive. On May 1st, a passerby walking along the bridge over the lagoon noticed a shape in the shallow water resembling a human body and immediately reported it to the police. Authorities soon recovered the body of a young woman, presumably the same person the city had been searching for over several days. Caselah's family arrived to identify the body, clinging to the hope that it might not be her. But their hopes were dashed. The body had been submerged for several days and had suffered significant changes. Caselah was finally identified thanks to a distinctive tattoo on her arm. News of the gruesome discovery sparked outrage among city residents, who began gathering spontaneously in rallies demanding justice for the perpetrators. On the same day, Felix Verdejo was detained and brought in for questioning. He categorically denied any involvement, claiming he had been at home with his family on the night of Caselah's disappearance. With no immediate charges, he was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was his legal wife, who admitted during initial questioning that she knew about his affair with Caselah, but had only just learned of the pregnancy. She also did not confirm his alibi, stating that he had not been at home the night of the murder. Investigators immediately reviewed traffic surveillance footage along the route to the bridge from which Caselah had been thrown. The footage revealed Felix's pickup truck traveling ahead of Caselah's Kia Forte, but the victim was clearly not driving. The boxer's car was seized for examination, and investigators discovered hair belonging to the deceased inside. Luis, Felix's accomplice, was the first to surrender to authorities, agreeing to provide a full confession in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix, however, refused to cooperate, remained silent, and continued to deny his guilt despite the mounting evidence. Authorities also confiscated a firearm from Felix, which he had used to shoot at the victim from the bridge, and confirmed it had been registered to him. Cell phone records verified that Felix, Luis, and Kaisla had all been at the same location on the night of the crime. Kaisla's final farewell took place on May 8th, garnering national attention. The funeral became both a memorial and a public statement calling for the full punishment of those responsible, as well as raising awareness about the issue of gender-based violence. Her coffin was transported in a white carriage, rather than a traditional hearse, while white flower petals were scattered from above. Numerous prominent Puerto Ricans, including celebrities, athletes, politicians, and public figures, spoke out about the tragic, high-profile case. Felix Verdejo was formally charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. While these combined offenses could have warranted the death penalty, the family of the deceased requested from the outset that the court impose life imprisonment instead, hoping that the perpetrator would endure the rest of his life in captivity. The trial faced multiple postponements due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but by spring 2021, proceedings were conducted virtually. The court determined that the crime had been committed by a group acting in prior conspiracy and with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman. The chain of events that night, along with key details of the crime, was largely reconstructed thanks to the testimony of Luis, who admitted his role and did not deny his guilt. Luis confirmed that he had obtained the drugs for injection and brought the wire and concrete block to dispose of the body at Felix's request. Despite this, Felix continued to insist on his non-involvement, though his denials held little weight against the evidence. Meanwhile, his legal wife, who had testified in court, filed for divorce almost immediately after his arrest. She sought to distance herself from the case, focusing on raising their young daughter and developing her business. According to later reports, Elisa Santiago remarried. She revealed in interviews that she had repeatedly received anonymous death threats, some targeting her daughter Miranda as well. Although speculation arose that these threats could have been connected to Felix, no evidence was found to substantiate this. In the summer of 2023, the jury, having reviewed all the evidence and heard the testimonies of every witness, announced that they were ready to deliver the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice, Luis Cadiz, were found guilty on all charges. The sentencing, however, had not yet taken place, with the next court hearing scheduled for mid-November 2023. It is widely expected that both men will receive life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for their roles in the deaths of Kaisla Rodriguez and her unborn child. Moving on to the next case. The case of Kenneth Keith. Michael Hawkinsmith, 35, was born in Danville, Kentucky. He was a recognized pastor at a local church within his community. After serving there for many years, he decided to accept a position at a local pawn shop called ABC while continuing to work part-time as a pastor. Due to health problems experienced by the previous owner, Michael eventually assumed full control of the pawn shop. Michael was an honest and helpful individual, which enabled him to easily form relationships with customers. In his personal life, he was married to Angela, and they had 2 children, Andrew and Naomi. Michael and Angela owned a pawn shop named ABC Gold, Games and More, situated in Danville, Kentucky. They homeschooled their 9-year-old son, Andrew, and cared for their infant daughter, Naomi. Andrew often visited the pawn shop and considered it his play area. On the morning of September 20th, 2013, the Hawkinsmiths went to the ABC store as planned. That morning, Dan Smith, a regular visitor to the pawn shop, arrived as scheduled. Smith, commonly known as the Gold Man, specialized in trading gold between pawn shops across the state. About 15 minutes after the store opened, while Michael and Smith were conducting their business, a bearded man entered the store and ordered everyone to get on the ground, initiating a series of alarming events. Andrew was at the ABC store when his mother, Angela, instructed him to hide. Perceiving the tense situation, he promptly called the police to report what was occurring. 6 minutes after the alarm was raised, the police arrived at the scene of the murders. Upon entering the building, they discovered a substantial trail of blood that led them to Michael Hawkinsmith. They then found his wife, Angela, 38, and another victim, Dan Smith, 60, a broker, on the opposite side of the counter. All three victims had suffered severe gunshot wounds to their heads and bodies. Police later found 9-year-old Andrew and 14-month-old Naomi hiding in a closet. They had endured extreme trauma and were left without their parents, becoming orphans. While examining the crime scene, police found 14 spent shell casings and 3 intact bullets, along with a briefcase that belonged to Dan Smith. Importantly, the victim's personal belongings and all the cash in the register were left untouched, indicating that robbery was not the motive. The investigation was further complicated by the lack of surveillance cameras at the pawn shop, necessitating that police seek out potential witnesses. An employee from Rainbowy Cleaners, a nearby dry cleaning business, provided key information by describing a vehicle that had been parked near the shop that morning. The vehicle in question was a silver pickup truck driven by a large man with a bushy beard. While one team of investigators scoured the area, another team faced the challenging task of notifying the victim's closest relatives about the tragedy. Michael's parents were devastated by the news, but felt relieved that their grandchildren, Andrew and Naomi, had survived. The tragic news also reached the daughter of the third victim, Dan Smith. Dan had been involved in purchasing precious metals and possessed extensive knowledge in his field, which allowed him to connect with numerous people. His work often required him to handle large amounts of cash, sometimes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars. Police began to suspect that Dan Smith might have been the primary target of the perpetrator. Through surveillance, they discovered that before visiting the ABC Gold, Games and More shop, Dan Smith had stopped at the Lawson Jewelry Store in Harrodsburg, located 10 miles northeast of Danville. Inside the jewelry store, investigators discovered a surveillance camera mounted on the far wall, which recorded every customer entering and exiting. They wanted to determine if anyone had been following Dan Smith. At 8:16 a.m., Dan Smith entered the store, and no other customers were present at that time. Dan Smith was seen carrying a briefcase that resembled exactly the one later found at the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop. He smiled at the woman working behind the counter and then proceeded toward the back of the store. Shortly afterward, he reappeared on the footage, spoke briefly with an elderly woman who had just arrived, and then left the store quickly. The exterior camera footage did not show any suspicious activity. The police could only monitor Dan Smith, unaware that he would soon become involved in a tragic event. Andrew Hawkinsmith was taken to the police station to provide his testimony. He explained that he had been at the pawn shop with his parents when Dan Smith entered carrying a bag of money. While Michael and Dan were speaking, a stranger entered and immediately demanded the bag of money. Andrew reported that Dan Smith quickly handed his money bag to the stranger. He mentioned that his father asked the man to stop, but the man shot his father with a handgun resembling the one Andrew usually played with. Following this, his mother instructed him to take his younger sister, Naomi, to the back of the store and hide in the closet. Andrew grabbed his sister and found a hiding place. At that moment, the assailant aimed a gun at Angela. The 9-year-old boy believed the stranger was after money. He described the intruder as a very tall man with an artificial-looking beard, consistent with what a witness from Rainbowy Cleaners had reported. During the investigation, police examined the Hawkinsmith family's business closely. They discovered that the ABC Gold, Games and More pawn shop was actually owned by Steve Devine. Typically, he was present during transactions on Fridays with Dan Smith, but on the morning of September 20th, he was absent. This absence raised concerns, and determining his whereabouts became a high priority. Steve Devine claimed he had an allergic reaction that morning, causing him to cancel all appointments. His wife corroborated his account. Additionally, his alibi and the fact that he did not possess a silver pickup truck cleared him as a suspect. Steve Devine explained that no surveillance cameras were present in the pawn shop because the previous owner, Kenneth Allen Keith, had removed the security system. The new owner had not yet installed a replacement. Kenneth Allen Keith, 48, is a pastor like Michael Hawkinsmith. After being diagnosed with brain cancer, he sold his pawn shop. However, he still owns a similar business called Gold Rush Buyers, located in Pulaski County near Danville's Bowles District. Kenneth and Michael have been friends for 15 years, a relationship that began when Michael worked at a church youth camp. The Hawkinsmith family held great respect for Pastor Kenneth, who was like a beloved uncle to Andrew. As investigators had few leads, they decided to review street surveillance footage from around ABC Gold, Games and More, as well as from several nearby pawn shops. They discovered a camera installed on the office building of Danville Rentals, a real estate company. The surveillance video captured a silver pickup truck at 8:45 a.m., but the footage was too blurry to identify the license plate or the vehicle's make. However, eyewitness testimony from Rainbowy Cleaners was crucial in assisting the police to identify the vehicle involved. The witness noted that the vehicle was an older model with a distinctive square body shape. The video evidence also clearly showed a square rear bumper matching this description. The color, type, and shape of the vehicle suggested that police may have located the perpetrator's vehicle. They then extended their search to surveillance systems located farther from the pawn shop. At 8:17 a.m., cameras at Ephraim McDowell Hospital recorded the same vehicle. Investigators confirmed that it was a silver Dodge pickup truck. Dan Smith's family was devastated by his death. Though overwhelmed with grief, they attended the funeral and managed to control their anger. Meanwhile, the Danville police appealed to the public for any information regarding the crime or the vehicle involved. On September 24th, police received a call from Tracy Hurl, a pastor from Warren, Michigan. He stated that he was a friend of Kenneth Keith and mentioned that during their last conversation, they discussed the Danville murders. During that conversation, Kenneth seemed different. Pastor Kenneth told Tracy that he had been driving to Danville that day to obtain medication for his wife. Kenneth also expressed feelings of guilt about the situation, as he had allowed Michael Hawkinsmith to take over his former business. It became apparent that Kenneth's relationship with the Hawkinsmith family was not as others had perceived. Tracy reported a conversation with Kenneth in which Kenneth accused Michael of being a fraud and claimed that Michael had attempted to take over his business. This raised suspicions and led to Kenneth being considered a suspect. To verify Kenneth's alibi, investigators planned to review surveillance footage from Good Neighbor Pharmacy, where Kenneth stated he had purchased medication for his wife at 9:24 a.m. Surveillance footage showed that Kenneth entered the pharmacy. However, just a few minutes earlier, he was not wearing a green jacket, nor did he have a beard, which were significant features of a suspect. This did not eliminate the possibility that Kenneth could still have been involved in the attack. Notably, there was a 6-minute gap between Andrew Hawkinsmith's call to the police and Kenneth's arrival at the pharmacy. Police investigated whether it was feasible to travel from the crime scene to Good Neighbor Pharmacy within that time frame. They determined the trip took approximately 5 minutes, suggesting that Kenneth could have committed the murders, quickly driven to the pharmacy, and established a convincing alibi. Additionally, a key piece of evidence was that Kenneth owned a silver, unregistered 2008 Dodge pickup truck. All the evidence collected was circumstantial and insufficient to warrant an arrest. Consequently, investigators requested that Tracy Hurl participate in a series of staged phone calls targeting Kenneth. Fortunately, Tracy agreed to assist. During these calls, Kenneth eventually revealed his true feelings about the Hawkinsmith family. Everyone had been anticipating this moment. Kenneth began discussing details of the case that had not previously been disclosed. He stated that he had been in Danville, specifically at the pharmacy. He confirmed that he was present at the pharmacy during the events in question. Kenneth then clarified that he had left Danville and returned to Somerset. After that, he drove to the car wash to prepare for a planned family vacation. At 10:50 a.m., camera footage captured Kenneth walking down the hallway toward the cash register with a noticeable smile on his face. Additional footage from outside the building recorded Pastor Kenneth leaving the car wash in the same silver Dodge at 11:25 a.m., which corresponded with earlier images from various surveillance cameras in Danville. At that point, police had sufficient evidence to arrest Kenneth. However, when they suggested a lie detector test to determine his involvement in the case, he reacted oddly. He stated that he would be unable to pass the test because, during his military service, he had participated in special missions in which he had killed several individuals. Investigators executed a search warrant at Kenneth's pawn shop and uncovered critical evidence. They found a fake beard and a substantial amount of cash, for which there was no legal explanation regarding its origin. Notably, they also discovered bundles of money tied with ribbons labeled with the name of the bank that issued them, indicating that Dan Smith had been a customer. Further investigation revealed that the money found in Keith's pawn shop had recently been withdrawn from the account of a deceased broker, raising suspicions about his involvement. Additionally, investigators found several .22 caliber shell casings in the pawn shop. Ballistic analysis confirmed that these casings were fired from the same type of weapon used to shoot Andrew and Naomi's parents. Kenneth Allen Keith faced 3 charges of first-degree murder and 1 count of robbery. He believed that Michael and Steve were plotting to remove him from the business. Despite his beliefs, no evidence supported the claim that Michael and Steve were involved in any conspiracy. When Kenneth encountered Dan Smith at the pawn shop, he attempted to construct a fake scheme to convince the police that the incident was a robbery. However, the plan failed when police investigations found no evidence of wrongdoing by Michael and Steve. On September 20th, Kenneth drove his silver Dodge Caravan to Danville. He circled the pawn shop until he spotted Dan Smith's car parked nearby. Kenneth then shot and killed Dan Smith, Michael Hawkinsmith, and Angela Hawkinsmith. After stealing all the cash, Kenneth calmly left the crime scene and proceeded to the Good Neighbor Pharmacy. This visit was captured by surveillance cameras, which allowed him to fabricate a false alibi. Kenneth then washed his car, seemingly attempting to remove any potential evidence from it. Before his sentencing in 2017, Kenneth Allen Keith admitted guilt to all charges and was consequently sentenced to life in prison. Reflecting on the tragic events involving the Hawkinsmith family and Dan Smith, it is evident that this story resonates deeply with many. The grief experienced by the community underscores the fragility of trust, especially when betrayal comes from those considered friends. As the investigation revealed the chilling motives of Kenneth Allen Keith, it served as a stark reminder of how quickly an ordinary day can turn into a nightmare. The innocence of the children, caught in such horrific circumstances, evokes profound empathy and admiration for their resilience. Furthermore, this case underscores the critical need for safety measures within our communities, reminding us of the significance of vigilance and awareness in daily life. While the final sentencing provided some measure of justice, the emotional wounds inflicted on the families and the wider community will persist for a long time. Ultimately, may we internalize these lessons, value our loved ones, and cultivate a spirit of compassion and understanding in the face of unimaginable grief. Moving on to the next case. The case of Megan Landowski. Megan Landowski lived near the Chesapeake Bay in Portsmouth, Virginia, a bustling seaport town hosting both the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard. Her family included Navy officer Chris Short, his wife Angela, and their 3 stepchildren, Elizabeth Gable, Megan Landowski, and Corey Landowski. After spending a year stationed at the naval base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Chris was transferred to a naval hospital in Portsmouth, providing relief for his family. Megan, the eldest at 16 years old, immediately enrolled in dance classes following the move. From an early age, Megan demonstrated a deep passion for dance and remarkable talent, beginning with ballet and quickly branching into multiple dance genres. Her mother described her as beautiful, friendly, and talented, and Megan easily adapted to her new academic environment at Woodrow Wilson High School. Possessing a magnetic personality, she forged friendships quickly and expressed a desire to attend a regular high school to remain close to her neighborhood peers. Described as vivacious and kind, Megan had a natural gift for forming connections with those around her. Thursday, April 10, 2008, began like any other spring morning. Megan awoke early, conversing with her mother about an upcoming test before heading off to school. After exchanging farewells, they went their separate ways, unaware it would be the last time Angela would see her daughter alive. Megan's school day ended early, and she returned home, leaving a voicemail for her mother detailing her day, reassuring her of her safe arrival, and ending with an expression of love. She then began preparing lunch for herself. Around 4 p.m., Chris returned home to find the front door open. Initially unconcerned, thinking Megan had simply left it ajar despite warnings, he called her name but received no response. Moving through the house, he entered the kitchen and was confronted with a horrifying sight. Megan lay lifeless on the floor, the victim of murder. Chris later recalled finding her, comparing her stillness to that of a porcelain doll, hauntingly staring into the void. Detective Doug Funkhauser, en route to celebrate his wedding anniversary, received the distressing call about a young girl's murder. Upon arriving at the residence in Portsmouth, he observed blood stains on the door handle, immediately signaling a violent crime. Inside, he discovered the gruesome scene. Megan's partially naked body sprawled on the kitchen floor, surrounded by a large pool of blood, bearing multiple stab wounds across her back, neck, face, and throat, with her mouth sealed shut by tape. For Detective Funkhauser, an experienced investigator, this case was among the most brutal he had encountered, intensified by the fact that the victim was a young child and by his own role as a parent of 3. The horror of the scene fueled his resolve to bring the perpetrator to justice. Despite Megan not inviting the killer into her house, there were no indications of forced entry. However, a leaf discovered inside, traced back to the bush by the window, indicated that the assailant had entered through the first-floor window. The attack began in an upstairs bedroom, evident from the disheveled bed that suggested a struggle. Her underwear lay on the floor, and a tape dispenser under the left corner of the bed corresponded to the tape used to bind her. Bloodstained tape was collected for analysis. Police seized pillows, sheets, and blankets for forensic examination. Disturbing evidence in the bedroom, including seminal fluid on the juvet and in Megan's underwear, suggested she had been sexually assaulted before the brutal attack downstairs. Megan sustained 43 stab wounds, 11 of which occurred after her death. She was found naked from the waist down, with her arms bound behind her with tape. The forensic team quickly identified the probable murder weapon. They discovered a knife missing from the kitchen counter holder and eventually located it in the sink. Megan was first attacked in her room, but fled downstairs before being fatally assaulted. The perpetrator moved through the house, leaving footprints and washing their hands in the sink, leaving behind one of the 2 knives used in the murder. The other knife, taken from the kitchen block, was found in a nearby storm drain. Detectives realized they needed to apprehend the murderer promptly. The investigation began swiftly, with officers thoroughly searching the area, looking for witnesses who may have seen or heard something suspicious during the crime. Unfortunately, no one provided any useful information, and it seemed like the culprit had fled unnoticed. The town was gripped by fear, with parents worried about their children's safety. Many too scared to sleep at night, aware that a killer was on the loose. After their daughter's murder, Angela and Chris quickly told the police they suspected Robert Hickey, a friend of Chris from the Navy who had a troubled past. When Megan was 16, Robert, who also worked with Chris, sexually assaulted her. Megan started acting differently and doing poorly in school. Chris noticed and asked her what was wrong. Eventually, Megan admitted that Robert was abusing her. Chris was angered and disgusted, immediately cutting off all connections with the Hickey family and reporting the abuse. At this point, Megan's parents had initiated legal action just 5 months before her murder, with a trial awaiting. They now suspected that Robert had killed Megan to prevent her from testifying against him, fearing the potential damage to his reputation and the risk of incarceration. Megan had even voiced concerns about him coming after her, and tragically, it appeared her apprehensions had materialized. Officers went to Hickey's house looking for evidence related to a murder, but they didn't find anything incriminating. However, when they later examined his computer, they discovered that someone had attempted to delete everything on the hard drive. A recently deleted file was found containing illegal images of underage children. This led to Hickey being charged with possessing child pornography and made him the primary suspect in the murder case. He was brought in for questioning regarding the murder, with authorities hoping for a confession. Despite appearing visibly nervous during the interview, Robert claimed to have been at the Navy base the entire day of Megan's murder, denying any involvement and asserting that he had not left the base on the day of the incident. After corroborating his timeline with his colleagues, police realized there was a period during which Robert had not been seen, raising the possibility of his involvement in the murder. Surveillance footage from the base was obtained, but no evidence of Robert leaving was observed. Nevertheless, he remained a suspect and could not be entirely ruled out. A DNA swab was taken from Robert to compare with the DNA found at the crime scene, and the results were surprising. There was no match. Robert was not Megan's killer. This setback left the officers disheartened, as they found themselves without any leads or suspects. Attention then shifted to Chris, who had discovered her body. After obtaining a DNA sample, he was quickly cleared as a suspect. Additionally, all of Megan's family members, including her younger brother Corey, were also cleared of involvement. An autopsy later revealed the extreme brutality of the murder, with Megan being subjected to what was described as overkill. The level of violence suggested intense anger from the perpetrator, raising questions about their motive given Megan's popularity and apparent lack of enemies. It seemed likely that the culprit was someone known to her, but with no evident enemies, the mystery deepened regarding who would commit such a horrific act. As the investigation yielded no suspects, Megan's parents grappled with the unsettling prospect that her case might remain unresolved, depriving them of justice for their daughter. Detectives decided to investigate Megan's school life more deeply, considering the possibility of a secret boyfriend, an admirer, or an adversary within her school community. They questioned Megan's close friend in hopes of uncovering potential leads, but she was unable to provide any useful information. Subsequently, police interviewed other acquaintances from Woodrow Wilson High School, revealing that Megan had been involved in a few romantic relationships, though none were particularly serious. While none of these individuals emerged as suspects, authorities decided to collect DNA samples from them as a precautionary measure to rule out any potential connections. Forensic experts specializing in biogeographical analysis re-examined the DNA evidence collected from the crime scene in an effort to determine the geographical origin of the perpetrator. Their analysis suggested that they were seeking an African American male. Despite 6 months passing with no significant progress in the case, a breakthrough occurred when a cooperative classmate provided police with valuable information, a list of boys with whom Megan had occasionally engaged in flirtatious interactions. Upon review, all individuals on the list except one had already been interviewed. This exception was 17-year-old Robert Lee Barnes. In addition to her regular school education, Megan had also been enrolled in a performing arts program at Churchill High School, where Robert Barnes was also a participant. Megan had once told a close friend that she believed Robert had feelings for her, feelings she did not reciprocate. Robert Barnes, a talented violinist, was regarded as a diligent student who never encountered any disciplinary issues at school and was not known to cause trouble. He shared a close friendship with Megan and had even visited her home on several occasions, according to her parents, who described him as always polite and very kind. When police located him for questioning regarding Megan, the interview followed standard procedures, just like the previous interviews they had conducted. Robert informed investigators that Megan was a kind and pleasant individual, expressing disbelief at the idea that anyone would wish her harm. He mentioned their participation in a recital together and their occasional hangouts. The police found nothing suspicious during the interview until near the end, when they asked Robert if he would provide a DNA sample. Robert hesitated before refusing, which raised concern among investigators since all of Megan's other classmates had been cooperative. Robert politely explained that his mother would not agree, but police clarified that parental consent was not necessary, particularly as Robert was now 17 years old. Despite this, Robert refused again. Investigators could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with Robert Barnes. After concluding the interview, they instructed him to obtain his mother's consent for the DNA sample and to contact them afterward. Later, a detective received a call from the lab analyzing the bubble gum sample. They inquired about the sample's origin and, after confirming that the detective had observed Robert placing the gum into the glove, questioned whether he had been under constant observation. To their surprise, the DNA from the sample matched that of a female. Robert had switched the gum he had been chewing with a different piece that he provided as his sample on October 23, 2008. Robert Barnes was summoned for questioning once more, this time accompanied by his mother. During the interview, when confronted with the DNA findings, Robert inadvertently revealed that the incident had occurred on a Thursday. Up to that point, none of the individuals interviewed by police had known the exact day and date of the murder. When officers pointed this out, he provided an implausible explanation, claiming that on that day, Megan had asked him to come to her home, where he allegedly discovered her being held at gunpoint by a masked individual. According to Robert, the assailant then pointed the firearm at him and forced him to tie Megan up. Robert further claimed that he was compelled to sexually assault Megan under duress. Subsequently, he stated that they all went downstairs, where the gunman seized a knife and stabbed Megan. Robert claimed that the assailant then forced him to cut himself, ensuring that his blood would be found at the crime scene. Robert had fabricated this story in an attempt to portray himself as a victim and to explain away any potentially incriminating evidence against him. However, law enforcement remained skeptical of his account and did not believe any of his claims. When confronted with the evidence of footprints, they questioned why only his footprints were present and not those of the alleged assailant. Robert's mother intervened, advising him to stop speaking and vouching for his character, asserting that he was a good and innocent child. The police collected a DNA sample from him. An analysis confirmed a match between Robert's DNA and that of the assailant, contradicting his claims. Robert Barnes was arrested for the murder of Megan Landowski. The news left Megan's parents in shock, unable to comprehend how the quiet boy who had ridden the school bus with their daughter could be capable of such violence. According to police, Robert likely gained entry to the home through the window that afternoon, surprising Megan in her bedroom before committing the atrocious acts. Megan managed to flee downstairs, but Robert pursued her, stabbing her with a kitchen knife and continuing even after her death. Afterward, he left the scene and carried on with his life as if nothing had occurred. Investigators speculated that Robert had developed an unhealthy obsession with Megan, while she had only desired a platonic relationship. When Robert's advances were rejected, he resorted to coercion, which ultimately led him down a destructive path culminating in tragedy. In September 2009, Robert accepted a plea bargain that spared him from being tried as an adult, as he had recently turned 18. He pleaded guilty to charges of first-degree murder and aggravated sexual battery. Robert Lee Barnes was sentenced to 42 years in prison and remains incarcerated at Red Onion State Prison in Wise County, Virginia. Whether motivated by love, desire, bitterness, or the sting of rejection, Robert's actions and heinous deeds toward someone he claimed to love and care for were entirely unjustified. Instead of accepting rejection and moving on, he chose a dark path that led to a tragic outcome, ending the life of an innocent soul and, in the process, devastating his own life and the lives of Megan's loved ones. Megan Landowski's tragic story mirrors countless others, highlighting the perilous consequences that can arise from such situations. Our heartfelt prayers and thoughts go out to her departed soul and to the loved ones she left behind. Moving on to the next case. The case of Aisling Murphy. Aisling Murphy, born in 1998, was the youngest of 3 siblings. Her family resided in Blue Ball, Ireland, a peaceful town approximately an hour's drive from Dublin. Aisling grew up in a loving environment, influenced by her father's passion for music, particularly the bagpipes and violin. Inspired by him, she began studying traditional Irish music. She joined a youth choir at school and later became part of an orchestra, performing folk music at various events across Ireland and Great Britain. She was talented, independent, and sociable, which enabled her to integrate well with her team and feel confident on stage. After graduating from school, Aisling immediately sought employment. She was determined to achieve full independence from her parents, so she began searching for full-time job opportunities right after receiving her diploma. Despite her career ambitions, she continued to nurture her love for music. She often performed for her relatives during special family gatherings on weekends, further strengthening their connections. Aisling wanted to create her own family someday, but first, she focused on establishing herself. She went to college and became a first-grade teacher at a school where she had previously studied. This stage of her life was very meaningful. The teachers and students valued Aisling for her energy, kindness, and creativity. Aisling was genuinely suited for this role due to her strong moral character. She transitioned smoothly from being an excellent student to becoming a wonderful teacher. Aisling was friendly, well-mannered, sweet, and self-assured. During her first week of work, she taught music on weekends, demonstrating her passion for her job and her enjoyment of working with children. At 28, she had been in a relationship with her boyfriend, Ryan, for over 6 years. They met when Aisling was just 15. Initially, their romance did not last, and they broke up after a few months. However, they eventually reunited, realizing they had been too young when they first started dating as teenagers. Their feelings reignited, and they fell deeply in love, often discussing their future, including marriage and children. They had planned a trip in 2 days, but unfortunately, it seemed their dreams would not come to fruition. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Aisling completed her work duties and planned to go for a run along the Grand Canal in Tullamore. This was a routine activity for her, as she enjoyed fitness and outdoor recreation. She loved walking or running in scenic locations, so she often visited the canal when possible. The Grand Canal was a popular spot for runners, featuring a designated path for walking. It was usually busy, which made Aisling comfortable going there alone. After work, Aisling prepared for her run. She first went home to change her clothes and inform her mother about her plans. Her mother reassured her daughter that she was old enough to take care of herself and that there was no danger. Aisling left, and that was the last time her mother saw her alive. Approximately an hour after Aisling left home, two runners warming up along the Grand Canal called for help. They were running on one side of the canal and saw a man attacking a girl on the opposite bank. Since they did not have mobile phones, they ran to the nearest payphone to report the incident. They informed the emergency dispatcher that they had witnessed a threatening man assaulting one of the female runners. The witnesses confirmed that the victim was still alive when the attacker dragged her into the bushes. She screamed and fought back, desperately trying to push him away, but she was clearly overpowered. The dispatchers sent police officers to the specified location. Upon arrival, the police and a witness found the body of a young woman at the canal. The young girl, who showed no signs of life, was found to have been severely beaten, as the caller had reported. She had been pulled off the paved path and into the bushes, where she endured physical abuse. Her face and neck were covered in cuts, and her hair was matted with dried blood. Paramedics arrived and attempted to resuscitate her for 10 minutes, but were unable to save her and confirmed her death. While the exact cause of death remained unclear initially, it was evident she had been badly beaten. The body of the murdered girl was sent for an autopsy, which revealed stab and cut wounds on her neck. A forensic expert identified 11 injuries, primarily on the right side of her neck, including a cut throat that rendered her unable to call for help. Signs of possible strangulation were also observed. The victim was identified as Aisling Murphy. Deep cuts were found on her hands, likely sustained during a struggle. Keys were discovered near her body, and it was determined she had used them defensively, gripping them tightly in an effort to fend off her attacker. The weapon used in the assault did not inflict enough damage to prevent the criminal from continuing the attack. Aisling died from severe blood loss caused by multiple stab wounds to her neck, leading to her death within minutes. Near her body, police found sunglasses and a mobile phone in her jacket pocket. An abandoned bicycle was also located nearby, likely belonging to the attacker. The perpetrator had already fled the scene after harming his innocent victim. The brutality of the attack was shocking, particularly since it occurred in broad daylight in a crowded area with witnesses. Two runners in the vicinity observed the crime. They witnessed both the attack and the assailant and provided vital information to the police. The first witness, Emma, reported that she was walking her dog by the Grand Canal when she noticed a girl jogging. She saw a man on a bright green bicycle closely following the jogger. Initially, Emma thought they might be running together because the cyclist stayed so near the girl. She described the cyclist as appearing like a migrant, not Irish. He had yellowish skin, a short haircut, and was wearing a black tracksuit with red logos. Later, Emma met another witness, Jenna, and together they saw the cyclist attack the girl. The assault appeared sudden and unprovoked. Jenna provided a detailed account of the attack, which matched that of another witness. The victim screamed, threatening the attacker, but then abruptly fell silent. This silence was caused by a wound to Aisling's neck that severely severed her vocal cords. Later, Jenna screamed loudly, threatening to call the police. Despite these threats, the attacker did not release the victim. Police located a green bicycle near the trail that belonged to the assailant. Meanwhile, police collected further evidence and discovered that Aisling had been wearing a fitness tracker while running. The device recorded her body metrics, including speed, distance, and heart rate, helping to clarify the circumstances surrounding her death. The data showed that Aisling began running at 2:51 p.m., and prior to that, GPS records indicated she had parked her bike near the canal. Her pulse at that time was around 100 beats per minute, showing she was in an active phase. She maintained this heart rate until 3:21 p.m., during which she ran approximately 3 kilometers. However, after 3:21 p.m., her heart rate became erratic, and GPS data showed she was standing still at that moment. This was clearly when she was attacked, and by 3:31 p.m., her heart had stopped beating. The next step for the police was to review footage from surveillance cameras in the area. Police identified the locations of all recording devices, hoping to obtain video that would show the suspect, the victim, and the attack itself. They reviewed surveillance cameras, focusing on the time frame between 12:25 and 16:05, and were able to identify a man who matched the witness descriptions exactly. It appeared that he was moving randomly along the roads. They determined that this man had appeared long before Aisling's arrival and was using a bicycle identical to the one found at the crime scene. The prime suspect was wearing a black hoodless jacket and sweatpants with stripes down the side, and also had a red logo on his clothing, as Emma had described. He had been following a woman in a dark burgundy jacket, but was later noticed by her. He had been observing the victim with interest, but for some unknown reason, he quickly fell behind. In footage from another camera, the suspect stops at 1:53 p.m. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out an object. He is seen holding and twisting something in his hand, but the poor quality of the footage makes it difficult to determine what it was. Police suspected he pulled out a knife, which he then used to kill Aisling. A forensic expert concluded that Aisling was killed with a small serrated knife, as the wounds had jagged edges. The man was seen again on surveillance footage at around 2:55 p.m., just as Aisling began running on the trail. Police discovered that the suspect had been wandering around the area, apparently looking for victims, as he occasionally focused on different women. He followed these women at a distance, but lost interest until he came across Aisling, whom he decided to attack. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras did not capture high-quality images that could help identify the criminal. Hours after the attack, a suspect was arrested based on witness information. The suspect, Griat Keegan, was a 39-year-old Romanian immigrant who had lived in Ireland for 23 years and had no criminal record. He matched the person seen on surveillance cameras and found near the scene of the attack. At the police station, he vehemently denied any involvement in the incident. While authorities were questioning him, police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched his house, but found no evidence of his guilt. Griat maintained that there had been a mistake. He provided an alibi that was verified. He had been in a store making a purchase, confirmed by his receipt and surveillance footage. After that, he was seen walking along the south bank of the canal while the murder occurred on the north bank. The suspect's fingerprints and DNA samples were collected to compare with skin particles found under Aisling's nails and on the bicycle, but there was no match. This confirmed that he was not involved in the crime. He was cleared of all suspicions and released. However, for some time, he and his family received threats, as local residents still viewed him as a murderer. He was temporarily provided with alternative housing, and the police issued a public statement clarifying that Griat was not connected to the crime. Only after this did the public stop harassing him. The case received wide publicity across the country. The local community was outraged by the attack on Aisling and called on the police to quickly identify and arrest the perpetrators responsible for the tragic death of a talented young woman in broad daylight. For days, the police had been trying to piece together clues, and the situation took a surprising turn. On the evening following the attack, a 30-year-old man named Joseph Puska was admitted to a hospital in Dublin with abdominal injuries. Joseph was originally from a small village in Slovakia. He had left school at 16 without finishing his education and spent most of his life working as a laborer in the Czech Republic. Although he faced challenges in his lifestyle and at school, Joseph was not involved with bad influences, had no criminal record, and was generally regarded as a positive individual. In 2015, he moved to Dublin, Ireland, where he and his wife planned to settle permanently. He continued his work as a builder, and during their time there, they welcomed 5 children. Everything appeared to be going well until he suffered a back injury at work. After his recovery, Joseph discovered that he could not return to his previous activities. The back injury was more severe than he had anticipated, resulting in him receiving disability benefits. He spent a significant amount of time in the hospital, and afterward, he relied on state support. The financial situation was tight, so his wife had to work. Joseph had limited proficiency in Irish and struggled with English, which made it difficult for him to communicate with medical staff when he went to the hospital the day after Aisling's murder. He required an interpreter for assistance. With the interpreter's help, Joseph explained that he had been in Blanchardstown the previous day, January 12th. He had taken a taxi there and noticed he was being followed as soon as he arrived, but he did not think much of it since it was daytime. Suddenly, the attackers assaulted him, stabbing him multiple times in the stomach before fleeing. He managed to return home, where he informed his family about the incident and called for an ambulance. Doctors discovered cuts on Joseph's hands, indicating defensive wounds. He had multiple stab wounds in the abdomen and received painkillers before undergoing a 2-hour surgery, which was completed around 10 o'clock. The doctors concluded that Joseph's injuries were stab wounds inflicted by a small knife, but they were not life-threatening. He remained in the hospital for several days to recover. As part of their protocol, the doctors informed the police about the incident. Officers came to speak with Joseph, who was the victim of another attack. Police suspected that the same criminal who attacked Aisling might also be responsible for Joseph's injuries. During the conversation, Joseph's behavior became increasingly awkward and suspicious. He appeared confused, struggled to recall simple details, and seemed noticeably nervous. Police began to question whether this unemployed man could be connected to Aisling's murder. The next day, the police returned to the hospital to continue questioning and gather more details. This time, Joseph provided more specific answers. He explained that he had taken a taxi to the city to meet a woman he had met online. Joseph then revealed that he was married with 5 children, but did not want his wife to know about his secret encounters. It was later discovered that he had registered on several dating websites and was regularly meeting different women. His wife remained unaware of his affairs, and Joseph had been very careful to keep them a secret. The police asked Joseph if he owned a bicycle. He replied that he had a green bicycle he had used for a long time. However, when asked whether he had been riding it on the day of the murder, Joseph began to stutter and claimed that his bicycle had been stolen over 2 weeks earlier. He had not reported the theft to the police, which raised suspicions. Joseph then appeared increasingly anxious, prompting police to leave his hospital room. Investigators also discovered that he had been near the canal around 6 p.m. that same day. They obtained a warrant to search his apartment, allowing them to collect his clothing and mobile phone for forensic analysis, and called Joseph to inform him of this. Sensing that something was wrong, Joseph directly asked the police, through an interpreter, if he was considered a suspect. The officers reassured him that they were merely trying to clarify the situation and needed to conduct an examination. This conversation occurred over the phone. After the police responded, Joseph paused for a long moment. Then he turned to the translator and asked him to accurately convey his words to the officer. Joseph admitted that he had killed the girl by the canal, but insisted that it was unintentional and an accident. Later, Joseph addressed the police directly. He explained that he had been riding his bicycle along a path when he encountered an unfamiliar girl. He claimed to have had a knife in his hand and accidentally cut her neck after losing his balance. He said that she became angry, which frightened him, and he struck her in the stomach with an object resembling a knife. He stated that he tried to remain calm, hoping the girl would settle down. However, she began screaming and threatening him even more, forcing Joseph to defend himself. He then attacked her, repeatedly stabbing her in the neck with his knife. She fought back desperately, but he was able to overpower her. The police were taken aback by his phone confession, finding the story difficult to believe. It seemed implausible that Joseph could accidentally stab the victim in the neck before she attacked him. They questioned how Aisling could have had a knife. Joseph expressed fear of retaliation. He believed that if Aisling's friends and relatives learned of the incident, they might harm his children and wife. He asked the police to keep his family members' names confidential. The police assured Joseph that he would not avoid prosecution, as he would soon be arrested and put on trial. After being discharged from the hospital, he was immediately arrested for murder. Subsequently, Joseph changed his story and refused to confess. Despite this, the prosecutor's office considered him the only person who could have harmed Aisling that day. They decided to seek the maximum punishment for the murderer. The initial trial date was set for June 2023, but after several delays, it was not until October 2023 that the prosecution presented the case to the jury. During the trial, prosecutors played surveillance footage showing an attacker resembling Joseph cycling along a path near the canal for hours before targeting Aisling. His actions were characteristic of a predator seeking prey. Forensic experts found traces of DNA under Aisling's fingernails, indicating she had fought back and injured her attacker. DNA from tissue samples matched Joseph, and his fingerprints were found on a green bicycle. All witnesses who saw the attacker that day identified him as Joseph. New evidence emerged during the investigation, particularly from one of Joseph's friends, a Slovakian bus driver. On the night of January 12th, while working, he encountered Joseph, who had severe scratches on his stomach. Concerned, the driver offered Joseph a ride home. Joseph mentioned that he had gotten into a fight, but did not provide further details about the incident. During the drive, the bus driver repeatedly questioned Joseph about what had happened, but Joseph avoided giving clear answers and kept holding his stomach, which was bleeding. The driver grew increasingly concerned, suspecting that the injuries might be linked to the ethnic tensions occurring at the time, as there were widespread expressions of hatred against other nationalities. To deflect his friend's questions, Joseph fabricated a story about being attacked by a masked man, claiming he could not identify the assailant because he had not seen his face before and did not know him. He attempted to portray himself as a hero, asserting that he had witnessed a masked stranger attacking a woman near the canal. Joseph claimed he was stabbed multiple times while trying to approach the bleeding girl. He became frightened upon realizing what had occurred and then fled. Despite being suspected of murder, he began insisting that he was actually the savior, having been injured in a fight with the real attacker. However, this new account did not explain how his DNA was found under Aisling's fingernails or his fingerprints on the green bicycle left at the scene. Joseph's defense argued that his false confession regarding the attack on Aisling resulted from the painkillers he received in the hospital, which allegedly caused euphoria and led him to speak impulsively. Joseph claimed he was under the influence of these drugs when the police began their interrogation. However, doctors who treated Joseph contradicted this assertion. They stated that he had only received a minimal dose of the medication, which could not have significantly affected him by the time he made his confession. The prosecution emphasized that Joseph had changed his testimony multiple times, rendering his statements unreliable. Nevertheless, this presented a challenge for the prosecution because Joseph had no history of violence, particularly against women. There were no indications of aggression or cruelty in his past behavior, and he had no connection to Aisling, raising questions about his motive for the attack. The prosecution argued that the incident was not driven by personal issues. The trial lasted 3 weeks, after which a jury of 12 members returned their verdict. They deliberated for 3 hours before finding Joseph Puska guilty of the murder of Aisling Murphy. As a result, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The circumstances surrounding Aisling's murder shocked the nation. Just days after the tragedy, protests were held across Ireland in support of the victim's family. During the investigation, police determined that Joseph had attacked Aisling without any apparent motive. He did not know her and appeared to be a predator who had been searching for a victim for hours. Tragically, Aisling fell victim to a ruthless assailant. Moving on to the next case. Blackburn family. On the morning of November 10, 2015, a car was parked outside a home on Sunnyfield Court. Davy Blackburn had returned from his daily gym workout. Just as he was about to step out of his car, a phone call delayed him for a few minutes. After concluding the call, Davy leisurely exited his vehicle and entered his house. Upon opening the door, he froze. His gym bag slipped from his hands. His wife lay on the living room floor in a pool of blood. Confused and deeply shocked, he rushed to her side to check her condition, felt for a pulse, and immediately dialed emergency services. The young woman was still alive, though the living room was in disarray. Items were scattered everywhere, and her purse had been emptied. Upstairs, their small child was crying. Emergency services arrived within 8 minutes. Police officers and investigators filled the house after it was cordoned off. Amanda Blackburn was urgently transported to the hospital. Now, to understand more about Amanda's background and avoid missing vital details of this tragic story, Amanda Grace Bears was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan. She went to school in Indianapolis, Indiana, until her family moved to Elkhart in 1995. There, she graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 and later earned an associate degree from Pensacola Christian College in Florida by 2008. Amanda grew up in a deeply religious family where Christianity and God's teachings were central tenets of their lives. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart. Thus, church sermons and the Psalter were ingrained in her from childhood. She knew them by heart and honored them wholly. While other children raced toward adulthood's temptations like parties and first loves, Amanda's passion lay in her faith and her dream of serving Jesus faithfully. Amanda was a blonde-haired, slim girl with a welcoming smile and genuine intentions. Not just beautiful on the outside, Amanda's thoughts and heart were pure. In every action, she displayed love for her neighbor. As a teenager, she took a vow of chastity, promising not to even kiss a man until marriage, and she always kept her word. Amanda's heart raced when she met Davy Blackburn, her true love. A native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Davy studied religion at Southern Wesleyan University and came from a devout Christian family. The two met on a blind date at a Hawk Nelson concert organized by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. At the time, they attended different colleges but spent every vacation together. Their relationship was purely platonic and free from earthly desires. They enjoyed walks together and shared intimate thoughts and favorite excerpts from church books. Their bond grew stronger as they found joy in simple things and joked sincerely with each other. Once, before returning to school, they had a playful milkshake drinking contest, which Amanda lost. Davy teasingly called her Milk Girl, realizing then that she was the one he wanted to marry. The couple maintained a long-distance relationship for quite some time. Constantly messaging via messengers, calling each other, and chatting for hours, they spent every vacation together. Their respect for the seriousness of their relationship led them to see a psychologist to learn how to communicate properly. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy Blackburn were married. After the wedding, Davy told friends that from the moment he kissed Amanda, he knew there was a special bond between them, a part of God's plan. For the first 4 years after their marriage, the Blackburns lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church under Pastor Perry Noble. But the young man wanted more, and he suggested to Amanda that she move to Indianapolis to organize a new church for youth. Amanda was reluctant to leave her family and part with her loved ones. For a time, she struggled with the need to leave South Carolina. Eventually, she relented after her husband told her that God must have big things in store for them. In 2012, the Blackburns moved from South Carolina to Indianapolis to plant an independent high-profile church on the city's north side. The religious organization, started by the young family, focused on young people, as made clear in the weekly videos they posted on their website, which discussed relationship advice, conflict resolution, and biblical perspectives on intimate relationships. By 2014, the family had welcomed their firstborn child, Weston Blackburn. They were perfectly happy with their comfortable home on a quiet street and their favorite roles within the church. This church was regularly attended by many young people who listened to and believed in their sermons. The family lived in perfect harmony and understanding. However, everything changed on November 10, 2015. Ambulance crews arrived at the Blackburn residence in the 2800 block of Sunnyfield Court around 8 a.m. The pregnant young woman was rushed to the hospital, where she was hooked up to a ventilator and underwent several resuscitative efforts. Sadly, Amanda died the next day, along with her unborn baby. As it turned out, the family had been expecting a baby girl, who was named Evie Grace at her burial. Her death sparked significant sympathy and prayers on social media over an extended period, as friends, family members, and strangers mourned Amanda with public posts. On November 11th, the day Amanda was officially declared dead, Davy released an official statement, saying that Amanda made it her life's calling to love and serve everyone. She dedicated her life to knowing Jesus as her personal savior, and through her passing and legacy, countless others would come to a saving faith in Christ. I firmly believe that God remains good, turning our tragedy into triumph, and that indeed the best is yet to come, Dave wrote. The murder of the pregnant woman was not only a devastating blow to the entire Blackburn family, but also a profound shock to the entire state. People demanded that those responsible for Amanda and her unborn child's death be brought to justice. In his first interview, Davy Blackburn recounted finding his wife Amanda injured and unconscious on the living room floor. She was partially unclothed, with her underwear lying nearby and herself lying face down in a pool of blood. The pastor informed investigators that he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the fitness center for a workout. When he departed, he left the door unlocked. He mentioned this habit during his statement, saying, "You always do that too, don't you? You leave and don't lock the door." While it is hard to say whether securing the door would have prevented this tragedy entirely, it is evident that it made entry much easier for the criminals involved. Unfortunately, Amanda did not have sufficient time to contact emergency services, resulting in an attack that left her with 3 gunshot wounds, one of them fatal. No arrests were made in the days immediately following this heinous crime. However, police quickly determined that Davy Blackburn was not involved in this horrific incident. Trial transcripts reveal additional details from Davy Blackburn's testimony, alongside accounts from witnesses such as Scott Floyd, an emergency medical paramedic from the Indianapolis Fire Department, who arrived at their home following Davy's 911 call. According to Scott Floyd's testimony, Upon arrival, they found Davy Blackburn outside at the end of the driveway with blood on his hands, but maintaining a very calm demeanor. Scott Floyd stated that Blackburn appeared not to fully comprehend what had transpired with Amanda when they reached him at the residence. Davy claimed he had come home from the gym at about 7:30 a.m. and continued his phone call with his friend Kenneth Wagner in the driveway. He occasionally stepped out, strolled down the driveway, and peeked through the front door window to see if baby Weston was awake. He said he finished his call, entered his home at 8:10 a.m., and found Amanda lying face down on the floor. He thought she was sick or unconscious. He called emergency services at 8:22 a.m. It took him 12 minutes to make that call. In an emergency situation, 12 minutes is quite a long time. He repeatedly said he thought something had gone wrong with the pregnancy and maybe she had gotten dizzy and fallen. Did he not notice after 12 minutes that there was brain matter about 5 feet away from her body? Emergency room Dr. Scott Floyd testified that the blood on her head was coagulated, leading him to believe that the gunshot had occurred a couple of hours earlier, but those transcripts were not made public. Davy was asked if he had called anyone else after dialing 911. He said he had called his father next. Defense attorneys did not cross-examine Davy Blackburn. Authorities corroborated his story with surveillance footage from the gym. Thus, he was not among the suspects. An autopsy conducted on November 12th showed Amanda suffered a gunshot wound to the back of her head. She also had a gunshot wound to her lower left arm that went through her biceps, and another that entered and exited her upper back. Multiple scratches were found on her left cheek, along with a split lip and a knocked-out lower tooth. These injuries indicated a possible struggle between Amanda and her attacker. A thorough investigation was launched. CCTV footage from nearby streets was examined, and neighbors and family acquaintances were interviewed as well. One neighbor reported hearing gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house. Another neighbor, Reginald Townsall, mentioned their street was not known for incidents like this and expressed shock, stating that the Blackburns did not deserve this tragedy. Everyone thought highly of the Blackburn family. They were seen as wonderful and loving people by their community. Based on Amanda's injuries and the missing bank cards as well as MacBook bag, robbery seemed to be an initial theory during this investigation. On the morning of November 10, 2015, several emergency calls were made reporting home invasions at various residences near Blackburn's home. Around 5:20 a.m., one woman reported waking up to find her cell phone, laptop, purse, and keys missing from her apartment. Her car was also gone from the parking area. The sliding glass door to her apartment had been tampered with. 3 hours later, another woman reported a burglary, stating that someone had broken through the patio screen and entered her house. According to police reports, for televisions, a MacBook Pro, a Tiffany pearl necklace, a pink women's sweater, a remote control, a bag of oranges, and bedding were missing from the residence. Just 5 minutes after that second call, another individual from Sunnyfield Court contacted emergency services. This time it was Davy Blackburn. Lieutenant Richard of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that police were investigating potential connections between this homicide and the other burglaries in the same neighborhood that morning. Police have not disclosed details about the ongoing investigation to maintain its integrity. However, after obtaining images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, they released these images to the public for assistance in identifying and aiding the investigation. Davy Blackburn expressed confidence that the police department was doing everything within their power to apprehend his wife's perpetrator. Investigators assured him that they had unprecedented support to continue their investigation and were optimistic that promising leads would soon help identify those responsible. Key clues instrumental in tracking down 3 suspects included a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt. The receipt and sweater were discovered in a stolen Chrysler Sebring used during the robberies. Authorities recovered this vehicle on November 11th near Blackburn's home. The debit card listed on the receipt matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen card. Investigators obtained a warrant to examine ATM camera footage and discovered video showing the driver concealing his face with a stolen pink sweater. Police relied on DNA testing, surveillance footage, and witnesses' testimonies to identify those responsible for these crimes. The results from DNA testing of the sweater confirmed that Jian Watson was one of the suspects. Watson's identification marked the first significant breakthrough in the case, as indicated in the affidavit. Cell phone records were obtained because Watson's number was already in the database due to his parole for a prior burglary. Subsequently, Diana Gordon's cell phone records were also retrieved. These records demonstrated that both Watson's and Gordon's cell phones were present in the vicinity when the crime occurred. The phone records further disclosed that Gordon and Watson were near the Chase Bank, where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of the murder. Larry Taylor emerged as a critical piece of information when police examined surveillance footage from the area. This footage enabled them to identify Taylor's phone number and trace his address. In the subsequent days, reports surfaced indicating that a firearm had been located near the Blackburn residence. According to police, an individual delivered this gun to the Broad Ripple Fire Department, claiming they had found it outside the couple's home. Crime lab technicians analyzed the weapon over 2 weeks of investigation and detective work. Police eventually charged 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Giant Watson with Amanda Blackburn's murder. Another individual, 24-year-old Diana Gordon, who was suspected of burglary, was arrested for a parole violation and not charged with a felony, as she did not enter Blackburn's home during the incident. The crime lab confirmed that a gun found near Amanda Blackburn's home was indeed used in committing the crime. All 3 suspects were taken into custody. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda twice, explaining that he acted out of fear she might scratch him after she jumped on him. After she fell over, he leaned down and shot her in the back of her head, subsequently watching her bleed to death. The criminal trio intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. They chose their target upon noticing that Amanda's husband had left their front door unlocked when he went to the gym. Inside, they confronted Amanda to prevent her from interfering. During this confrontation, Taylor struck her with a gun. Watson and Gordon saw the woman and decided it was time to leave. They already had the stolen bank cards, so they went searching for an ATM. After failing to withdraw $500 from one, they successfully obtained $1,400 from another. This was when CCTV captured them. They then headed back to the Blackburn house to pick up Taylor. In their absence, a struggle took place inside. Amanda, regaining consciousness after being struck, lunged at the intruder, and he tackled her in response. Following this, Taylor placed the stolen debit cards in the accomplice's car, who was at an ATM during the crime. Upon their return, he confessed to shooting Amanda, according to court records. The Blackburn home was their 3rd target on November 10th. Earlier, in their first break-in, they stole a laptop, wallet, and car while the residents slept. Inside that home, they noticed a recording camera, but moved on regardless. Next, they broke into another house through a patio window and stole 4 televisions, a laptop, jewelry, a bag of oranges, and a pink sweater that later helped police identify them. Court documents detailed this evidence collected against the suspects. The crucial piece was Watson's DNA, found on the pink sweater used to cover his face from surveillance, as he tried withdrawing cash with Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with authorities in return for reduced sentences. Larry Taylor waived his right to remain silent and admitted being near the burglary scene, but claimed confusion about his activities. Formal charges were brought by the county prosecutor. Larry Taylor faces 13 charges, including felony murder, after knowingly killing Amanda Blackburn. Giant Watson is charged with felony, along with multiple counts of burglary and theft. Diana Gordon, already in custody for parole violation, also faces burglary charges. Additionally, there was a 4th person aware of these crimes, but not actively participating in them. He was questioned and released. The Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit worked with the Gang Unit and federal marshals to arrest Taylor. Police Chief Rick Height praised the cooperation that led to the arrest. The detectives worked tirelessly all day, without sleep, to solve the murders in the city. With assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry, justice was served. Because the victim was pregnant, prosecutors said they might consider filing additional charges related to the fetus. Even though the woman's underwear had been removed and her shirt pulled up, they stated there was no evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial took place in December 2021, but it ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared information about the case with other jurors. This disclosure interrupted the trial, leading to a mistrial being declared. The final trial took place in October 2022. Jury selection was more thorough this time. Over 100 individuals were considered as potential jurors, each having to fill out a 16-page questionnaire for attorneys to evaluate whether a fair verdict could be reached. Larry Joe Taylor received an 86-year sentence at the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and for additional charges related to a home burglary. Diane Ogden and Jalen Watson agreed to plea deals and testified against Larry Taylor during the trial. Both received sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Jalen Watson and Larry Taylor are currently incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. A murder conviction in Indiana can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Prosecutors filed a motion to enhance Larry Taylor's sentence, potentially adding up to an additional 20 years since Amanda Blackburn was pregnant at the time of her death. Davy Blackburn, Amanda's husband and a church pastor, expressed relief that those responsible for his wife's death have been apprehended and will no longer pose a threat to anyone else. Amanda Blackburn's death has touched the hearts of many people, including the chief executive. Her funeral at a Christian church was attended by more than 2,000 individuals. Among those in attendance was Governor Mike Pence. The resident church has set up a donation page to assist with Amanda Blackburn's funeral and medical expenses. Davy Blackburn expressed hope for a judicial system that will wisely handle those responsible for his family's immense pain. Remarkably, he has consistently reported that he has chosen to forgive Amanda's killers. "I was very relieved to learn of the arrest," he told reporters. "Although everything inside me wants to hate, be angry, and despair." Moving on to the next case. Blake Leibel. Blake Leibel was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, on May 8, 1981. His family was affluent across generations. His father, Lorne Leibel, was a prominent real estate magnate and a member of the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame, while Blake's mother, Eleanor Chettle, inherited Allra's products from her father, Paul Chettle. The company produces plastic polytarp materials and is reported to generate more than $28 million in annual sales. However, although grandfather Paul Chettle was successful, reports described him as a controlling and bullying individual. Paul's wife, Blake's grandmother, suffered from a severe mental illness of an unspecified type. While the exact diagnosis is unknown, it is known that when Paul Chettle died, he left a will that withheld inheritance from his family, contingent upon alcohol and drug testing, as well as an HIV test. After relatives successfully met these conditions, Paul Chettle's girlfriend was to receive 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, a Cadillac, and other parting gifts, while Blake's mother received a payout of $12 million. Curiously, Blake's brother, Cody Leibel, was excluded from the will, with Paul Chettle stating that this decision was not due to a lack of love, but because he believed Cody's father would sufficiently provide for him. On the other side of the family, Blake and Cody's father, Lorne Leibel, was known for dating attractive young women and taking them out in luxurious Ferraris. He was admired by many men who witnessed his wealth and glamorous companions. When Lorne Leibel separated from Eleanor Chettle, Blake lived with his mother, while Cody lived with his father. During this period, Blake and his father reportedly grew distant and estranged, as Blake felt that Lorne was not supporting him adequately in financial terms. Even so, the Leibel family was, by most accounts, highly accomplished. Blake's grandfather, Stanley Leibel, was a renowned sailor who competed in the 1968 Summer Olympics and later went on to develop hundreds of homes throughout Toronto. Blake's aunt, Terry Leibel, is a Canadian journalist who served as a host for CBC's Olympic coverage during the 1996, 2002, 2004, and 2006 Games. Blake and his brother Cody Leibel appeared destined for success from the beginning, or at least they had the financial surroundings necessary to pursue success in whatever they chose. In fact, when Cody Leibel relocated to California, he clearly made a significant mark. In 2017, he sold his 5,500 square foot home in Beverly Crest for nearly $18 million, with the buyer reportedly being Katy Perry. Later that same year, Cody purchased Reba McEntire's home for a reported $25 million, making him the youngest homeowner in Beverly Park history. This acquisition placed him among neighbors such as Sylvester Stallone, Mark Wahlberg, Denzel Washington, and Eddie Murphy. As the world's youngest owner of a Ferrari Enzo, Cody not only owned a record label, but was also a regular at a poker club known as Molly's Game, which reportedly attracted famous figures including Leonardo DiCaprio, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Tobey Maguire. Cody Leibel appeared every bit as successful as the family that raised him. His brother, Blake Leibel, moved to California in 2004. He reportedly continued receiving an allowance from his mother that amounted to nearly $2 million over an 8-year period. In 2011, Blake's mother Eleanor died from brain cancer, leaving behind a substantial inheritance for Blake and Cody. Approximately 2 years later, Blake contested his mother's will in an effort to remove his father as trustee and to deny his brother Cody his inheritance. However, Blake, who reportedly did not even attend his mother's funeral, garnered little sympathy from the courts. But who exactly was Blake Leibel? He wrote and directed a comedy film in 2009 titled Bold. It was produced on a very limited budget and failed to gain any meaningful success. The film turned out to be a major failure with a 2.6-star rating on IMDb, though it can apparently still be found on Plex TV if anyone is curious. Blake Leibel also directed a film in 2013 titled Soulmates. He is even credited as a creative consultant and director on several episodes of Mel Brooks' Spaceballs, the animated series. In 2010, Blake published a graphic novel called Syndrome. The story centered on a man named Dr. Chittell, who notably shared the same name as Blake's own mother. In the novel, Dr. Chittell studies serial killers. He goes so far as to recruit an entire town of actors and then constructs a fake Truman Show-style environment. He then stages the execution of a serial killer before erasing the man's memory and releasing him into the fabricated town so Chittell can observe his behavior. The doctor's objective in the book is to cure serial killers. Chittell's character is quoted as saying that evil is not some mysterious force, that evil is a syndrome. The book's co-author, Ryan Roberts, stated that Blake told him he had conducted extensive research on serial killers. Ryan also recalled how Leibel jerked his hands upward while demonstrating how a victim could be flipped upside down in order to drain them of fluid. In hindsight, Ryan Roberts said he would never forget that moment. Although Blake did not actually write or illustrate the final edition of Syndrome, he was credited as the creator of the book, and he wrote an introduction at the beginning of the novel posing the question, "If you loved hurting things, what would you do?" Syndrome became Blake's biggest success, and it eventually led him to give away stacks of the graphic novels for free at Comic-Con in San Diego. A producer said Blake wanted to be regarded as a respected comic book artist, and he used his money to try to purchase that image. He worked hard to present himself as cool and edgy, but it was evident to everyone that Blake Leibel had serious mental issues that needed attention. His mental condition had begun to decline, and he was spiraling into a dark abyss. Those close to him had started to notice the warning signs, but none could predict how far Blake would ultimately fall until it was beyond anyone's ability to save him. Blake Leibel also had an eventful romantic life. In 2006, Blake met a Californian model named Amanda Braun. Amanda had previously been in a relationship with Andrew Alchek, who died in prison after convictions for crimes committed as a corrupt hedge fund manager. After 5 years of dating, Blake and Amanda were finally married in 2011. Not long after their wedding, Amanda Braun Leibel gave birth to a son. While the couple appeared to live comfortably in their Beverly Hills mansion, Blake continued to cash in and spend his money almost as quickly as he received it. He reportedly smoked marijuana constantly and devised various plans for success, but none of his ideas ever came to fruition. During this period, one of Leibel's friends said Blake was developing a dark fixation on extreme violence. It was as if Blake was turning into a different person. He became distant and paranoid. Then, in the summer of 2015, Blake left Amanda while she was pregnant with their second child. This was reportedly attributed to his marijuana habit overtaking his life, but it seemed there was more than just a cannabis issue developing. Blake began isolating himself from nearly everyone as he sank deeper into a world filled with gore, violence, and darkness. He even stopped returning calls from his family and started to believe that his brother Cody was deeply in debt to some Russian gang members, and he feared it could potentially bring danger back to him. However, there was never any evidence that Cody Leibel owed any significant debt of that kind. No one could understand why Blake's sanity was unraveling so rapidly. Most of his friends believed that it was initially the death of his mother that triggered this dark descent into madness. Eleanor Chattell's $5.5 million residence in Toronto, along with the many additional millions obtained after her death, simply was not sufficient for Blake. He was financially depleted, and after failing to overturn his mother's will in 2013, he turned to his father for assistance in covering his growing credit card debt. Blake was then sued by his attorneys for non-payment related to the unsuccessful challenge to Eleanor Chattel's will. After separating from Amanda, he began promoting another original script titled Psychopump. It centered on a masked vigilante who decapitates villains and then uploads the acts to YouTube. Reviewers of the script stated it was terrible in every conceivable way. There was not a single aspect of Blake Libel's new project that anyone appreciated. It was compared to a poor imitation of Batman, in which Batman is violent, psychotic, foolish, sadistic, and thoroughly unlikable. Psychopomp amounted to nothing more than gratuitous violence without any imaginative creativity. However, there were rumors that Hilary Shore, a producer associated with Children of Men, had shown interest in the Psychopomp screenplay. Still, this alleged development never came to fruition. While still married to a pregnant Amanda Braun, Blake had begun seeing Iana Kashin, a striking 30-year-old Ukrainian former attorney from Kiev. Very quickly, Blake also got her pregnant, and for a period of time, they appeared happy and healthy, as Blake drew Iana into his fantasy-filled world of Hollywood hot pink. Meanwhile, his mental deterioration was accelerating at an unstable and volatile pace. In May of 2016, Iana gave birth to a baby girl named Diana, and to outside observers, the new family seemed to be thriving. However, the truth was far from perfect. Blake felt intense jealousy toward the infant as a surge of anger grew inside him. No longer the sole focus of Iana's affection, Blake felt replaced by baby Diana, pushing him further into psychological instability. He constantly demanded sexual attention from Iana, threatening to leave her for another woman if she rejected his advances. In an effort to save their relationship, Iana sent her newborn daughter to live with her mother in a nearby apartment, which Blake financially supported. Then on May 20th, Blake Libel was arrested for sexual assault not far from his condominium. The alleged victim was Blake's third girlfriend, Constance Bukafuri. She had been living in another house he owned, located a few miles away from his West Hollywood apartment where he lived with Iana. Constance alleged that Blake forced himself on her in the house. Bukafuri is known for working as a storyboard artist on Aquaman and in the art department for films such as Snow White and The Huntsman P.S. I Love You and The Emoji Movie. Blake Libel was released from custody approximately 15 hours after his arrest after posting $100,000 bail. Iana had posted Blake's bail, but discovering the affair with Constance became the final breaking point for her. She moved in with her mother, Olga Kasiansma. There was only one door left to check, and it was locked. The cops attempted to force open the bedroom door, but a mattress had been placed to barricade it from the other side. A police officer shouted for anyone inside to come out. At that moment, Blake's voice finally responded, stating that he would not come out because he was afraid the officers would beat him. They reassured him that nothing like that would happen and explained they were only there to check on his girlfriend to ensure she was safe. Blake replied that she was fine. He claimed she was at the hospital and provided a room number. He also said that his father would be arriving soon and that he would not come out until then. Blake was referring to his accountant and mentor, Stephen Green, whom he had called around noon and asked to come to the apartment. For a month prior to receiving that call, Stephen Green had been unable to reach Blake Libel. Green had called, messaged, left voicemails, and even emailed Blake multiple times, but received no response. Green had even left a voicemail on Blake's phone expressing concern, saying he loved him, and stating that whatever was happening, he wanted to help him get through it. However, as events would show, it was far too late for that. When Green arrived at the condo, he spoke to Blake through the partially opened bedroom door. A short time later, a detective arrived and found Green now in the living room speaking to Blake on the phone. Blake remained barricaded in the master bedroom. After Green hung up, the detective asked him to call Blake again, which he did. Following a few minutes of conversation, Blake Libel finally agreed to come out. He emerged wearing only boxer shorts. Stephen Green provided him with clothing to wear. Officers inspected the clothing beforehand and discovered Blake's passport and roughly $4,000 in cash, suggesting he may have been planning to flee, though he never attempted it. As officers entered the bedroom, one of them shouted, "She's on the bed." The detective immediately instructed everyone to move outside and called in the paramedics who were on standby. Sadly, Iana Kasian was pronounced dead at 1:02 p.m. on May 26th. Yana Cashin's naked body was lying on a clean sheet and was covered by a red Mickey Mouse blanket on top of a blue polka dot blanket. Her head was on a pillow. There were abrasions and bruising on the left side of Cashin's face, consistent with blunt force trauma. There were human bite marks on Cashin's left jaw and left bicep, as well as fingernail marks under her jawline. Her scalp had been removed from around her eyebrows to the hairline on the back of her head. A large portion of skin on the right side of her face had also been removed. The skull bone was visible. There were cuts across her lower forehead, below the eyebrows. There was also a cut on the right side of her face, from her cheek to her jawline, and another on the left side of her face, toward where the ear should have been, but it was missing. The medical examiner later proposed that a sharp-bladed tool had been used to cut off the skin, but he also noted that some facial tissue had been ripped away by hand. Considering the extensive damage to Jana's face and skull, combined with the challenging nature of both cutting and tearing the tissue, the doctor believed that inflicting these injuries would have been a lengthy process. Moreover, the presence of inflammation in the tissue and bleeding from several severed samples led to the tragic conclusion that Yana Cashin was still alive while enduring this prolonged torture. The examiner also determined that there was no blood in Yana's heart, veins, or arteries. Half of Yana's blood supply was missing. This is highly unusual, even considering the weight of her injuries. Gravity wouldn't have been enough to drain that much blood from her body. Her heart would have had to have been pumping the entire time. It was the medical examiner's opinion that Blake may have drained Yana's blood by placing her in the bathtub with her head lower than her feet and then running water over her head, which could have increased the blood flow and potentially interfere with clotting. Due to the presence of foam in her nostrils, the doctor concluded that Yana was probably submerged in water for at least 30 minutes. Her body was then washed and placed on the clean sheet. Her cause of death was ruled as exsanguination, which is the draining of blood. There was an additional pillow to the left of Jana with an indentation on it. It was as if someone had been laying next to her. There were dried blood stains on the mattress beneath the sheet she lay upon. The investigation uncovered the extent of the violence that had occurred throughout Blake Libel's condo. According to court documents, blood stains and pieces of human flesh were discovered behind the bed. Blood was also splattered on the wall near Jana's body. A fragment of an eyebrow was found on the floor beside the bed. In addition to the mattress Jana was lying on, blood stains were present on another mattress from a second bed in the room, as well as on a side table and in various other areas of the bedroom. The mattress that had been used to obstruct the door belonged to this second bed. A clump of hair and a blood-stained razor were found in the trash can. When police entered the bathroom of the master bedroom, warm water was flowing in the bathtub. Blood marks and strands of hair were visible inside the tub. A green paring knife stained with blood was discovered in the top drawer of the bathroom. The oval-shaped blood patterns found on the bed's headboard and in the guest bedroom were consistent with being caused by the top of Yana's scalped head. Blood was present on 2 towels, a pillowcase, the floor, and the base of the drapes in the guest bedroom. The drain in the guest bathroom tub also tested positive for blood, and that same drain contained recently cut hair. Chemical testing further confirmed the presence of blood that someone had attempted to clean from areas of the dining room, the hallway, the guest bathroom, and both bedrooms. The kitchen garbage disposal also tested positive for blood. Additional evidence was later discovered in the dumpster. Inside trash bags that had been thrown down the garbage chute, only feet from Blake's condo door, investigators found blood-soaked bedding, towels, clothing, bath mats, placemats, a bed skirt bearing bloody handprints, human tissue including pieces with hair that appeared to be scalp, and the missing ear. Samples taken from Blake's hands and fingernails also contained Yana's DNA. Yana's hands showed injuries consistent with self-defense. The marks and bruises observed on Blake's face at the time of his arrest were most likely inflicted by Yana as she fought for her life. The Los Angeles coroner concluded that she was kept alive for approximately 8 hours. He stated that he had never seen injuries like those before and compared them to wartime injuries. Blake Libel was arrested and charged with the torture and murder of Yana Cashin. It was later discovered that he had used her phone to order food to the apartment through Postmates twice during the period Yana was missing. Blake's behavior at the scene was described as ice cold. He acted as though he did not even know Yana was dead. When an officer informed him, he simply responded, "Well, I guess you'll find out who did it then." Libel wore an evil grin as officers escorted him from the condo in handcuffs. On June 26th, 2018, Blake Leibel was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Due to the nature of his crimes, he was eligible for the death penalty, but the district attorney did not pursue it, even though doctors determined Blake was not insane and was competent to stand trial. The jury took only 3 hours to return a guilty verdict. Blake was also ordered to pay approximately $43 million to Yana Cashin's family. Cody Leibel attended every day of the trial. Blake's father never appeared. Yana Cashin had lived in the United States for only a couple of years before the tragedy occurred. She was working toward becoming a translator. What happened to her was utterly devastating. It was a crime with little motive beyond Blake's narcissistic desire to control women using his allowance. It was as though this aging, evil little boy had never experienced rejection, and once he was or believed that he was, he could not endure it. His ego collapsed, and he stole the life of his newborn daughter's beautiful mother in the most cruel way imaginable. Blake Leibel will rot in prison where he belongs, alone with no one, nothing, and no future that will bring any light in his direction. Moving on to the next case. The case of Carol Maltese. Carol Nicole Maltese was born on September 19, 1995, in a small province in Italy to parents Fabio and Josephine. Her mother was of Italian descent, while her father had Dutch heritage. When Carol was only 4 years old, her parents divorced, and she remained with her mother. Her father returned to the Netherlands, where he remarried and had more children. Despite the lack of support from her father, Josephine chose to stay in Italy and raise Carol on her own. Carol and her mother lived in a small community called Sesto Senda. Her mother worked multiple jobs to provide Carol with a good education and opportunities for a better life. As a result, Carol grew into a beautiful, kind, and sociable young woman, with many friends and an easy rapport with others. She was an active schoolgirl who participated in sports such as horseback riding and regularly attended a dance studio. She was fluent in 3 languages, loved traveling across Europe, and was an avid reader who could engage in conversations on a wide range of topics. As Carol entered her teenage years, she had many admirers and enjoyed being the center of attention. After completing her secondary education, Carol enrolled in a technical university to study industrial design, arts, and fashion. During her freshman year, Carol discovered she was pregnant after developing a romantic relationship with a young man studying architecture and design. The pregnancy was unexpected, and both Carol and her father were unprepared. Despite the challenges, Carol decided to keep the baby. In 2016, Carol, then 20 years old, gave birth to a son. The arrival of the baby significantly impacted her life. Due to financial constraints, she had to leave school to support herself and her child. She relocated to Verona in search of better opportunities to provide for her family. Carol found employment as a sales consultant in a cosmetics and perfume retail chain when her son was 1 year old. Meanwhile, her boyfriend worked on projects from home and took care of their son. However, in mid-2019, Carol's life took another turn when she fell in love with Angelo. They began a passionate affair, secretly meeting in hotel rooms and exchanging messages at night. The affair lasted about 6 months, during which they tried to spend as much time together as possible. Just before the new year, Carol's boyfriend discovered her infidelity and decided to end their relationship. Carol believed it was for the best that she was leaving, as she had already planned to move in with her new boyfriend. However, they faced a challenge. Angelo lived with his parents, and Carol could not join him with her child from a previous relationship. They decided to rent a place together, but their plans were disrupted, leaving them jobless and unable to afford a home. Carol had to move into Angelo's parents' house and temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father. Carol struggled financially, but Angelo and his parents supported her as much as possible. She had to rely on them completely, unable to contribute to her son's care. To make matters worse, her mother was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, requiring expensive treatment. In desperation, Carol looked for ways to earn money from home to support her son and ailing mother. She turned to social media and created a YouTube channel, sharing her experiences of life in isolation. Although her content did not attract much attention, her striking appearance drew comments, including some unwanted and inappropriate proposals. A subscriber suggested that Carol create an account on the adult content platform OnlyFans, citing her attractive appearance and potential for quick success. Taking this advice, Carol registered under the pseudonym Charlotte Angel and began posting intimate photos and videos. She quickly gained a large following and started earning a substantial income. Over time, Carol's content became more explicit and bold, earning appreciation from her fans. However, she kept her work a secret from her boyfriend and relatives. This secrecy was short-lived, as an acquaintance discovered her account about 6 months later. Although Carol tried to justify her work as an art form that provided her financial security and personal fulfillment, her acquaintances did not accept it. Friends and acquaintances gradually distanced themselves from her, believing her work was immoral and fearing that association with her would damage their reputations. Carol perceived this reaction as prejudice and remained confident that she would achieve success and wealth as an adult film star. Her newfound popularity attracted the attention of adult film studios, and several directors approached her with offers to star in their productions. She soon accepted the invitations and participated in group photo sessions. Unbeknownst to her, her activities went unnoticed, and her boyfriend, Angelo, was shocked to discover that she was not working remotely as a designer as she had claimed. He felt lost and uncertain how to react, having no plans to end their relationship. However, when Angelo's parents learned of Carol's profession, they urged him to end the relationship immediately, fearing she would bring shame to their family. At that time, Carol achieved financial stability thanks to her popular OnlyFans account and increasing earnings from film directors. In interviews, she expressed her intention to eventually complete her education and pursue a career in design or modeling. However, she increasingly enjoyed her current job and became fully immersed in it. Despite her success, Carol faced constant moral pressure from those around her, who judged and tried to shame her, resulting in certain psychological trauma. She defended her profession, calling it art, and advocated for women's right to choose a career without fear of judgment or social consequences. At the age of 25, Carol moved to Rescaldina, a small town in the province of Milan, intending to start anew. She planned to abandon her career in the adult entertainment industry and secure a job as a sales consultant at a perfume shop. However, this job lasted only a short time. A few months later, she met David Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker with a passion for photography, especially nude photography. They connected online, where David was seeking photo models for his projects. Carol reciprocated his offer, and upon their first meeting, they felt an intense mutual attraction. Despite being married, David pursued a relationship with Carol, and they began dating. Their relationship involved photo sessions that often led to intimate encounters. David soon discovered Carol's past experience in the adult industry and encouraged her to resume her career, citing her talent. However, David's feelings for Carol were complex. He loved her, desired to possess her, and also enjoyed watching her in adult films. In March 2021, David divorced his wife and moved in with Carol, allowing them to explore their most explicit fantasies together. He assisted her in creating content for OnlyFans, a platform where she gained immense popularity. However, David took a share of the profits from their joint work. As Carol's success grew, she began receiving lucrative offers from foreign directors and studios for film shoots. David, a jealous boyfriend, would become annoyed when others showed interest in Carol in public or attempted to flirt with her. However, he never interfered with her work as an adult film actress, treating it as a normal job that she felt comfortable performing. On the other hand, after Angelo and Carol broke up, Angelo confessed that he had missed her and asked to reconcile, saying that he would accept her profession and not restrict her freedom. Carol appreciated Angelo's efforts, but revealed that she had already met someone else. Even so, Angelo and Carol continued to communicate. However, when David found out, he became angry, threatened Angelo, burned his car, and finally broke up with Carol. Angelo reported the incident to the police, who issued a restraining order against David, but ultimately found no evidence linking him to the arson. As Carol's career advanced, she frequently traveled for filming and attracted a large following. She was trying to buy a house for herself and her son, and planned to leave the adult film industry to focus on raising her son. To achieve this goal, she began creating custom videos for fans, who would send her scripts and pay her to make their fantasies come true. This approach brought high profits to Carol. Carol and David continued to collaborate in film despite their personal separation. During a September 2021 film shoot, Carol met co-star Salvatore Galdo, and a romance blossomed. She and Salvatore eventually formalized their relationship, deciding to marry after taking the time to ensure they were both ready to move forward. As they planned their future together, they made a conscious effort to maintain their independence and keep their relationship private. They had learned from past experiences and wanted to approach their new relationship with a clear understanding of each other's needs and boundaries. In the end, Carol and Salvatore were able to build a strong foundation for their relationship, free from the entanglements of their past. They were able to move forward together, focusing on their shared future and leaving their complicated pasts behind. Carol's social media activity slowed significantly. Although new posts occasionally appeared on her account, she rarely interacted with anyone, keeping her responses brief. Her latest photos suggested she had recently gone on a seaside vacation, but she had not shared her plans with anyone. Everything appeared peaceful. But on March 20th, 2022, in a deserted area near Italian Borno, a passerby made a disturbing discovery. While walking along a cliff, he spotted large black bags of trash on a slope near a body of water. Feeling uncomfortable seeing garbage in such a beautiful location, he decided to investigate. As he approached one of the bags, he noticed that it was unusually heavy. His curiosity turned to horror when he saw human fingers poking through a tear in the polyethylene plastic. The man quickly contacted the police, and when officers arrived, they found 4 bags containing a human body that had been divided into 18 parts. Due to the extreme disfigurement, identifying the remains seemed unlikely. Forensic analysis revealed that the victim was a young woman who had been deceased for at least 2 months, although the cause of death could not be determined. It was clear that the body had been stored in a freezer before being thrown off a cliff in a remote area, likely with the intention of keeping it hidden for a long time. Upon impact, the bags tore, spilling some of the contents. The perpetrator had attempted to conceal the victim's identity by removing distinctive features, such as tattoos, although damaged remnants of these tattoos still existed. The skin in those areas had been severely damaged with burns from hot objects, cuts, and acid. Despite this, police were able to piece together fragments of the tattoos and compare them with a missing persons database. A breakthrough occurred when a news report about the body was broadcast, urging anyone who might recognize the described features to come forward. Shortly afterward, a woman who worked in adult films visited the police station and identified the tattoos as belonging to a colleague who had disappeared in early January. The actress knew the deceased as Charlotte, but did not know her real name. This new information proved crucial, as it allowed the police to establish the victim's identity and real name. Once her identity was confirmed, it emerged that she had recently become engaged to Salvatore Galdo, a colleague, shortly before her disappearance. However, Galdo had not reported his fiancée missing, raising suspicions. He was detained as the first suspect, though he appeared genuinely distraught over her death and puzzled as to why he was under suspicion. According to Salvatore, he had been in regular contact with his fiancée through messaging apps and social media and had proof of their correspondence. He claimed that Carol had fallen ill and was self-isolating, which explained why he had not visited her. When asked why he had not called to check on her, he said he had spoken with David Fontana, who lived nearby and had promised to care for her. Although Salvatore's story was unclear and unconvincing, his testimony led police to a second suspect who needed to be questioned. However, before authorities could locate David, he appeared at the station to report a missing person, a surprising turn of events. David had not been following the news and did not expect the body to be found so quickly. Upon learning that Carol's body had been discovered and identified, he became worried. When Salvatore was arrested, David realized that the police would likely trace him, as he had communicated with Salvatore by phone and fabricated a story about caring for Carol while she was sick. During questioning, David appeared nervous and gave conflicting accounts of his relationship with Carol. He claimed that he and Carol were close but had not seen each other in months, and that she had suddenly stopped contacting him. After hours of questioning, David finally broke down and confessed that he had accidentally killed Carol during a filming session for a client who had paid a large sum. The script had called for him to tie and gag Carol, place a bag over her head, and simulate brutal beating and torture using tools, including a hammer. David and Carol had agreed that he would not hit her too hard, while she would act as if she were in extreme pain. However, David claimed that he accidentally delivered a hammer blow that fractured her skull. When he removed the bag, he saw that she was near death, But instead of seeking medical help, he decided to end her suffering with one final hammer strike. Investigation later revealed that the mysterious client was, in fact, David himself, who had used a fake account to contact Carol. He had devised a revenge plan because Carol intended to leave him. On the night of January 11th, David killed Carol with a hammer. The following day, he purchased a large freezer, saw, and axe using Carol's credit card, which he used to dismember her body. David attempted to disfigure the body to prevent identification by removing tattoos, burning the skin, and shredding the remains. After murdering Carol, he stored her body parts in a freezer for over 2 months. During this period, he deceived her relatives and friends by communicating through her phone and social media accounts, creating the illusion that she was still alive. By the end of March, believing it was safe, David disposed of the body by dumping it off a cliff in a remote area, hoping the remains would either never be found or would be too decomposed to identify. However, the body was discovered just 2 days later, and authorities tracked David down within a week. The most perplexing element of the case is that none of Carol's relatives or friends reported her missing, even though her disappearance had occurred nearly 3 months earlier. David had meticulously maintained the illusion that Carol was alive by sending messages and posting on her social media accounts. Even her fiancé, who believed she was sick, did not become alarmed when she failed to answer his calls or visit him. Had anyone raised the alarm sooner, authorities could have tracked David immediately via Carol's phone signal, which he had kept with him the entire time. During the trial, David expressed remorse, claiming that he loved Carol and that her death had been unintentional. He further stated that he had planned to take his own life after her death, unable to cope with the grief. While this claim was widely regarded as implausible, the defense framed the incident as an unintentional act of violence. On June 12, 2023, David was convicted of manslaughter. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and ordered to pay compensation totaling €350,000 to Carol's son, her mother, and the father of her child. Notably, the court did not consider the manner of the killing to be cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not treated as an aggravating factor. Consequently, David may be eligible for parole in the future. Moving on to the next case. The case of Cecile Bloch. 3.5 decades after the chilling and mysterious murder of 11-year-old French girl Cecile Bloch, the veil of secrecy was finally lifted by the discovery of DNA evidence. Revealed alongside this newfound truth after a 35-year investigation was a horrifying connection. The same malevolent hand that stole Cecile's innocence also stained France with the blood of other victims during the dark period from 1986 to 1994. To make matters worse, the shocking revelation was that the individual responsible for these heinous acts was someone who should have been a guardian of the law, a gendarme and a policeman at the time of the murders. This is the tragic story of Cecile Bloch. It was the fateful morning of May 5, 1986. The universe seemed to conspire against 24-year-old Luc Bloch as the day began on the wrong foot. First, his alarm clock failed to go off, and to make matters worse, nobody in the Bloch household had the foresight to rouse him from his restless sleep. Luc, now in a mad dash to get to work, also had to ensure his young sister was not late for school. With urgency pressing on him, he called out to his little sister, instructing her to hasten her preparations as he hurriedly left the apartment. In those days, it was common for children to go to school alone. Each weekday morning, their parents, Jean-Pierre and Suzanne Bloch, would leave for work by 8 a.m. Luc too departed the family apartment, leaving just before Cecile, who typically left for her classes around 8:45 a.m. lunchtime, brought a cherished routine. Cecile would return home alone, savoring a comforting bowl of soup before delighting the household with her beloved violin. This gifted young girl was a maestro of melodies and had a deep love for music. She adored dogs and excelled in her studies. At noon, her caring mother, Suzanne, would routinely call the family apartment to ensure her daughter had returned safely and eaten her lunch. But on that fateful day, an eerie silence answered her call. Cecile did not pick up the phone. This silence would soon lead to a horrific revelation, raising countless questions about what had truly occurred that morning. Let us return to the moment Luc Bloch embarked on his daily journey to work. As he stepped out of the apartment, the darkness of the landing greeted him yet again. There had been no light for the third consecutive day. Frustration coursed through him as his fingers fumbled in the inky darkness to locate the elevator button. The only functioning elevator glided to a halt on the third floor, where a well-dressed young man stood. Possibly in his late 20s, the man had an athletic build and a pockmarked face. Luke, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, offered a polite greeting and then disembarked on the first floor. The stranger responded with an unusually emphatic, "Good day." Something about this encounter struck Luke as peculiar. The man's politeness seemed excessive for a stranger. It was almost unnerving. In hindsight, Luke would later recall the haunting final words uttered by this man. "Have a very, very good day." Little did he know that, within minutes, this same man would commit an unspeakable act against his young sister, leaving an indelible scar on his heart. At 8:20 a.m., inside the building, the concierge perused a fresh newspaper while neighbors went about their morning routines. None of the building's residents could have imagined that, in just half an hour, young Cecile would meet her tragic fate. A fate that awaited her lifeless body in the shadowy depths of the building's basement, a staggering 3 floors beneath what had once been her peaceful home. Suzanne, her heart sinking with each unanswered call, clung to a fragile hope that Cecile might be at a friend's house. She dialed the number, praying for a reassuring voice, but her fear only deepened. Her friend confirmed the chilling truth. Cecile had not gone to school, and she had not seen her that day either. By 1 p.m., panic consumed the parents, driving them back into the apartment, their frantic voices echoing as they desperately called for their beloved daughter. Cecile was nowhere to be found. Suzanne's eyes fell upon her daughter's absent school bag, a stark sign that she had indeed left. But to where? Meanwhile, Jean-Pierre began a series of agonizing calls to local hospitals. Their anxious inquiries met the same heartbreaking reply. No girl matching Cecile's description had been admitted. In the building's lobby, the parents pleaded with the concierge to help locate their missing child. Fueled by urgency, they raced to the police station, scouring the nearby streets and playgrounds along the way. Cecile was known for her steadfast attendance at school, and there were no significant issues at home to explain her absence. The question loomed large. Why had she left, and where had she gone? The concierge, now joined by 2 concerned neighbors, undertook a painstaking search of the building floor by floor, inching their way downward, but the haunting truth remained. Cecile had vanished without a trace. All that remained was the foreboding cellar. The first room they entered was empty, offering no answers. The second room was locked. The third room was a chamber of forgotten clutter, a chaotic maze of possessions and junk accumulated over years, so densely entangled that nothing could be discerned at a glance. In a breathless moment, a flashlight pierced the darkness, casting a feeble glow across the basement's desolation. At first, it appeared vacant, but just as they were about to retreat, one man noticed something amiss in the corner of his eye, a grimy, time-worn carpet that seemed to conceal something beneath it. He summoned the others, a glimmer of dread tugging at their hearts. Tragically, they found who they were seeking, but not in the way they had hoped. Outside the house, police cars and an ambulance had already arrived when Cecile's parents returned. They rushed past the gathered crowd in the basement, but it was too late. The innocent life of young Cecile had already been taken, her innocence brutally shattered. The wheels of justice began to turn as a relentless investigation into the heart-wrenching homicide was launched. The grim investigation revealed a chilling timeline. The malevolent intruder had infiltrated the block, lingering within its walls, and endured a sinister 40-minute encounter with Cecile, with witnesses confirming that he departed the building at 9:20 a.m. All accounts echoed a hauntingly consistent description of the suspect. A dark-haired young man, aged between 25 and 30, his face marred by the cruel reminders of severe acne scars. The very same man who had exchanged strange pleasantries with Luke that morning. Drawing on the accounts of 6 witnesses and Luke's recollection, the police produced a rough sketch of the male suspect, which soon appeared in newspapers across France. While investigators succeeded in obtaining the assailant's biological material and determining his blood type, the emerging field of DNA forensics constrained their progress. The evidence, a tantalizing fragment of the puzzle, remained ensnared in a cold, expectant silence as the promise of breakthroughs in forensic science beckoned from the shadows. Yet the revelations were minimal, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and a community haunted by uncertainty. Only a month earlier, the city had recoiled at reports of a similar predator roaming among them. A man bearing a striking resemblance to the male figure now under investigation had assaulted an 8-year-old girl in an elevator. Yet miraculously she had survived to recount her harrowing experience to investigators. This brave child, known only as Sarah, recounted how the man had cunningly posed as a police officer during the ordeal. What sent shockwaves through the community were the eerie parallels emerging in 3 additional sexual assault cases. In these grim chapters, the assailant, employing the same sinister ruse, had targeted a 26-year-old woman and 2 young girls aged 11 and 14. Each victim had fallen prey to his apparent police identification card and the menacing glint of handcuffs, tools of restraint that he employed with chilling precision. The authorities were gripped by a sense of urgency as they grappled with the unsettling question. Was this a deceitful strategy to gain the confidence of unsuspecting victims, or was he truly a police officer? Their suspicions were fueled not only by the violence inflicted upon his victims, but also by the meticulously calculated methods he employed. A persistent intuition lingered among investigators, a conviction that this malefactor was no ordinary criminal. Their instincts told them he was either a sworn officer or a gendarme, a belief that would later be chillingly confirmed. Capturing this predator, however, was far from simple, as he continued to evade the grasp of justice with diabolical cunning. Despite the widespread dissemination of his sketch to the local populace, it failed to expose the perpetrator. By the end of 1987, a sinister shadow had descended over numerous crimes, all attributed to this man based on his distinctive appearance and menacing demeanor. The investigation remained trapped in an agonizing stalemate for years, swinging between closure and reopening. In a cruel twist, the most recent DNA tests conducted in the pursuit of justice produced inconclusive results, enveloping the perpetrator's identity in an impenetrable veil of darkness. Tragically, the parents of the young victim never lived to witness justice. Suzanne met her untimely death in a devastating traffic accident in 1989, while Jean-Pierre passed away in 2011. Their hearts carried the heavy burden of never knowing the face of the monster who had taken their beloved Cécile forever, leaving a haunting legacy of unresolved pain and injustice. Yet the embers of the unsolved mystery began to rekindle, guiding determined cold case detectives who uncovered a piece of evidence that offered a glimmer of hope. The killer, known to drive a white car, had previously served in the prestigious gendarmerie. His chilling history culminated in a final crime committed near a gendarmerie training facility, with methods that displayed unmistakable signs of police and military training. In 2021, the police made a bold move. They summoned around 750 former police officers who had served in the Paris area during the time of the crimes. Among them was the very man who had evaded justice for so long, called in for questioning on September 29, 2021. The investigators' aim was clear: to collect DNA from these suspects, hoping fervently that the murderer would finally be identified among them. The story took a harrowing turn on September 24th, when a summons was delivered to a man, compelling his appearance for questioning on September 29th. The demand further required the surrender of a DNA sample. However, in a startling twist, the narrative shifted on September 27th when the man's wife reported him missing. As the clock relentlessly approached the fateful date, the puzzle remained incomplete. 2 days later, on September 29th, 2021, in a quiet town in southern France, tragedy struck in the form of suicide. François Verov, a 59-year-old man, chose to end his life, leaving behind a farewell note that contained a haunting confession. Among its chilling lines, it read, "I admit being a great criminal who committed unforgivable acts until the end of the 1990s. In a heart-wrenching conclusion, DNA tests revealed the somber truth. The man authorities had hunted relentlessly for years, the pockmarked, elusive predator, was unmasked as François Verov. However, much of his background remained cloaked in mystery. Born on January 22, 1962 in France, he had grown up under the stern gaze of a strict father, a stepmother, and 2 stepsisters. His biological mother had succumbed to the relentless grip of the flu. In his youth, he harbored an unsettling fascination with horror movies, perhaps offering a glimpse into the darkness that would later consume him. In 1983, François embarked on a new chapter as he moved to Paris and joined the National Gendarmerie. By June 1985, he had married and undertook the construction of a family home from the ground up, a testament to his ambitions. In the eyes of a former friend, he wore the dual masks of kindness and decency, yet his temper lurked just beneath the surface, a volatile element that could erupt without warning. Behind this facade, however, lay a chilling truth. He was entirely the opposite of the positive traits he may have projected to others. For innocent young girls had suffered beneath his sinister hand, miraculously escaping his clutches, all except for young Cecile Bloch. Francois' malevolence did not end there. In 1987, he cold-bloodedly murdered two adults, 38-year-old Jill Politi and his devoted housekeeper, Irmgard Muller. Armed with crucial DNA evidence, investigators embarked on a gripping journey, determined to unravel the secrets of a malefactor whose dark deeds seemed endless. They fervently believed his sinister trail of crimes extended far beyond those already uncovered, driving them to delve deeper into unsolved cases, searching for hidden connections that could reveal the full extent of his reign of terror. Unfortunately, earthly justice may never hold him accountable for his atrocities, and retribution seems beyond reach. The specter of his deeds looms large, leaving the question of inevitable justice to the realm beyond. As this harrowing tale unfolds, we are left with unanswered questions, wounds that may never fully heal, and the haunting presence of a man who committed unspeakable acts. Francois Vero may have evaded earthly justice, but his actions are forever inscribed in the indelible ink of infamy. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope stands as a testament to the relentless tenacity of those who pursued answers. With advancements in DNA technology, the truth emerged from the depths of despair. In the afterlife, in the realm beyond, justice may yet find its elusive mark, allowing the innocent souls scarred by his malevolence to finally rest in peace. In the shadow of these chilling revelations, let us remember all those who suffered at the hands of this predator. Their memory endures as a reminder that even in the darkest corners of our world, the relentless pursuit of justice can be a beacon of hope. As we close this chapter of human frailty and malevolence, let us remember Cecile, not for the darkness that took her, but for the vibrant spirit she once embodied. For every life taken too soon, there remains a legacy that defies the shadows, a testament to the unwavering hope that someday justice will prevail. May the souls of Cecile and all the other victims rest in eternal peace. The case of Dalia DiPolito. On a bright afternoon in Palm Beach, Florida, a man named Muhammad went to the local police department with a startling account. He stated that a woman, whom he knew only by the name Delilah, had approached him with a strange and disturbing proposal. Muhammad claimed that Delilah had offered to hire him to carry out a murder. Although his account sounded believable, Muhammad was unable to provide one key piece of information: Delilah's last name. Despite this missing detail, the Palm Beach Police Department treated Muhammad's allegation seriously and began an investigation. Detectives were assigned to identify the mysterious Delilah and determine the identity of her husband. In order to obtain more details, they decided to use Muhammad as bait to arrange a meeting with Delilah. A local mobile gas station was selected as the meeting place, based on Muhammad's statement that Delilah lived nearby. At the chosen meeting location, police positioned several surveillance vehicles to observe the encounter, hoping to collect evidence and piece together the mystery surrounding Delilah's identity and intentions. Before the woman arrived, detectives instructed Muhammad on what he should say to her. They secretly equipped him with a wire and recording device, enabling them to listen to the conversation as it unfolded. As they continued monitoring the mobile gas station, detectives focused on the interaction between Muhammad and a woman named Delilah. What caught them off guard was Delilah's appearance, which did not match the typical image of someone seeking to have her husband killed. Delilah, an attractive woman dressed in a skirt and tank top, entered the car with Muhammad. Muhammad, acting uncertain, asked whether it was really worth having someone murdered. Delilah responded that she could not divorce her husband because she feared he would retaliate if she attempted to leave him and divide their assets. She told Muhammad that after her husband's murder, she planned to establish an alibi by going to another location, such as Boca Raton. Muhammad then asked her whether anyone would suspect her involvement in her husband's death, and she confidently replied that no one would accuse her. The detectives were shocked by the woman's casual manner as she spoke about hiring someone to kill her husband. As they continued listening, they were disturbed by her nonchalant attitude, which made it seem as though she was discussing an ordinary business transaction rather than arranging a murder. At one point, she even showed Muhammad photographs of her husband, further demonstrating her cold disregard for human life. During the conversation, the woman made a remarkable admission to Muhammad, revealing that she intended to pay a hitman to kill her husband. This confession marked a critical breakthrough for the detectives, as it confirmed her involvement in soliciting a murder. However, the detectives knew that to strengthen their case, additional evidence was necessary. The woman told Muhammad that she would withdraw $1,000 in cash and give it to the hitman later. After discussing the plan with Muhammad, the woman left the mobile gas station and drove home. Detectives followed her in order to obtain information about her residence. A records check showed that the address belonged to Dahlia Doe, not Delilah as they had originally believed. Armed with this new information, detectives conducted a background check on the vehicle Dahlia had used to meet Muhammad at the gas station. This led them to the registered owner's name, which was her husband, Mike Doe. To their friends, Mike and Dahlia appeared to be a loving and happy couple. The two had met when Mike was browsing the internet at work, searching for something to occupy himself when he was feeling bored. Mike came across a website offering escort services and decided to hire one. That choice would have a major impact on his life. When the escort arrived, Mike was immediately captivated by her physical beauty. He thought she was exceptionally attractive, and he felt an undeniable connection between them. As they spent more time together, they quickly formed a strong bond. Effortlessly engaging in friendly conversation over the following days, Mike and Dahlia's friendship developed into a romantic relationship after they spent a weekend together. They quickly recognized that their feelings for each other extended beyond friendship, and as a result, they became a committed couple. A few months into their relationship, they came across an engagement ring store, prompting a discussion about marriage, a topic they had previously considered. Mike was drawn to the idea of spending his life with Dahlia and decided to purchase a ring, symbolizing his commitment to their future together. Despite the rapid pace of their relationship, Mike was genuinely happy and in love. Prior to meeting Dahlia, Mike had a troubled past. In 2001, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison in Broward County, Florida, for grand theft, fraud, and false telephone sales. At the time, Mike was struggling with drug addiction and a desperate need for money, which he later admitted did not excuse his actions. He served his 2-year sentence and was given 28 years of probation. The court imposed this lengthy probation period to allow him time to repay the substantial debt he owed. However, upon returning home, Mike was uncertain how he would fulfill this obligation. Determined to settle his debt, he found employment as a cook at a local restaurant, earning $350 per week, which was insufficient to significantly reduce the large sum he owed. Seeking to improve his financial situation and potentially secure an early release from probation, Mike looked for a better-paying job. A friend offered him an office position near his home, allowing him to transition from cooking to email marketing. As Mike and Dahlia's relationship progressed, he eventually confided in her about his probation and the restrictions it imposed. Mike explained that he needed permission to leave the state while on probation. Dahlia, who had a strong desire to travel, expressed her wish to explore the world with Mike. To assist him in becoming debt-free, Dahlia offered to provide $91,000 if he paid the remaining balance, enabling them to clear the debt and begin the life she envisioned. Dahlia, a successful real estate agent, was financially stable and able to help Mike pay off his debt and restore his standing. Mike consulted his attorney to understand the process, and the attorney advised him to gather the required funds to secure his release from probation. To facilitate the payment, Dahlia and Mike agreed that she would transfer the money from her Bank of America account to the attorney. Dahlia told Mike that she had sent the funds, but when he followed up with the attorney, he was informed that the payment had not been received. Mike waited a day before asking Dahlia about the transfer, but she insisted that she had sent the money, leaving him frustrated and uncertain about the situation. Mike's concern continued to grow, so he contacted his attorney again, only to learn that the funds still had not arrived. Dahlia claimed to have sent the money, but could not account for the delay. 2 days passed since the supposed transaction, yet the attorney had not received any funds. Mike requested proof of the transaction, needing a receipt to verify the details. However, Dahlia suspected foul play, suggesting that the attorney might have misappropriated the money. She vowed to locate the missing sum while Mike tried to move past the confusion. Meanwhile, a supervisor at the Bond Beach Police Department contacted Sergeant Whitey Jean for assistance. Sergeant Jean met with a detective working on Dahlia Doe's case, who briefed him on the situation, revealing that Dahlia intended to hire someone to kill her husband. The detective explained that Dahlia was awaiting a call from the prospective hitman and asked Sergeant Whitey Jean to pose as the hitman and arrange a meeting with her. Sergeant Whitey Jean agreed to assist with the investigation and assumed the role of the hitman. In this capacity, he contacted Dahlia and demanded a $3,000 advance payment along with the key to her house. The detective had requested the key as part of the plan to make Dahlia believe the murder would occur at her home. Dahlia, however, was displeased with the payment demand and called Muhammad, the informant, to voice her concerns. During the call, the detective overheard her apprehensions and worried that they might have frightened her away, fearing that she could change her mind and seek someone else to commit the crime. On August 3, 2009, Dahlia met Sergeant Whitey Jean, posing as a hitman, in a CVS parking lot. Dahlia had not brought the agreed-upon payment, prompting Sergeant Whitey Jean to warn her that if he had to wait until after the murder to receive payment, she would need to provide $7,000 in cash up front. He explained to Dahlia that he would stage the break-in and murder of her husband, Mike, on Wednesday morning, taking advantage of recent robberies in the area. He outlined the plan to make it appear as a legitimate break-in, stating that Mike would be shot twice in the head to simulate a robbery gone wrong. Sergeant Whitey Jean also informed Dahlia that he would contact her a few days after the supposed murder, as he knew the police would be closely monitoring her actions following the crime. He emphasized that this delay was necessary to avoid arousing suspicion and to maintain the operation's secrecy. During their discussion, he gave her multiple chances to withdraw from the murder-for-hire plot. Despite this, Dahlia expressed unwavering determination, claiming she was 5,000% certain about her decision to have her husband killed. She provided Sergeant Whitey Jean with critical details, revealing that Mike followed a predictable morning routine, walking the dog at a specific time and leaving the house unlocked. This information was essential for the success of the plan. Dahlia also told the sergeant that she intended to create an alibi by going to the gym during the murder, ensuring she would be absent from the house when the crime occurred. The sergeant instructed Dahlia to arrive at the gym by 6 a.m. and informed her that he would enter her home at 6:30 a.m. After speaking with Dahlia, Sergeant Whitey Jean was struck by her extraordinary ruthlessness. Having encountered few individuals with such a level of cold calculation in his line of work, he planned to create a fake crime scene at Dahlia and Mike's home to observe her reaction on the day of the supposed hit. To execute this, they needed to know Dahlia's exact whereabouts. At 5:30 a.m., Dahlia told Mike she was going to the gym, which surprised him because she had never left that early before. However, he did not think much of it and continued with his morning routine. The detective monitored Dahlia to ensure she arrived at the gym and went inside, confirming that the plan could proceed. Before setting up the simulated crime scene, the detective needed to inform Mike Doe about the situation. About 30 minutes after Dahlia left for the gym, loud banging noises were heard at Mike and Dahlia's house, prompting Mike to rush to the door. When he opened it, he was astonished to see several police officers standing there. Confused and concerned, Mike asked them what was happening. The detective informed Mike that his wife, Dahlia, had attempted to hire a hitman to kill him, but the hitman was actually an undercover police officer. The entire scenario had been orchestrated to resemble a murder-for-hire plot. Mike was stunned when the police revealed that his wife had tried to arrange for someone to kill him. The detectives took him to the police station, leaving his home staged as a crime scene with fake police tape and flashing lights. They then called Dahlia, stating that they needed to question her about an incident involving her husband. When she arrived at her house, she found it surrounded by police vehicles and crime scene tape. The detective told her that her husband had been murdered, causing her to break down in apparent distress. However, the detective noticed that Dahlia's reaction seemed unusual, as she did not shed any real tears. He began questioning her about possible suspects, attempting to elicit a confession that she had hired the hitman. Dahlia claimed that her marriage was fine and suggested that Mike's probation issues and a prior stock fraud conviction might have led to his murder. Unbeknownst to her, Mike was observing from another room. The detective then revealed that they knew the truth and introduced Sergeant Whitey Jean, whom Dahlia claimed she did not know. Dahlia was arrested for solicitation of murder, with the detective disclosing that the hitman was an undercover officer. Mike was given the opportunity to confront Dahlia, but she refused to admit her guilt. Dahlia's trial began on April 26, 2011, during which Mike testified against her for 3 days. Her defense argued that the entire plot had been staged as a publicity stunt for a reality television show, but Mike denied any involvement. He asserted that he had no interest in reality TV and had no role in Dahlia's alleged plan to kill him, nor any knowledge of public relations. Following the trial, the jury found Dahlia guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder with a firearm, and she was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Mike felt relief at the verdict, coupled with a sense of closure, knowing that justice had been served. Dahlia's attorneys appealed the conviction, citing a juror's remark regarding Dahlia allegedly poisoning Mike's Starbucks drink, which had not been presented as evidence during the trial. The appellate court overturned the conviction, prompting a second trial. Despite the state's confidence in their case, the jury reached a hung verdict, resulting in a mistrial. A third trial was subsequently held, and Dahlia was again convicted, this time receiving a 16-year prison sentence. Her defense team continued to pursue appeals, but both the Florida Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review the case. Her attorneys planned to file a motion with a federal judge to review the third trial for potential constitutional violations, representing their final opportunity to secure a new trial. Despite her conviction, Dahlia has become a respected figure within the prison system, leading a Bible study group and earning admiration from fellow inmates. She remains separated from her young son, who resides with his grandmother and deeply misses being with her. Moving on to the next case. Hannah Foster. March 14, 2003. The Hobbit Pub, Southampton, England. On that evening, everyone present at this pub was relaxing. Among them was a girl named Hannah Foster and her friend. Both of them were enjoying themselves greatly there, and when they felt it was getting late, both friends left the pub by 10:50 p.m. Now, since it was quite late at night, Hannah Foster's friend caught a bus from a road called Portswood and went home. On the other hand, Hannah began walking home because her house was only 800 meters away, approximately 0.5 miles. 3 people lived in Hannah's house: her father Trevor Foster, her mother Hilary Foster, and her younger sister Sarah. The Fosters were early sleepers and early risers, so they usually went to bed early. They assumed that their daughter would return home, eat, and then go to bed on her own. However, when Hannah's mother woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, she could not find Hannah anywhere in the house. Normally, it would not take Hannah more than half an hour to get home, but now several hours had passed. Therefore, Hannah's mother, Hilary, called her daughter, but Hannah did not answer any calls. After this, gradually Hannah's father and younger sister also became aware of her absence. Following this, Hannah's father, Trevor Foster, called the girl with whom Hannah had gone to the Hobbit pub the previous night, but she repeated the same story that I had already told you. After this, Hannah's family also tried to search for her themselves, but by now it was already 10:30 in the morning, so Hannah's father began to worry greatly about his daughter. Because of this, he went to the Southampton police station and filed a missing person report for her. The police then began investigating the missing person case from their side and first traced her phone. Fortunately, Hannah's phone was active, and the police tracked it through the mobile towers. Naturally, the location of Hannah's phone showed it to be approximately 20 to 25 miles away from her home. The police reached the location within an hour. At the place where the police found Hannah's phone, which was the city's recycling center, they also discovered Hannah's bag, but Hannah herself was not there. On March 15th, an extensive search for Hannah continued, but her whereabouts were still unknown. As the search continued, March 16th arrived, and the Southampton police received a call from an anonymous man from the outskirts of the city. He informed them that he had just seen a girl's body in the bushes. A police team was dispatched to the location provided by the man. Since the police had been searching for Hannah Foster since the previous day and already had her picture, they first compared Hannah's photo with the discovered body and believed it to be Hannah Foster. Subsequently, Hannah's family was also called, and upon seeing a member of their family in that condition, they became very emotional. Nevertheless, the body was then sent for a post-mortem, and the police had to wait several hours for the results. When the post-mortem report finally arrived, it stated that Hannah had first been sexually assaulted and then murdered by strangulation. However, some traces of the killer's semen were found on Hannah's clothes, which made the police believe that the case could be solved soon, as DNA could be extracted from the semen and matched with the database to identify the killer. But the police's hope was shattered when the DNA sample of the killer was not found in their database. Regardless, the police, determined not to give up, checked Hannah's call details, which led the investigators to take another step toward solving the case. In fact, Hannah had last called the emergency number, 999, from her phone, and the operator had answered her call. The call lasted for 50 seconds. After that, the police contacted the operator and collected Hannah's call recording from there. In addition, the operator said, "I kept saying, 'This is the emergency helpline. What is the emergency?' for 50 seconds. But there was no response from the other end. When investigators enhanced the recording of Hannah's call, they realized that she was sitting in a moving vehicle. Additionally, there was another faint voice with a South Asian accent. The man asked Hannah questions while she remained quiet, appearing scared and intimidated. After obtaining the call recording, the investigating team accelerated progress in Hannah Foster's murder case. Now, the police also checked all the CCTV cameras in the area where Hannah's friend had last bid her farewell and caught a bus. After scrutinizing several CCTV footages from that road, the police eventually narrowed the search down to 7 suspect vehicles. On the other hand, Hannah's parents were eager to see their daughter's killer brought to justice swiftly. They now also discussed these 7 vehicles publicly. In the meantime, on March 26th, Hannah's parents spoke to people through a local crime TV show called Crime Watch about those cars. As a result, it emerged that one of the 7 suspect vehicles shown on TV was a van belonging to their company, Hazelwood Foods. The supervisor, James Dennis, called in and said that the driver of this van did not have his own vehicle, so he also used this van to commute to and from his home. Furthermore, that night, the driver had gone to deliver on this road. The time and location of the van matched exactly where Hannah had started to walk home alone. After that, the police obtained a good lead for the first time in this case. But the man driving the van was named Maninder Pal Singh Kohli. Upon speaking to the company supervisor, it was found that on the morning of March 15th, Maninder Pal came to work, but there were some marks on his face, whereas there had been no marks on his face the previous day, on the 14th. Additionally, on March 15th, Maninder only worked half a day and then took the remaining half off, citing back pain as the reason. However, it was later discovered by the police that Maninder had not returned to work since that day. Now, hearing the whole story, the investigating officers along with forensic experts arrived at Hazelwood Foods. Subsequently, the van driven by Maninder was thoroughly examined by forensic experts, and some traces of semen and blood were found in his vehicle as well. With all this evidence, such as Maninder Pal's disappearance and the discovery of semen and blood in his van, suspicion pointed directly at him for Hannah's murder. However, apart from this, the police once again scrutinized Maninder Pal's van through CCTV cameras. It became clear from the CCTV footage that Maninder Pal had taken his van to the recycling center on the night of March 14th, and where Hannah's body was found, his van had also passed through that road. Maninder Pal had now become the prime suspect for the police. Therefore, the police embarked on the search for Maninder Pal, first going to his home address, obtained from the sandwich company where he used to work. There, Maninder Pal's wife and 2 children lived, and his wife was a citizen of the UK. But upon reaching there, the police learned something that completely changed the course of the case. In fact, Maninder's wife revealed that he had actually left for India on March 18th because Maninder's mother was very ill. After learning this, it became imperative for the Southampton police to apprehend Maninder Pal in the Hannah Foster murder case, but it was equally challenging. And then, amidst all this, when a blood sample was taken from one of Maninder Pal's sons and DNA was extracted from it, it matched the DNA found on Hannah's clothes and inside Maninder Pal's van. Now, because a son inherits about half of his father's genes, the DNA of both father and son is approximately 99.99% identical. It had already been confirmed that Maninder Pal was indeed the real culprit. After that, the police from England contacted India through the government. Now, since Maninder Pal's ancestral home was in the city of Chandigarh in India, assistance was sought from the police there. Subsequently, the Chandigarh police obtained the address of Maninder's house and reached the location. There, the police found out that Maninder Pal had come to meet his mother a few days ago, but after staying there for 3 to 4 days, he left. Since then, he had not contacted his home. The police also learned another piece of information from Maninder Pal's family at home. When he was in England, he used to wear a turban and keep a beard. But when he came to India, he got a clean shave and also had his hair cut. Until now, Hannah's parents had also discovered their daughter's killer, and they were waiting for him to be caught. But the Chandigarh police were not giving this case much priority. By this time, the news of this case had not even appeared in the Indian media, so ordinary people did not know much about it. As time passed slowly, there was little progress in the investigation. A considerable amount of time had passed, so Hannah's parents took it upon themselves to catch the killer. Then, about 15 months after their daughter's death, on July 10, 2004, they came to India. At this time, they were only in India for 10 days. After that, they went straight to Chandigarh and spoke to the local media there, appealing to catch their daughter's killer, Maninder Pal. Apart from this, Hannah's parents had separate pictures of Maninder. In one photo, he had a beard and a turban, while in another, he had shaved his beard and cut his hair. It was easy to identify Maninder through these pictures. After this, Hannah's parents waited for a few days. But then they decided to go to Delhi because there were national and international media offices there. After this step by Hannah's parents, the news of their daughter's murder spread throughout India within 24 hours. The headline of every newspaper and news channel became Foster and Maninder Pal. Here, Hannah's parents also arranged a free hotline so that anyone who knew about the murderer could call this number. The Southampton police also announced through a news agency called The Sun that they would give 5 million Indian rupees to anyone who provided information about Maninder Pal. By now, this news had spread like wildfire throughout India. Then, on July 15, 2004, a car driver residing in the city of Darjeeling, in the state of West Bengal, India, called a retired police officer whom he knew. This police officer had already retired. The driver called the officer and told him that there was a man who had been living there for a few months, and his appearance resembled that of Hannah Foster's killer, as shown in the news. He started appearing there shortly after Hannah's murder. Upon hearing the driver's words, the retired officer immediately set out to see this man. The officer remembered Maninder Pal's face because they had been following this case through the news channels. Afterwards, when the driver showed the police officer the man, the officer was quite surprised. He then immediately contacted the local police, and the local police caught Maninder Pal on a bus going from Kalimpong town to Nepal. Here, the police found out that Maninder Pal was planning to flee to Nepal after seeing news about himself on TV channels and in newspapers. Additionally, the police discovered that Maninder Pal had changed his name to Mike Davis in West Bengal. In addition to Maninder, there was also a woman on the bus, and it was revealed that Maninder had remarried after coming to India. Maninder was now arrested and brought to Delhi, and during a few days in custody there, he confessed to his crime. He then told the entire story of how he murdered Hannah. The story was as follows. On the night of March 14, 2003, Maninder was parked on that road drinking in his van where Hannah passed by. But when he saw Hannah, bad thoughts began coming to his mind. Afterwards, he forcibly kidnapped Hannah and placed her in the van. Although there, Hannah requested to be released by Maninder. He paid no heed to her requests. In the meantime, Hannah also called the emergency helpline number. But due to Maninder's presence, she could not say anything. This led the call operator to believe it might have been a misdial. Later, Maninder took Hannah to a deserted area and raped her. However, after committing the crime, he realized that if he let Hannah go alive, she would go to the police and file a complaint. Therefore, Maninder strangled her to death. He then disposed of Hannah's body, where it was eventually found. On March 15th, the next day, Maninder took half a day off from work under the pretext of back pain. But he had Hannah's mobile phone and handbag with him, so he dumped them in a recycling bin at the city recycling center. Afterwards, he went to one of his friends and asked for some money on loan because he claimed he had to go to India to meet his sick mother. However, his friend did not have as much money as Maninder needed. Then Maninder returned home and told his British wife that his mother was sick in India and he needed to go there and required some money. Understanding Maninder's need, his wife spoke to her father, and on March 17th, Maninder's father-in-law lent him some money. The very next day, Maninder caught a flight to India. However, the excuse of his mother being sick was just a pretext. In reality, Maninder had come to India to escape from the English police. Upon arriving in India, Maninder went to Chandigarh, his ancestral home, and met his mother. But here, he completely changed his appearance. After changing his appearance, Maninder went to Darjeeling. After some time, he changed his name and married another woman there, where he started living thereafter. Now, Because neither anyone in India knew about Hannah Foster's murder nor about Maninder Pal, he was not caught for 15 months. But when Hannah's parents came to India, only then was Maninder apprehended. After that, Maninder was brought to Delhi, and on July 28, 2004, he gave an interview to a news channel. He confessed to his crime on TV, but during the confession, Maninder denied parts of the incident and said, "That night I had drunk a lot. I did not want to kill Hannah, but when I met her, Hannah started threatening to complain to the police. Although I threatened her a lot, she did not agree, which led me to kill her." However, in August 2004, Maninder Pal changed his statement. He said, "I did not do all this willingly, but it was done to me forcibly." After this statement, Maninder was placed under judicial custody in Delhi, and then the process of extradition to Britain began. This process took about 3 years, but finally, on June 8, 2007, the court granted permission for Maninder Pal to be sent to England. Once in England, Hampshire police arrested Maninder. Then a blood sample was taken from him, and it matched 100% with the DNA found on Hannah's clothes and the semen obtained from the van. After that, from December 10, 2007, the trial began in the Winchester Crown Court. Here, Maninder pleaded not guilty to all the charges against him. Maninder said that night, some criminals broke the window of the van and threw Hannah's body inside the van. Now, because they were drunk, those criminals forced me to assault Hannah, and they may even have forced me to kill her. Even in court, Hazelwood Foods Company supervisor James Dennis testified, but Maninder said, "I borrowed €16,000 from James, and he is also under the misconception that I am having an affair with his wife. That is why James is targeting me." Maninder also said, "Maybe James hired those 3 men to frame me and forced me to commit this crime on the night of March 14th. But in the end, when the police investigated all of Maninder Pal's statements, it all turned out to be lies." Finally, on November 25, 2008, all the allegations against Maninder Pal were proven, and he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Now he will be imprisoned without parole for at least 24 years. At the time of sentencing, he was 41 years old and will remain in jail until 2030. Of the 5 million rupees reward offered for catching Maninder Pal, 367,000 rupees were given to the taxi driver who first informed the police about Maninder Pal. The rest of the money was divided among 12 other people, because besides the taxi driver Jason Lepcha, those people also played an important role in solving the case. However, Jason used that money to buy land and then established a school for disadvantaged children on it, named the Hannah Memorial Academy in Hannah Foster's memory. Then, in 2006, when Hannah's parents visited Darjeeling and learned about this, they were very pleased. When they returned to England, Hannah's parents started a registered charity to help Jason along with others. This now greatly supports Jason Lepcha's school. Moving on to the next case. Case of Kristen Rossum. She could have pursued a career in science, but she chose a different path. Blonde Kristen Rossum, a chemistry graduate from San Diego State University, had the potential for a brilliant future. Instead, she is serving a life sentence at the Central California Women's Facility for the crime she committed against her husband. Ralph and Constance Rossum had 3 children and were preparing them for an undoubtedly bright future. The children received education from top schools, were tutored, and participated in clubs and sections designed for talent development. However, the fragile and impulsive Kristen broke, unable to keep up with the pace and pursuit of perfection. Lying, skipping classes, and the desire to escape reality first introduced her to a sense of ease and oblivion through alcohol consumption. Soon, alcohol no longer provided the desired sense of tranquility, and she became dependent on the controlled substance methamphetamine. Methamphetamine, or meth, is the most addictive illicit drug in the United States. It induces paranoia, clouds judgment, produces euphoria, and can cause hallucinations. Kristen's erratic behavior and detachment from reality drew her parents' attention. After a long conversation, she admitted she had been addicted to the substance since high school. This behavior was a severe blow for a family of university-educated professionals. After several months of numerous conflicts with her parents, 17-year-old Kristen secretly ran away to Mexico with friends for a holiday. There, she met a man by chance. Tall and handsome, Gregory DeVilly, 7 years her senior, seemed like an angel who would save her, and he did. Greg fell in love with the troubled young woman. He assumed the role of a parent, taking responsibility for her well-being. With Greg's support, she secured a job at a local forensic department as a toxicology assistant. Her skills impressed her employer. Her addiction was overlooked, which worked in her favor, as her work in toxicology provided access to seized controlled substances. As a forensic assistant, she graduated from university with honors. Her teachers and employer praised her, awarding her the Best Student accolade, unaware of the reasons behind her passion for the profession. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Her relationship with Greg lasted about 5 years and culminated in a grand wedding on June 5, 1999. Kristen's parents adored Greg and were relieved for their daughter, as she had climbed out of dependency and confidently embarked on a promising and happy path. In March 2000, Kristen was hired by the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office as a toxicologist, a professional who analyzes body fluids to detect controlled substances. Gregory was working in the biotechnology industry at the time. Kristen quickly grew bored with her monotonous life and began seeking excitement elsewhere. She found an opportunity with a new colleague, Michael Robertson, who had been appointed department head. He was married, but that did not prevent a sudden infatuation from developing between them. Their relationship could not remain secret for long. Greg discovered numerous letters exchanged between the secret lovers. The marital relationship deteriorated, though Gregory still hoped to save the marriage, aware of his wife's weaknesses and striving as hard as ever to help her. This time, Kristen refused to be saved. She demanded a divorce. On the morning of Monday, November 6, 2000, Kristen was preparing for work as usual. Greg was ill and stayed home. Kristen was deeply concerned for her husband. In the days following their separation talks, he had been lethargic and unusually calm. She notified his workplace of his illness and visited him during her lunch break. Greg was asleep. At 9:22 p.m. that same day, Kristen called emergency services to report that her husband, Greg, was not breathing. He had most likely committed suicide while home alone. The woman cried into the phone and ignored the dispatcher's instructions to examine the body and possibly administer first aid. Police officers and paramedics arrived on the scene at 10:19 p.m. and pronounced Gregory de Villiers dead. He was lying on the bedroom floor with his torso exposed, surrounded by scattered rose petals. Examination of the room suggested that Greg had most likely ingested a lethal dose of several controlled substances. Empty vials of powerful painkillers were strewn around, and torn wedding photos were found on his bed. During interrogation, Kristen stated that she had informed her husband of their separation the previous evening. Just 17 months after the wedding, she regretted marrying him. She felt she had rushed into the marriage, found him too clingy, and wanted to distance herself. Greg's death was initially ruled a suicide. The cause of death was determined to be strong sedative drugs. Kristen signed the cremation papers. However, Gregory's family and friends refused to accept such a sudden suicide. None had noticed any changes in his character or behavior. He had not shared his marital problems with anyone. Greg was known to be strongly opposed to controlled substances and would never have taken them willingly. Soon, the relatives managed to halt the cremation and demanded an independent autopsy. Their persistence allowed investigators to consider a possible homicide scenario. Toxicological tests soon revealed that Gregory's body contained an extremely high amount of fentanyl, a pain reliever 150 times stronger than morphine, along with lesser amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone, also known as hillbilly heroin. Investigators speculated that, under the strong influence of clonazepam and other drugs, someone else had administered the lethal dose of fentanyl to Gregory. Kristen became the prime suspect, as fentanyl is not available over the counter, and she had both the knowledge and access to such drugs. Upon her arrival for interrogation at the police station, Kristen's emaciated, unkempt appearance and her behavior indicated her drug dependency. This dependency was confirmed by her own statements on the day of Gregory's death. Kristen's accounts were inconsistent. Initially, she told paramedics that Gregory had not taken any medication, but later suggested he might have taken oxycodone. At the hospital, she told a nurse that Gregory might have overdosed on oxycodone. Oxycodone, similar in effect to codeine-based drugs, not only relieves pain but can induce euphoria. It depresses the respiratory center and can be fatal without timely intervention. Police considered the possibility that Gregory died from an accidental overdose of cold medicine and oxycodone. In conversations with Kristen, they also learned that Gregory had been very upset about their failing marriage, which led Kristen to tell police that he ended his own life. This was another avenue investigators explored. On November 8th, a colleague of Kristen's, Russ Lowe, called the police and informed them of her affair with her boss. This information shifted the course of the investigation. Evidence of Kristen's connection with her boss, Dr. Robertson, was discovered. The evidence included passionate emails, computer files, and professional articles revealing Dr. Robertson's specialized knowledge of fentanyl. The criminal puzzle was beginning to take shape. It was suspected that Gregory had become a threat to the lovers, as he knew that Kristen, with access to the lab and controlled substances, was secretly using them, and Michael was covering for her. It was a premeditated crime. During interrogation, Michael Robertson admitted to detectives that he was aware of his lover's drug dependency. At that time, no charges were filed against the couple. Both were dismissed from their jobs for violating multiple rules during the investigation. Serious trouble for Kristen began in January when police raided her home and discovered traces of drugs and paraphernalia. She was arrested for the first time, but was later released on bail. The investigation progressed as new information emerged, including Kristen's diary. During its initial examination, investigators hypothesized that it had been written not for herself, but for an external reader, as a means of covering up and affirming her innocence while crafting the appearance of Gregory's perfectly self-inflicted demise. On the day of her husband's death, she bought a rose while wearing revealing lingerie, actions inconsistent with her purportedly distressed demeanor. Medical examination indicated that Gregory had been unconscious for at least 6 hours before his death, and that his passing could have occurred an hour to an hour and a half prior to confirmation. Additionally, a bruise around a needle injection site on his arm was found, with its purpose and executor unexplained. At Kristen's workplace, a shortage of the drug that caused Gregory's death, along with other controlled substances, was discovered. Police believed Kristen had poisoned Gregory, administering fentanyl without his knowledge. The prosecution built its case on toxicological and medical data. With sufficient circumstantial evidence, Kristen was arrested on June 25, 2001, and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail, and the first trial soon commenced. The prosecution's main theory focused on motive. They argued that she killed Gregory because he threatened to tarnish her good girl reputation by revealing her renewed drug use and affair with Michael Robertson. The prosecution claimed Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid 80 times stronger than morphine. It was suggested that she first attempted to end his life with clonazepam, but when that failed, she administered fentanyl. They further argued that she staged the bedroom to make it appear as though Gregory had taken his own life, tearing pages from her diary and placing rose petals and a wedding photo around his body. The court heard that Kristen, with her degree in biochemistry, used her knowledge of drugs and chemistry to kill Gregory. The prosecution also claimed that Kristen intended to convince her colleagues in the medical examiner's office that Gregory's death was self-inflicted, concealing the presence of fentanyl. However, before Gregory's autopsy could be conducted, she was transferred to another lab, and her attempt to substitute toxicological research was unsuccessful. The prosecution presented Kristen's activities on November 6th. Early in the morning, she called Gregory's employer to report his absence, then went to work. Her colleagues testified that about an hour after her arrival, around 9 a.m., she was seen crying in Michael Robertson's office. The apartment building manager where Kristen and Gregory lived reported seeing her return home at 12:10 p.m. At 12:41 p.m., Kristen went to a local grocery store and purchased several items, including a single red rose. Credit card statements confirmed this purchase. Hours before Gregory's death, she made multiple calls to Michael Robertson. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the San Diego County medical examiner who conducted Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been deceased for at least an hour before paramedics arrived. He informed the court that Gregory had developed early bronchopneumonia, a condition in which secretions, normally expelled through breathing, accumulate in the lungs because a person is either unconscious or not breathing deeply enough. Dr. Blackburn also stated that Gregory's bladder contained a significant amount of urine, which would have been very uncomfortable had he been conscious. This led Dr. Blackburn to conclude that Gregory had been breathing poorly for approximately 6 to 12 hours before his death. A person in an unconscious state would not have been able to sprinkle rose petals over themselves. Dr. Blackburn further testified that the level of clonazepam in Gregory's blood was not at an overdose level and was not lethal. Dr. Theodore Stanley testified on behalf of the prosecution, explaining that fentanyl is a potent and fast-acting pain reliever with serious side effects that can lead to respiratory arrest. Dr. Stanley stated that the speed at which fentanyl acts depends on the method of administration. He detailed that peak effects occur about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral ingestion, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and within 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley explained that fentanyl is usually not administered orally because the liver destroys approximately 65% of it, leaving only 35% to enter the bloodstream. When asked how fentanyl entered Gregory's system, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive opinion. Dr. Stanley indicated that the various concentration levels in Gregory's body, along with evidence that he was unconscious and breathing shallowly for several hours, suggested that fentanyl was likely administered multiple times. The prosecution could not conclusively explain how Kristen poisoned Gregory, though there were indications she may have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he was asleep. The disappearance of 15 patches from the laboratory where Kristen had worked supported this theory. The defense argued Kristen's innocence, acknowledging that fentanyl caused Gregory's death, but claiming he self-administered it, intentionally ending his life due to despair over family issues. Kristen testified in court, describing waking on the morning of November 6th to find Gregory distraught. She called his employer at 7:42 a.m. to report his illness and that he would not be coming to work. She said she went to work but returned to the apartment during her lunch break to check on him and have lunch. Kristen's testimony continued. She asked Gregory why he was so upset that morning. He replied he wasn't feeling well and had taken oxycodone and clonazepam, planning to stay home and rest. She left for work, returned around 2:30 p.m. for lunch, then went back to work and arrived home around 8 in the evening. Gregory was lying on the bed, and she thought he was asleep. She took a bath, and upon finishing, attempted to wake him, finding him cold. She called emergency services. During cross-examination, the prosecutor described her explanation as strange. Kristen admitted to lying in the past and about her drug use. He told the court that fentanyl was the perfect poison because it is difficult to detect, a fact she would have known from her job. Medical testimony derived from autopsy and toxicological results established that Gregory was unconscious for approximately 6 to 8 hours, indicating that Kristen could not have had lunch with her husband that day. The defense contended that although Dr. Blackburn demonstrated that the clonazepam level in Gregory's blood was not lethal, taking oxycodone, an opioid, together with clonazepam, a benzodiazepine, could produce a synergistic effect, increasing their potency. They proposed that Gregory might have ingested the drugs unknowingly himself. The method of fentanyl administration and the reason for the high levels detected in his system remained unexplained. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Kristen guilty of first-degree homicide and special circumstances homicide due to the use of poison. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Kristen maintained her innocence and appealed the verdict. The appellate court was informed that errors were committed by her own defense team. Her attorneys acknowledged that fentanyl caused the death, but failed to test autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites. This test could have clarified whether Gregory ingested fentanyl, or if the fentanyl present in the samples resulted from laboratory contamination after his death. Had fentanyl been detected solely in the samples and never in Gregory's body, the prosecution's claim that fentanyl caused his death would have been invalid. The appellate court was informed that there was a break in the chain of custody regarding the samples. The samples were placed in a cardboard box, with each container labeled as a sample from Gregory's body, but the containers were not sealed. They were intended to be delivered to the sheriff's office for immediate transfer to an external lab, but the recipient was absent, leaving the box at the medical examiner's office for approximately 36 hours before delivery to the sheriff's forensic laboratory. The appellate court argued that anyone with a key to the medical examiner's office had access to the samples. Fentanyl could have been introduced posthumously. Kristen asserted that there was a motive to tamper with the samples and frame her for the crime because of various personal relationships and tensions among staff. Kristen indeed argued before the appellate court that on November 8, 2000, Michael informed one of the toxicologists that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. The three-judge panel of the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals determined that Kristen's attorneys erred by not challenging the prosecution's assertion that her husband died from a fentanyl overdose. They stated that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites instead of merely admitting that he died in that manner. However, they did not overturn the verdict, instead remanding the case to federal court to assess whether this defense error could have affected the trial's outcome. Following this ruling, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that federal courts must respect the state court's decision when evaluating such appeals. Based on this determination, the appellate court voted against conducting a hearing on Kristen's case. Her appeal was denied, and she remains in custody. Michael Robertson was implicated as an accomplice in Kristen's trial. Authorities quietly filed a criminal conspiracy complaint and issued a sealed arrest warrant for Michael Robertson, the former employer and lover of convicted perpetrator Kristen Rossum. Robertson, who has lived freely and worked as a forensic toxicology consultant in Australia since Rossum's husband's death in 2000, could be arrested and held on $100,000 bail if he ever returns to the United States. Gregory's family filed a lawsuit accusing the county of negligence that allowed Kristen to steal a lethal dose of drugs from the medical examiner's office without detection. In 2006, a U.S. court awarded them $147 million in civil damages. In a case that continues to capture national attention, Rossum, a former toxicologist at the county medical examiner's office, was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole in February 2003 for stealing drugs from the lab and using them to poison her husband, Gregory de Villiers, staging a suicide in their apartment and scattering his body with red rose petals. Moving on to the next case. Case of Melania Ray. This is the account of Melania Ray, a striking woman who was serving as a drill instructor in the Ken Regiment at the time of the incident. She was married to Salvatore Perella, and together they had a 1-year-old daughter named Vittoria. The family lived in a small village called Oscolaquina near the San Marco Plateau in Italy. At that time, tourists walking along the paths below the mountainside could not see the flowers that usually bloom on the plateau because the snow had only recently melted. However, a bar and several small shops were open, allowing visitors to walk around and take in the scenery. The tragedy occurred on Monday, April 18, 2011, at around 3 p.m. On that day, Salvatore arrived in the area with his young daughter after parking his car nearby. He entered a small bar, used the restroom, and then asked the locals if they had seen his wife, Melania. She had recently given birth and had gone missing. At the time, she was 28 years old, athletic, and had long dark hair. When Salvatore realized that no one had seen Melania, he grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth. He eventually broke down in tears, expressing his fear that his wife had been kidnapped. The people present decided to help support him and his daughter by assisting in the search for Melania. They stepped out onto the porch and walked along the path from the parking area to the bar, hoping to find some sign of her, but they found nothing. Salvatore then explained that earlier that morning, he had been with his wife. After lunch, they went to the plateau, where he played with his daughter near the swings in the playground. His wife had intended to step away briefly to buy coffee and use the restroom, but she never returned. Feeling that something was wrong, he began calling her repeatedly over the next 15 minutes, but she did not answer. He noticed that her phone was missing and suspected that she might have been kidnapped by people in a passing car. Salvatore remained at the bar and spoke with the owner, Giovanna, but the longer he stayed, the more unusual his behavior appeared. First, Salvatore was not properly dressed for a cool spring day. Second, he seemed to ignore his 1-year-old daughter while he mourned his missing wife. The little girl wandered around the bar, became hungry, and felt cold, yet her father paid no attention to her needs, continuing to cry and retell his story about his wife's disappearance. At 4:34 p.m., a call was placed to the local police station by Giovanna, the bar owner. She contacted emergency services because Salvatore had just left, stating that he had been unable to find his wife for over an hour and feared that she might have been kidnapped. He had his young daughter, just over 1 year old, with him, and the father was clearly distressed. When he returned to the bar, Giovanna handed him the phone, so he could speak directly with the police. The shaken man gave the dispatcher some information about himself and his missing wife, Melania. He mentioned that she had a hernia, which might have worsened because they were near the mountains. He repeated the same story he had told others, stressing that Melania had disappeared after going to the bar. Throughout the call, he spoke very quietly, often mumbling and stuttering, with long pauses in between. Police had to repeat nearly every question several times to get a response from him. When officers arrived, he repeated his account, explaining that Melania had health problems, which forced them to go to the nearest hospital. They later decided to stop for a walk and coffee. While she stepped away, Salvatore stayed at the playground with their daughter, who was playing on the swings. When Melania failed to return, he became worried and tried calling her, but she did not answer. This behavior was unusual, as she normally answered her phone calls. Worried by her silence, Salvatore eventually went to the bar where Melania was supposed to be and began asking patrons if they had seen her. As time passed without any news, Salvatore became increasingly desperate. The police asked him detailed questions about Melania's appearance and the moments leading up to her departure. Salvatore insisted that she was fine, that she had only needed to use the restroom, and that there was nothing unusual. At the scene, the police confirmed Salvatore's identity and began their investigation. They first conducted a quick analysis of his phone data, examining his recent interests and searches to assess his credibility. The police learned that Salvatore Piralisi was born on August 28, 1987, in the province of Naples, Italy. At the time Melania went missing, he was with their daughter in Faulina. His wife, Melania Ray, had been born on May 24, 1982, in another small town in the province of Naples. Since both were military personnel, the Carabinieri promptly contacted their military unit for additional information. To assist Salvatore, a friend of his who was also a police officer arrived at the scene, intending to help care for Vittoria. Eventually, the police gathered all necessary information and released Salvatore and his daughter. Melania's relatives were notified of the situation shortly thereafter. They rushed to the scene to learn more about what had occurred and to assist in the search for Melania. During discussions with police, Salvatore behaved unusually. As a military man, he knew it was crucial to provide accurate information to help find his wife quickly. Instead, he evaded questions and slowed the investigation. Police had to ask him for Melania's cell phone number 3 or 4 times before he finally provided it. The authorities wanted to track her mobile phone to locate her and trace her movements. There were only 3 busy walkways between the bar and the playground. One was over 100 meters long and mostly visible from kiosk cameras. The second was longer, leading to the War Memorial, a location frequently traversed by many people. The third walkway, 150 meters long, was also monitored by cameras. Surprisingly, however, nothing was captured. The cameras did not record any footage of Melania, raising doubts about whether she had been in the area that day. Data indicated that Melania's cell phone was last active at 2:45 p.m., just before she went missing. The activity occurred near the location where she had been staying with Salvatore and Vittoria. Unfortunately, this information did not provide any further leads. The only hope for the search rested with the National Mountain Rescue Service. Experts were called in, bringing specialized equipment and sniffer dogs. The dog's sense of smell is so acute that they can follow a scent for up to 20 days after it has been left behind. The dog quickly oriented itself and followed the asphalt road to the monument. At that point, the trail appeared to end, suggesting that Melania may have gotten into a car and been driven away. However, Salvatore later stated that they had been in the area just over a week prior. This left 2 possibilities. The dog was tracking Melania's old scent, or she had actually been abducted. Subsequently, the police took Salvatore to the station for questioning. There, he recounted all the details of the day leading up to Melania's disappearance. According to him, she had visited a physiotherapist around 11:30 a.m. They then went to a supermarket and later to the San Marco clinic, where doctors diagnosed her with an inguinal hernia. After lunch, they returned home to change their clothes before going for a walk with their daughter. Salvatore observed that they had been in the area for the past month, which had made Melania very familiar with the surroundings. Salvatore stated that he and Melania had gone to a bar together during their visit. After collecting all the necessary information, the police sent Salvatore back home. The main theory of the police was kidnapping, based on information obtained with the assistance of sniffer dogs. They believed that Melania had approached the road, was abducted, and her trail abruptly ended. All the evidence indicated that she may have been forced into a car. In May, Salvatore appeared on television to share his story, revealing new details. He stated that he and his wife had a small picnic near the war memorial and were relaxing there on the day she went missing. Salvatore also described the clothes and accessories Melania was wearing when she disappeared. Notably, he mentioned that she did not have her handbag containing her personal belongings at that time. She was dressed in casual clothes and several gold ornaments. However, it was puzzling how a responsible woman could set out on a long trip with a child without any preparation or a handbag. She did not even have money or cigarettes, which she usually smoked. Melania also forgot to bring a milk bottle and clothes for her daughter. Another confusing point was how she could have gone to the bar to buy coffee for her husband if she had no money. Salvatore's statements became increasingly contradictory, leading to suspicions that he might be lying. With these concerns in mind, the police decided to question Salvatore again to learn more. Salvatore claimed that they had a strong relationship and that they sometimes disagreed on various matters. But these disagreements never escalated into conflicts. In general, they had a great, strong family, which was confirmed by relatives and friends. Therefore, Salvatore was released. The following day, Melania's relatives arrived in town and stayed at a small apartment near the Salvatore home. Although exhausted from the trip, they prioritized visiting the police station to inquire about the investigation. They provided any information that could assist in locating Melania as quickly as possible. It was discovered that Melania had 2 phones that Salvatore had not mentioned. One phone was used to contact her husband and friends. The other phone was used to communicate with her mother and close relatives. At 1:34 p.m. on the day Melania went missing, her mother-in-law called the second number. They spoke for approximately 9 minutes, during which Melania shared details about the day. She mentioned that her family planned to go to San Marco for a walk and attend the christening of a friend's child around 4 p.m. The call ended at 1:43 p.m., and no further communication occurred. The police obtained no new information from Salvatore. His testimony largely repeated what they already knew. The police were puzzled by his choice to stay with the child. They questioned why Melania did not take Vittoria with her when she went out for coffee. The trip from their house to the park took less than 20 minutes. Did Melania truly need to use the bathroom during that time? And most importantly, where did she go afterward? Melania's relatives moved into the Salvatore home and spoke with him regularly about the situation, but he remained quiet and sorrowful, often avoiding their questions. Salvatore's relatives tried to support him as much as possible, helping care for Vittoria. On April 19, 2011, the entire city learned of Melania's disappearance. This was shocking, as the suburb was known to be one of the quietest and most peaceful areas in the region. Although the police suspected Salvatore, he had no prior legal issues. Salvatore frequently appeared on various television programs discussing the tragedy he was enduring. To clarify what had happened that morning, the police examined Salvatore's cell phone. They discovered that it had been on from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., but then remained off until 6 p.m. That same day, Salvatore drove to Plateau San Mar, where the armed forces, police, and search teams were operating. However, he showed little interest in the search efforts or their progress. Instead, he returned the sweatshirt he had borrowed from Giovanna, a bar owner, on the day Melania disappeared and quickly left, claiming he had to go to work. His behavior aroused suspicion among the police. While examining Salvatore's mobile phone, the Carabinieri found something significant. He had been in constant communication with a girl named Ludovica for the past month, exchanging thousands of messages and making calls almost daily. It became evident that he was involved in a romantic affair with her. Salvatore had fallen in love with Ludovica Pero in September 2009, and their relationship continued even at home in 2011 after Melania disappeared. In the summer of 2009, Melania discovered his infidelity and was furious. At that time, she moved in with her parents while pregnant with their daughter. Despite this, Salvatore continued to pursue Ludovica, who was 27 at the time and working in their military unit. Eventually, for the sake of their child, Salvatore and Melania reconciled, and she returned home. However, his affair persisted. He often rented an apartment to meet Ludovica. After completing her training, Ludovica was sent to Rome, but their relationship continued. Salvatore spent most of his free time talking to her on the phone. Their conversations revealed that Ludovica wanted more than a long-distance relationship, but Melania's presence prevented this. In the months preceding Melania's disappearance, tension had risen between Ludovica and Salvatore. Ludovica wanted him to be with her, while he kept postponing their time together. Melania was determined to maintain their marriage, especially after discovering that her husband was still seeing Ludovica. She even threatened to reveal his affair, which could have endangered Salvatore's job. This threat frightened him, causing him to distance himself from Ludovica. Melania believed her tactics had succeeded, thinking their relationship had returned to normal and that Salvatore's feelings for Ludovica were merely a fleeting passion. Melania was determined not to yield. She wanted to continue their marriage, while Ludovica urged him to abandon his family for her. Salvatore found himself caught between two women. The situation escalated to the point where, on April 19th, Salvatore traveled to Rome to meet Ludovica's parents, hoping they could begin a life together. The problem was that Melania was completely unaware of this plan. At the same time, he was supposed to be spending the holidays with his family, including Melania and their daughter. Just one day before this meeting, however, his wife went missing. This turn of events appeared very suspicious, as love triangles rarely have happy endings. When Salvatore returned to work after his wife's disappearance, management suggested organizing a rescue operation. They proposed assembling a team of soldiers and using specialized equipment. However, Salvatore remained remarkably calm and insisted that such an operation was unnecessary. He believed that his wife had left him out of resentment, so no operations needed to be organized. Salvatore then deleted his social media accounts, which he had used to communicate with Ludovica. This led the police to discover a potential motive for the crime. By now, the crucial time to find the missing person alive had passed. The police took the situation seriously and concluded that they had no chance of finding Melania alive. The search dog used in the investigation did not detect new traces or scent of Melania. On April 23rd, police received a call from an unknown man who identified himself as a mushroom picker. He reported seeing the body of a woman 17 kilometers from Felina. Police arrived at the scene shortly after. The body was found to be Melania's. Forensic experts discovered multiple injuries on her body during the autopsy. These injuries were consistent with stab wounds caused by small knives, mainly to the head and neck. There were also injuries to her chest and some self-defense wounds. Although Melania was not raped, significant evidence was collected from the scene, including her cell phone, a bloody lighter, a water bottle, and traces of a small car. The most important piece of evidence was a grocery store receipt from the morning of April 18th. Additionally, insulin syringes were found nearby, suggesting that Melania may have been abusing drugs. However, a toxicology report confirmed that there were no traces of alcohol or illegal drugs in Melania's system. The police received information from Salvatore about an interesting coincidence. A few days before Melania went missing, she and her husband had an intimate encounter in the same area behind the kiosk where her body was later discovered. Somehow, this information reached Ludovica, who was furious, having been lied to. He had repeatedly assured Ludovica that he was no longer intimate with his wife. This revelation only added to the complexity surrounding their relationship. However, on the day of their encounter, it was snowing and very cold, making it unlikely that they would engage in intimate relations outdoors. Additionally, it was known that Melania was experiencing pain from an inguinal hernia at that time. Given these factors, the narrative of a passionate encounter at the kiosk doesn't seem reasonable. However, this is just an assumption that needs to be proven. The police conducted a thorough search of the surrounding area for any traces of blood. They discovered various pieces of evidence, including shoe prints. In order to gather more information about the suspect, it was important to determine who was in the area at the time of the victim's death. During that time, soldiers from Salvatore's and Melania's regiments were present. In fact, the soldiers inadvertently left behind some evidence, including a water bottle, a store receipt, and shoe prints. This complicating factor hindered the police investigation because much of this evidence was irrelevant to the case. Additionally, the soldiers reported that they had not seen anyone suspicious that day and confirmed that no body was present. The police decided to examine Ludovica more closely. They discovered that she had not left the barracks on April 18th to 19th, providing her with a solid alibi for the time of the crime. Ludovica also shared crucial information, stating that on April 17th, she had spoken with Salvatore about their relationship. During this conversation, Salvatore mentioned that his wife was cheating on him. It was revealed that Ludovica was not Salvatore's only affair. He had previous relationships with other soldiers and women. Although Ludovica was aware of this, she did not consider it significant. Ultimately, it was uncovered that Salvatore had been involved with several women simultaneously. Salvatore, aware that the police had obtained this information, feared it could be seen as a motive for Melania's murder. To gather evidence against Salvatore, the police installed a wiretap in his car and also monitored his telephone conversations. This yielded crucial information. Salvatore often talked to himself in the car about his wife's murder, raising suspicions of his involvement in Melania's death. Police obtained permission to search Salvatore's car with luminol, discovering traces of blood inside. Samples were sent to a laboratory, and subsequent testing confirmed that the blood belonged to Melania. Meanwhile, the prosecutor's office was developing its theory to understand the motive behind the crime. They believed that Melania was a controlling person who harbored deep resentment toward her husband for his numerous betrayals, yet she kept him around for the sake of their child. This constant pressure worsened their situation. He sought an escape by beginning a relationship with Ludovica, who also exerted pressure on him. In this relationship, he felt like a third wheel, leading him to consider eliminating his difficult wife. Forensic experts submitted their full report, confirming the findings of the medical examiner. They determined that Melania died between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. on April 18th from 35 stab wounds. It is likely that the attack occurred while she was urinating, as indicated by her squatting position and an empty bladder. The attacker probably approached her from behind and struck when she least expected it, leaving little chance for her to defend herself. The nature of the wounds indicated that the assault was particularly brutal, stemming from personal animosity. It was confirmed that Melania never reached the plateau on the day she died, based on geolocation data from her mobile phone. The prosecutor's office believed they had stopped near the kiosks in the pine forest, where they allegedly engaged in sexual intercourse. This occurred around 2:30 p.m., and it was at this point that Salvatore unexpectedly attacked and killed Melania. Afterwards, he returned home, changed his clothes, took their young daughter, and went directly to San Marco, where he entered a bar and pretended to be a heartbroken husband whose wife had left him. Despite his claims of innocence, the jury found the evidence against him compelling. As a result, Salvatore Paralisi was convicted and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He was also ordered to pay €2 million to Melania's family. Salvatore maintains his innocence and is currently serving his sentence in a reformatory in Milan. Custody of Melania's daughter was granted to her family. Now 13, Vittoria has expressed her desire to change her last name to her mother's. She does not visit her father and prefers that he remain unaware of her choices. Moving on to the next case. The case of Menci. In 2012, Menci, a citizen of China, enrolled at the University of Missouri in Columbia, USA, where she completed a master's degree in mechanical and aerospace engineering. One of her professors was impressed with her skills and offered her a position at a biomaterials company. While employed there, Menci met her future husband, Joe Elledge, in September 2015, while he was pursuing his engineering studies. They both worked at the same company, where Menci was Joe's supervisor. Their feelings for one another developed rapidly, and just 1 year and 7 months after their initial meeting, Joe proposed to Menci on September 22, 2017, on a trail at Rockbridge Memorial State Park, known as the Devil's Refrigerator. They married only 2 weeks later. Menci's parents believed they rushed into marriage because Menci's visa was close to expiring. They felt that American citizens could not fully understand the hardships immigrants experience. Although Menci was financially independent, she still struggled to obtain citizenship. After nearly 5 months, Menci received a promotion at work. Shortly afterward, she discovered that she was pregnant. Menci and Joe decided that she should turn down the promotion and leave her job to focus completely on motherhood, even though she was the primary earner for their family at that time. Their income dropped significantly, but it was still enough to meet their basic needs. In October 2018, Joe and Menci's family welcomed the birth of their first daughter. However, after her birth, Menci and Joe began experiencing difficulties. Although their marriage seemed normal to outsiders, only Menzi's parents knew the truth. After leaving her job, Menzi felt entirely isolated. She did not communicate with anyone. Her young child became her only companion, along with daily phone calls from her mother. Traditionally, Menzi's parents traveled from China to the United States before she gave birth. To help care for and support her, they lived in a separate nearby house and visited Moonchi every day. But their presence increased tension between Moonchi and her husband, Joe. On October 9, 2019, 1 year after Moonchi's daughter was born, Moonchi's parents became concerned when they did not receive a call from her. Unable to contact her, they sent a family friend who lived nearby to check on Moonchi. When the friend arrived, Joe answered the door and stated that Moonchi was missing. He provided a disturbing explanation. On the evening of October 8th, he said he tried to give Moonchi a massage and flirt with her, but she refused, saying she needed sleep because she had important plans the next day. Joe claimed that he woke up the following morning to find Moonchi gone. She had left behind her car keys, cell phone, wallet, and most importantly, had not taken their daughter with her. Despite her disappearance, Joe did not report her missing right away, believing she had simply gone for a walk and would come back. A family friend tried to call Moonchi, but was unable to reach her. Eventually, under pressure, Joe reported her disappearance to the police, but instead of calling 911, he contacted the non-emergency number, 311. Moonchi's parents did not know this and believed the police were actively searching for their daughter. On October 15, 2019, 1 week after Moonchi disappeared, her husband, Joe Elledge, reported her missing to the Columbia, Missouri Police Department. He told detectives the same details he had previously shared with a family friend. Joe described Moonchi as appearing stressed on the night before she vanished. He stated that she went to bed after telling him she had important matters to attend to the next morning. When he asked her 3 times who she was meeting, she did not give clear answers. He suspected she might be having an affair and secretly meeting another man. Later that day, Joe informed investigators that he had found notes on Minky's computer discussing an affair. Joe said Minky texted a man from China, with the message ending in her expressing sadness that her husband was not interested in her. Joe speculated that Minky might have left him for this man, potentially abandoning their daughter for a new life. He expressed his love for their daughter and his wish for Moonchi to return home safely. From the beginning, investigators were skeptical of Joe's account and considered him a suspect. Joe's family hired a lawyer who revealed that Moonchi and the man in China had intimate and emotional conversations via text messages. The central question was whether Moonchi went to see the man who lives in China and where she was currently. The police discovered that Joe, upon realizing his wife was missing, did not call 911, but instead contacted 311, which made them even more suspicious of him. He voluntarily returned to the Columbia Police Department for further questioning. Investigators grew increasingly doubtful of his story, particularly when Joe mentioned taking long drives to find new walking spots instead of searching for his missing wife. Additionally, it was noted that Joe had closed the door before leaving their apartment. It appeared Joe did not care how Moonchi returned home, especially since her phone and keys were left behind. Moonchi had not driven the car. Detectives had suspicions, but they found no evidence linking Joe to his wife's disappearance. No blood, weapons, witnesses, or body. Furthermore, there was no indication that Moonchi had run away to meet another man in China. They also confirmed that Moonchi had not booked any flights. From the start, it was clear that Moonchi would never have abandoned her beloved daughter. Moonchi's parents refused to accept this theory and insisted she was a devoted mother. When detectives spoke with Joe, they requested his phone number, which he willingly provided. Inside his phone, investigators discovered something alarming: over 10 hours of secretly recorded conversations with his wife, in which Joe expressed his dissatisfaction with their marriage and his desire for a divorce. He also discussed plans to send his wife back to China. However, this finding was minor compared to the nearly 4.5 hours of recordings found on Minky's phone. In these conversations, the true nature of Joe emerged. He threatened his wife, referred to himself as God, and demanded that her parents stay away from their home. It was chilling. The Zhou family's issues had begun a few weeks before Moonchi gave birth. Her parents traveled from China to support their daughter, following a tradition where grandparents help care for the baby for 100 days. This custom angered Zhou greatly, as he harbored a strong dislike for Moonchi's parents. What infuriated Joe most was that Mency tried to resist him and insisted that she needed her parents. She loved them deeply and required their assistance in caring for the newborn. When Mency had just given birth, the relationship between her and her husband became extremely tense, and they argued frequently. Mency's mother mentioned that Joe disliked it when Mency spoke Chinese around him because he barely understood the language. Joe interpreted everything they said as offensive and negative toward him. Eventually, when Mency's father could no longer endure the situation and returned to China, Joe felt relieved, viewing it as his personal triumph. At that point, he only had to manage his mother-in-law and reassert his authority in the household. Mency's mother made Chinese dumplings for Joe's birthday, but he disapproved of the way she used the cutting board. This sparked a heated argument between Joe and her. Joe angrily demanded that she leave his house permanently. Munchi's mother, who valued harmony because of her Confucian beliefs, chose not to confront Joe and did not defend herself against his harsh words. Munchi pleaded with Joe to allow her mother to stay, explaining that she needed her mother's support, but Joe responded only with insults and foul language. He told Munchi she was incompetent solely because she was a woman. Joe attempted to manipulate and control her. He even threatened Munchi's mother, claiming he would harm her. This left Munchi's mother in shock. She could not understand why Joe was so angry with both her and Munchi. Feeling helpless, Munchi sought assistance from Joe's mother, who quickly lost her temper and drove 2 hours to address the family conflict. However, even with his mother present, Joe could not conceal his disdain for his mother-in-law. He demanded that she kneel and bow to him. Although Joe eventually apologized, he still insisted that she leave before the 100-day mark. Consequently, Munchi's mother returned to China. In October 2019, Munchi disappeared. Detectives believed that serious family conflicts made her feel trapped, especially regarding her immigration status. Just 5 months earlier, she had attended another interview to apply for citizenship. 2 weeks after Ming-Chi's disappearance, the Columbia Police Department launched a criminal investigation into the case. On the same day, 16 days after she went missing, police arrested Joe Elledge on suspicion of child abuse. Joe admitted to physically disciplining his 1-year-old daughter. Before Ming-Chi disappeared, she had told her mother that she noticed bruises on her daughter and suspected Joe was responsible. Her mother advised her to report Joe to the police, but Ming-Chi never had the opportunity to do so. Joe's lawyer argued that this was merely an attempt to have Joe imprisoned. He claimed Joe had made a mistake, emphasizing that he was a young single father who might have erred. Joe was released on bail while his mother assisted him and cared for her granddaughter. Meanwhile, detectives continued gathering evidence against Joe, convinced of his involvement in Ming-Chi's disappearance. On October 25, 2019, police obtained a search warrant and entered the apartment. Joe had been missing for just over 2 weeks. During the search, they collected Ming-Chi's backpack and notes that Joe had written to prepare himself for questions from reporters and investigators. Detectives conducted a thorough search of the apartment for any evidence and, following a hunch, also collected a pair of dirty boots for examination, but they found nothing significant. On the same day, Joe Elledge was arrested on suspicion of child abuse after fresh bruises were discovered on the girl's body. Meanwhile, the search for Ming-Chi shifted to a search for her remains, as no one believed she was still alive. Detectives meticulously tracked all movements of Joe's car and phone. However, every lead they pursued ended in dead ends in this complex case. As a result, the detectives decided to charge Joe Elledge with first-degree murder, even without a body. These charges were filed while Joe was still in jail on child abuse allegations. Meanwhile, detectives continued their efforts to locate Ming-Chi. Phone records showed that Joe had been away for 30 minutes on the day he reported her missing, a fact he did not disclose to investigators. When detectives searched that location, they found nothing. After months of searching, police were still unable to find Ming-Chi. Her mother traveled to the United States to assist with the search, convinced that her daughter's body was nearby. Over the following months, police conducted regular searches in the area, and Ming-Chi's mother held a memorial by the river. A year later, while Joe was still awaiting trial, a tourist walking in the park where Joe had proposed to Ming-Chi noticed something shiny in the mud and discovered it was a wallet. Upon closer inspection, he saw a pair of shoes and then what appeared to be a human skull. He immediately contacted the police. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that the remains belonged to Ming-Chi. Her parents learned that their daughter had died, but the circumstances surrounding her death remained unclear. Much time had passed, and even forensic experts could not determine the cause of death. They found unnatural damage to her bones, including 4 broken ribs, indicating she had suffered a strong blow to the back. Detectives began to formulate a theory about what happened to Mengqi, focusing on the evidence collected after her disappearance. They noted that Zhou's cell phone records placed him near the location where Mengqi was found on the day she went missing. On the day of her disappearance, it had been raining. Key evidence included Zhou's dirty boots. The dirt and gravel on the soles, along with foliage, were sent to the Missouri Botanical Garden for analysis. The lab carefully removed juniper tree needles from the boots for DNA testing. A lab worker then climbed nearby juniper trees, numbered each, and collected fresh needles from the highest branches. These samples were preserved and compared with the needles found on Zhou's shoes, revealing a DNA match. On November 1, 2021, Zhou Elijah's trial for the murder of his wife, Mengqi, began. Compelling evidence placed Zhou at the scene where Mengqi's body was discovered on the day she went missing, including DNA from the trees and geolocation data. However, his lawyer presented a new narrative. The lawyer claimed that Zhou did kill his wife, but insisted it was a tragic accident. Because of evidence from the juniper tree and its DNA, Zhou could no longer maintain that Mengqi had run away. He had to admit that he buried her in a shallow grave. Zhou stated that he was aware of his wife's communication with a man from China and that they had an argument that night. Feeling upset and hurt, he wanted to take their daughter for a walk. Mengqi rushed toward him, attempting to take the child, but Zhou pushed her away. She fell against the table, injuring her ribs, and lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she went to bed. In the morning, when the child began crying, Mengqi did not wake up. Zhou then realized she had died in her sleep. He claimed that his wife had attacked him first, and that he was merely defending himself, asserting it was self-defense. However, this explanation appeared highly questionable. Zhou was twice the size of his wife, making it improbable that she could have attacked him, and after sustaining such a severe injury, she would not have been able to get up and walk to the bed. The prosecutor argued that the evidence, particularly the 4 broken ribs, indicated that Zhou's account was fabricated. This injury showed that she had suffered a brutal beating. The prosecutor alleged that it was a premeditated murder driven by months of escalating anger. Zhou harbored hatred toward his wife. In court, the prosecutor presented secret audio recordings between the couple to reveal the true dynamics of their relationship. These recordings helped clarify the motive behind the crime. No evidence was ever found that Mengqi had communicated with other men. On November 11, 2021, after nearly 7 hours of deliberation, the jury reached a verdict. They found Zhou Elijah guilty of second-degree murder. He was sentenced to 28 years in prison. Mengqi and Zhou's daughter currently lives with Zhou's mother, but Mengqi's parents are pursuing joint custody of their 4-year-old granddaughter. Zhou's lawyer argues that while the child will always maintain a relationship with her Chinese grandparents, she should remain in the care of Zhou's mother for her safety. Moving on to the next case. The case of Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis was born on December 15, 1966, and lived in Des Moines. In 2008, Michelle, 41 years old, resided in Des Moines and had 3 children. Those who knew her described Michelle as friendly, adventurous, and passionate about motorcycles. Employed as a secretary at a trucking company, she earned respect and authority in her workplace. Her divorce was nearly finalized, marking a significant change in her life. Michelle had moved into her own apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The months leading up to their divorce were tense for the family. On Thursday, September 11, 2008, Michelle was working at her job. Her colleagues noticed that following the divorce proceedings, she seemed unusually carefree, as if a long-standing burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She was in high spirits and left the office around 4:30 p.m. after completing her tasks. Shortly thereafter, the 911 dispatch center received calls from eyewitnesses reporting a car accident on Interstate 235. A Mercury Sable was flipped over with an unconscious woman, still wearing a seatbelt, in the driver's seat. Unfortunately, paramedics were unable to save her, and the woman was identified as Michelle Davis. Initially, police believed Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in the accident. However, by the following day, this theory was ruled out. Forensic examination revealed that Michelle's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, not by injuries sustained during the rollover. The extracted bullet was sent for further examination in hopes of identifying the perpetrator. Investigators assigned to the case faced an unusual and challenging situation. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, local authorities took precautions to ensure public safety. There was concern that Michelle might have been a random victim, raising the possibility that the perpetrator could target others. Additionally, a large number of cars travel on this interstate, putting numerous drivers at risk of being targeted by the shooter. Given the urgency of the situation, police increased patrols in the city. Once it was confirmed that Michelle's death was not accidental, detectives returned to the crime scene to collect evidence. Unfortunately, they did not find any leads, including the cartridge case or other evidence. The initial assumption that Michelle's death was a car accident had led traffic services to clear the site, likely destroying potential evidence. Nevertheless, detectives did not give up. They decided to review traffic camera recordings, which had helped solve numerous cases in the past. By analyzing the available footage, investigators looked for the camera closest to the crime scene. After reviewing footage for half an hour, they found the relevant clip. The video showed Michelle's car overturning, but the quality was poor due to choppy and intermittent images, making it difficult to determine what had occurred. Despite obtaining a few relevant images, investigators were unable to find conclusive evidence explaining the rollover. Investigators faced significant difficulty as they believed they held an important clue that could help solve the case, but it ultimately turned out to be a false lead. Police were left with no choice but to continue scrutinizing the remaining camera footage and search for other eyewitnesses. While a team of investigators carefully examined traffic camera recordings, the lead investigator on Michelle Davis's case visited her family to share some news. It had been initially assumed that Michelle's death was accidental. However, in reality, this was not the case. The revelation that Michelle was, in fact, the victim of a crime left her family stunned. This tragic news was particularly devastating for Michelle's father, Lee Costner, whose wife, Michelle's mother Patty, had passed away prior to their daughter. Lee Costner had previously endured the loss of a child once before. His first daughter, Cheryl Sue Costner, passed away in 1965 at only 1 year old. Now, 43 years later, he faced the unbearable anguish of losing another child. Outliving one's own children is arguably the most unimaginable suffering a parent can endure. Michelle's family informed investigators that her life had experienced significant changes recently. They suspected that the only person who might have harmed Michelle was her husband, Randy Davis, due to their pending divorce and a restraining order filed against him. While examining Michelle's background, another detective spoke with her co-workers and discovered that she had developed a close relationship with a colleague named Matt Jorgensen. According to Michelle's friend, the feelings between them were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy, they chose to keep their relationship private, known only to a few colleagues and close friends. Consequently, the police now had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. When investigators tried to contact Randy, they were unsuccessful, as all calls went directly to voicemail. In contrast, they managed to speak with Matt, who candidly discussed his relationship with Michelle and gave an account of his actions on the day of her death. Matt stated that they never had arguments or fights. He was visibly shaken by Michelle's death and fully cooperated with the investigators. After confirming his alibi, the police cleared him as a suspect. Ballistic examination results indicated that the crime had been committed with a .22 caliber rifle at close range. Since the incident occurred on the interstate, police believed the shooter was likely driving another vehicle next to Michelle's at the same time. A new lead emerged when the police received a call from Michelle's insurance company, stating that her brother Todd was filing a claim for the life insurance payout. This raised suspicions, as insurance-related murders are not uncommon. The detective decided to visit Todd to ask questions. During the questioning, Todd realized he was being treated as a suspect, so he explained his whereabouts on the day of Michelle's death. Todd disclosed that their family was struggling financially and could not afford a proper funeral for Michelle, prompting him to file the insurance claim to cover the costs. Further investigation into Todd's alibi confirmed that he was indeed in a different part of the city at the time of Michelle's death, eliminating him as the shooter. Todd provided the police with information pointing to another suspect, Michelle's stepson, Josh. At the time of the incident, Josh was an adult who had recently returned from serving in the Marines. As someone experienced with handling weapons, Josh became a person of interest in the investigation. The police began exploring possible motives that could have led Josh to commit this crime. In another development, a witness came forward with a crucial tip. A woman who was driving on Interstate 235 around the time of Michelle's accident reported seeing a red pickup truck, likely a Ford F-150, with a driver acting erratically. The driver, described as a white man wearing a baseball cap, was swerving from lane to lane as if chasing someone. Although the description was limited, investigators considered this new information significant and proceeded with further investigation. The investigation into Michelle's death led detectives to review traffic camera footage, focusing on the presence of a red pickup truck. A woman had alerted the police to a suspicious red truck, and indeed, the footage showed this vehicle following Michelle from her workplace. Although the footage quality was poor, preventing the identification of the driver and license plates, further examination of recordings from other cameras confirmed that the truck had been following Michelle along her route. This strongly indicated that the killer was likely targeting Michelle specifically. Detectives soon learned that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the owner of a red pickup truck. They immediately went to his residence, but found him not at home. However, his son Josh, a Marine with professional knowledge of firearms, was present. Josh stated that Randy had spent the day of Michelle's death shopping with his sister, returned home, and spent the evening watching TV. He also revealed that Michelle's divorce from Randy had been complicated, particularly due to her demand for half the value of their house. Additionally, Josh mentioned that his father had returned home around 5:30 p.m. that evening. Josh's account of the incident did not appear credible, and the conversation with him suggested he had a possible motive for the crime. When his father and Michelle divorced, she would receive a portion of the estate, which displeased him. However, these were merely suspicions, and without concrete evidence, there was insufficient basis to warrant an arrest or charges. As Michelle's family arranged her funeral, the police continued seeking leads. They investigated shops and gas stations along the route between Michelle's workplace and the location of her death to obtain additional surveillance footage. Near Michelle's workplace, a store provided another critical piece of footage. The store's surveillance camera also captured part of the parking lot. On September 11, 2008, the day of Michelle's death, a red pickup truck was seen parked at the store's entrance around 4 p.m. The police identified the truck as Randy's vehicle, but since Josh also used it, they needed to determine who had been driving that day. The footage showed the driver exit the truck, enter the store, then temporarily disappear from view, later reappearing to make a purchase and leave. The poor video quality made it impossible to distinguish whether the driver was Randy or Josh. To clarify the timeline, Michelle left work at 4:30 p.m., but the police had examined events occurring before that. At 4 p.m., a series of incidents took place near the store where Michelle worked. The police reviewed the footage and saw the pickup truck repeatedly visit the store during the following 30 minutes. In each visit, the driver did not leave the vehicle, but instead turned around and drove away. The last time the truck was seen near the store coincided with Michelle leaving work. Despite the police's efforts to identify the driver, they were unsuccessful. The police then attempted to contact Randy again. This time, they succeeded, and Randy came to the station. Before the interview, the police clarified that Randy was not under arrest and explained his rights. During the questioning, the police asked Randy about his whereabouts on September 11th. Randy explained that he and Michelle were undergoing a divorce after 17 years of marriage. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and had gone to work that day. When asked what time he arrived home from work, Randy hesitated, then said he got home at 3:45 p.m. However, this conflicted with the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony. According to Josh, his father returned home around 5:30 p.m., roughly 2 hours later than Randy claimed. Randy further stated that he did not leave his house after 3:45 p.m. and that he was alone until Josh arrived, at which point they cooked dinner together. This also contradicted Josh's statement, who claimed he was already home when his father returned. Randy and Josh's accounts contradicted each other. After questioning Randy, investigators realized that one of them was lying. To gauge Randy's reaction, they informed him that Michelle had actually died from a gunshot wound, not from injuries sustained in a car accident. This information had been kept confidential, known only to Michelle's family. However, Randy's response was highly suspicious. He barely reacted, feigning surprise and looking away. When asked about his last conversation with Michelle, Randy requested a lawyer, effectively ending the discussion. Although the investigation lacked key evidence, including the murder weapon, the police released Randy. For days following Michelle's death, her family and friends gathered for her funeral on September 15, 2008. Randy attended the ceremony, attempting to appear sorrowful and even shedding tears. Investigators worked diligently to locate the killer quickly. Unexpected assistance arrived when Josh, accompanied by his lawyer, came to the police station and expressed his desire to make a statement. According to Josh, on the day of the incident, he had returned home from his sister's house to find his father, Randy, in the driveway with their car. As Josh entered the house, he saw his father holding a gun, and Randy warned him to stay away, saying it would be better if he did not come inside at that moment. Josh claimed he immediately understood his father's intentions and tried to intervene, pleading with Randy not to do something he would later regret. Despite Josh's plea, Randy drove away in the car and returned later, parking in the garage. It was then that Randy confessed to Josh that he had shot Michelle. Randy had been struggling to cope with Michelle's decision to file for divorce and her plans to claim part of their property. On September 11, 2008, Randy had waited for Michelle to leave work, driving past her workplace multiple times to ensure he would not miss her. This explained his repeated appearances on the store's CCTV footage. Once Michelle left work, Randy followed her and eventually found the right opportunity to act. He rolled down the passenger side window and fired. The police arrested Randy based on Josh's testimony. Prior to the trial, Randy accepted a plea deal, admitting to depriving Michelle of her life in exchange for a reduced sentence. As a result, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. Moving on to the next case. Case of Michelle Hadley. Michelle Hadley was born on December 20, 1986, in Upland, California. She is the eldest daughter of a business-oriented family and was raised in a strict, conservative household. Michelle grew up with a younger sister and maintained a close relationship with her parents. During her school years, Michelle led a relatively typical life. Her friends describe her as polite and kind, with a straightforward nature, always expressing her thoughts openly. When disagreements arose, she sought to resolve them. Michelle was diligent from a young age, consistently completing her duties and responsibilities. During high school, she was in a long-term relationship with a boyfriend. The couple stayed together for many years and ultimately decided to marry in 2008. However, she soon realized that marriage did not bring the happiness she had anticipated. After 4 years, their relationship began to deteriorate, and they eventually chose to divorce. In 2013, Michelle's life took a positive turn when she met Ian Diaz, who was 9 years her senior. For Michelle, the relationship felt destined. Ian was a U.S. Marshal, and Michelle worked in marketing. At first, they appeared well-matched. They met through an online dating site, and after a whirlwind romance, they decided to move in together by the fall of 2014. Ian proposed to Michelle, and they began planning their wedding. Initially, their marriage seemed ideal, but Ian's true nature gradually started to reveal itself. At first, Michelle did not notice the changes in Ian's behavior and attributed his actions to his caring personality. Over time, however, Ian's demeanor deteriorated. He became self-destructive and emotionally abusive toward Michelle, leaving her shocked, devastated, and deeply confused. Michelle came from a conservative background, and Ian sometimes requested that she wear revealing clothing, which made her uncomfortable. Despite her reservations, Michelle complied, believing he was merely trying to add excitement to their relationship. However, Ian observed that she yielded easily and began making increasingly daring requests. Eventually, he asked Michelle to get her belly button pierced, a request she initially hesitated to accept but ultimately agreed to. Ian continued to push boundaries, and his requests became progressively stranger. He asked Michelle to quit her marketing job and work at Disneyland, a place he loved and where he had previously served as a deputy U.S. Marshal. Perhaps Ian wanted to keep closer surveillance of his wife, and working at a location where he still had connections suited him. Ian framed his suggestion as a matter of safety, but in reality, it was an effort to gain greater control over her life. At first, Michelle found the proposal odd, but out of love for her husband and a desire to please him, she agreed. Over time, however, Michelle grew uneasy about the arrangement. She began to feel as though she was becoming someone she no longer recognized. She confided in her husband about her discomfort, but instead of listening, he became angry and violent. Subsequently, Michelle and Ian decided to purchase a condominium together, hoping that owning a home would strengthen their relationship. This decision was made roughly 2 years after they first met. The couple began searching for a condo in 2015 and eventually selected one in downtown Anaheim, though it was slightly above their budget at $470,000. At the time of the purchase, Michelle had no idea that Ian had no intention of contributing to the mortgage payments. When the first installment was due, Ian claimed he was facing financial difficulties, but assured Michelle that he would pay the following month. She went ahead with the $144,000 down payment. She managed all the paperwork and finalized the purchase, believing that everything was in order. However, in hindsight, it was clear that their relationship was already deteriorating. The situation worsened after they bought the condo. Although the deed contained both of their names, it became evident that Ian wanted the condo for himself, while Michelle alone was shouldering the mortgage payments. One summer evening in 2015, Michelle and Ian got into a violent argument in the car. Ian physically assaulted Michelle, causing minor injuries. Afterwards, Michelle drafted a distressing email to her sister describing the events, but she never sent it. As summer came to an end, nearly 2 months after purchasing the condo, Michelle decided to leave Ian and move in with her parents. Despite no longer residing in the condo, Michelle remained responsible for the mortgage. This decision would later become a contentious point in their relationship. In fact, Ian continued to skip mortgage payments, enraging Michelle. Around this time, Michelle had left her high-paying job and was working at Disneyland, a position she disliked. Furthermore, her new job offered significantly lower pay than her previous position. In an attempt to address the mortgage issue amicably, Michelle reached out to Ian via email, phone calls, and text messages. However, he deliberately ignored her, escalating the conflict. The tension between them reached a breaking point, prompting Michelle to confront Ian in person. Ian's response was shocking. He had never intended to pay the mortgage, which infuriated Michelle. Facing a difficult situation, she decided to take action. She emailed Ian, warning him that his behavior would have serious consequences if it continued. However, this email only made Ian angrier, and he responded by filing a restraining order against Michelle. The police did not fully support Ian's request, determining that he shared some of the blame. When Michelle learned of Ian's attempt to obtain a restraining order, she countered by highlighting his failure to pay the mortgage on their jointly owned condo. To resolve the matter, they agreed to hire property lawyers and eventually reached a settlement. The court ruling ultimately favored Michelle, ordering Ian to pay the outstanding mortgage balance. If he failed to comply, he would face an additional penalty. Although the ruling was unfavorable for Ian, he had no choice but to follow the court's decision. The situation dragged on for a year, and by 2016, Michelle and Ian had officially separated. This marked a new beginning for Michelle, freeing her from a toxic relationship. In contrast, Ian remained bitter about the outcome, continuing to live in the condo and pay the mortgage. Ian's life had become increasingly complicated due to the condo situation, so he decided to use dating apps again in an attempt to move on. This is how he met Angela Connell, a woman he believed was perfect for him. Angela was born in 1985 in Phoenix, Arizona. She attended a Catholic high school and later graduated from Arizona State University in 2006. Ian and Angela met in January 2016, and they immediately felt a strong connection. Their relationship progressed rapidly. Ian proposed within a month, and Angela soon moved into his condo. It appeared as though they were meant to be together. By May 2016, Angela announced she was expecting twins, which brought Ian immense joy. However, their happiness was short-lived when Angela received a threatening anonymous email claiming she was not the right person for Ian. Angela was shocked by the message and initially suspected that it might have come from her ex-boyfriend, Jason Rayburn, with whom she had a tumultuous relationship prior to her involvement with Ian. However, something did not add up. Angela had cut off all contact with Jason after their breakup, so he had no knowledge of her new relationship with Ian. It was not until Ian brought up the topic of the condo, which had been purchased by his ex, Michelle, that Angela realized Michelle might be the one sending the messages. Over time, Angela received more emails from different accounts. The emails contained similar information, but were phrased differently. Curious, Angela responded to one of the messages, asking the sender to reveal their identity. To her surprise, the sender claimed to be Michelle Hadley. Angela demanded that Michelle cease contacting her, but the emails continued. The tone of the subsequent messages escalated, leaving Angela feeling threatened and fearful for her safety. Afterward, she decided not to take any chances and sought a restraining order against Michelle. The incident occurred on June 1, 2016. Angela told police that an email from Michelle had left her feeling fearful and anxious. She expressed concern about leaving her home due to the threatening nature of the emails, fearing she might be attacked or killed if she did so. In response to the seriousness of the situation, the court issued a restraining order against Michelle. A short time later, in June 2016, Michelle appeared to have moved past the difficulties of her previous relationship. One evening, after meeting a friend, she returned home to find a team of police officers waiting in her driveway. Michelle was taken aback, but cooperated peacefully with the officers and was taken in for questioning regarding a restraining order violation. During the interrogation, Michelle denied knowing Angela or sending the threatening emails described by the officers. She claimed she was being framed, citing 2 alerts she had received a week earlier. The first alert was from Google, stating that her email account had been shut down. The second alert came from Microsoft, indicating that her primary email was being used as a recovery email for multiple unknown accounts. Michelle reported this suspicious activity to the Anaheim Police Department, suspecting that her ex-husband was impersonating her. However, her concerns were dismissed by police, who believed she was lying. As a result, a restraining order was issued against Michelle, though she was unaware that this was only the beginning of a far more complex situation. Things took a darker turn after Michelle was served with the order. The situation intensified when Angela began receiving emails responding to a Craigslist ad that she had never posted. The disturbing ads described sexual coercion fantasies and included intimate details about Angela's life. The emails contained her phone number, condo address, and even the breed of her dog. It was evident that someone had created an account in her name, but what was particularly alarming was the access to such precise information. Ian and Michelle were the only individuals who knew Angela's condo address. Angela suspected Michelle, but thought it was unlikely. Fear overwhelmed her to the point that she did not want to leave her house. The thought of someone knowing her address and monitoring her constantly made her extremely uneasy. Not knowing who was behind the harassment heightened her terror. On June 24, 2016, just days after the Craigslist ad was posted, Angela was attacked, putting her life in danger. Bruises covered her neck, her clothes were torn, and she sustained a severe head injury from being slammed against a wall. Despite her condition, Angela promptly called 911. When police arrived, they questioned her about the assault, and Angela identified Michelle as her attacker. This time, the police decided to take stronger action against Michelle. Authorities believed that a restraining order alone would not be sufficient to protect Angela, and they decided to arrest Michelle. While in jail, Michelle was able to contact her parents, who were conservative. Her parents were determined to handle the situation discreetly. They posted Michelle's bail of $10,000, made possible by their financial stability as successful business owners. After the incidents, Angela continued receiving harassing emails. Interestingly, the emails appeared to come from Michelle's personal email address. However, it remained unclear whether Michelle had actually sent them. On July 13th, Angela called 911 after seeing a strange man outside her condo. When police arrived, the man claimed he was responding to a Craigslist ad posted under Angela's name containing explicit content. Further investigation revealed that the ad was created from an account linked to Michelle. This raised questions about Michelle's possible involvement and whether she had provided false information to authorities. Conversely, it was possible that someone was using Michelle's name to mislead the police. On July 14th, Michelle was arrested again, with bail set at $1 million, an amount her parents could not afford. Michelle strongly denied sending the emails or creating the Craigslist ads. Her parents believed her, knowing she would not threaten anyone. Concerned about potential consequences, Michelle's parents hired a lawyer, fearing that the person behind the threats could continue to get their daughter arrested. While Michelle was jailed for the second time, the threats and emails aimed at Angela ceased. For 3 months, everything seemed calm for Angela. Meanwhile, Michelle's parents sought to identify who was impersonating their daughter. They collected her records, including school and hospital documents, to find weaknesses in the case. This investigation led to crucial evidence. Michelle had been in the hospital on the day the first emails were sent, making it impossible for her to have sent them. This news gave her parents renewed hope. They had been trying to trace the source of the emails, which used encrypted IP addresses. Michelle's father downloaded various software programs to help identify the senders. Then, in a surprising turn, her parents received unexpected news. Michelle's bail had been posted. The twist was that Ian, the same man who had mistreated Michelle, had provided the $1 million bail. This occurred on September 30th, 2016, when Ian presented the police with the money. Michelle and her family were stunned and could not understand why Ian would do this. Many questions remained about his motives. Was he attempting to make amends for his past behavior, or was there another reason? After Michelle's release on bail, she and her family sought answers. Ian revealed shocking information, claiming that Angela had framed Michelle for sending threatening emails. Allegedly, Angela used fake email accounts in Michelle's name to send the emails to herself. Angela also posted ads on Craigslist, making it appear that Michelle was responsible. The details in the ads could only have been known by Ian and Angela. Further investigation revealed that Angela's bruises from June 24, 2016, were self-inflicted. Ian discovered CCTV footage supporting this claim. He also uncovered a history of deception by Angela, noting that she had lied since the day they met, including a fabricated pregnancy. Ian uncovered evidence that Angela had purchased a fake sonogram of twins on Etsy for $7.50 and a positive pregnancy test kit to support her fabricated story. Angela's motivation to ruin Michelle's life originated from meeting Ian in 2015. Ian frequently discussed Michelle and an incident involving a condo, which piqued Angela's curiosity and prompted her to investigate Michelle's past. She discovered that Michelle came from a wealthy background, leading Angela to view her as an opportunity for personal gain. Ian, who had been married to Michelle at the time, sought revenge over a past dispute regarding the condo's mortgage. The incident had left him bitter, furious about being forced to pay the mortgage following Michelle's countersuit. Together, Angela and Ian devised a plan to bring Michelle down. Ian provided Michelle's email address to Angela, and they began plotting to frame her and have her arrested. To conceal their scheme, Angela and Ian created separate email addresses to communicate with one another. They also opened 6 fake email accounts in Michelle's name using virtual private networks, VPNs. This explained why Michelle noticed Google alerts about email addresses in her name that she had not created. Unbeknownst to Michelle, Angela was behind these suspicious activities. When Michelle obtained a restraining order, Angela still felt it was insufficient, as she wanted Michelle gone permanently. Angela devised a plan to escalate matters further. She created a fake Craigslist profile in Michelle's name, posting an ad that invited men to engage in a sex act at Michelle's home. However, flaws in the plan led to Ian confessing the truth. Once the truth emerged, police secured a search warrant for Angela's devices. To their astonishment, investigators discovered that everything Ian had claimed was true. A total of 21 threatening emails were uncovered, most sent from Angela and Ian's residence. Further investigation revealed that some emails were sent from Arizona. It was ultimately discovered that Angela had visited her father in Arizona during the same period the emails were sent. After uncovering this shocking evidence, investigators examined Angela's past and found that she had committed similar crimes previously. In 2013, Angela had fabricated a serious illness while dating Jason Rayburn, a California state trooper. She claimed to be an attorney and said she had cervical cancer. However, her story did not add up, and Jason became suspicious. He investigated further and discovered that Angela had lied about having cancer and being a lawyer. This ended their relationship. The deception remained unknown to the public until 2019, nearly 6 years later. On January 6, 2019, Angela was detained and pleaded guilty to 10 felonies, including perjury and false imprisonment. She was sentenced to 5 years in prison. The Orange County District Attorney's Office quickly cleared Michelle's name of the wrongful charges. 3 days later, Michelle's assault and threatening charges were officially dropped, marking the conclusion of a long and painful ordeal. Although the ordeal had ended, Michelle still bore the scars of her wrongful conviction, including the time she spent in jail. She had to abandon her MBA classes and lost her job after being wrongfully arrested. After the charges were cleared, Michelle's life began to improve. She earned her MBA and obtained a good marketing job at a cosmetics company. She then moved to New York to live with her sister, and her life was better than ever. Ian, on the other hand, separated from Angela and sold their condo for $500,000. However, in 2021, Ian's life took a downturn. He was arrested and charged with planning and executing the plot to frame Michelle, resulting in a 5-year prison sentence and a conviction for perjury. Moving on to the next case. Peter Britton Tobin. On September 29, 2006, at St. Patrick's Church in Glasgow, United Kingdom, detectives discovered the body of a young woman. Little did they realize, this crime was merely the tip of the iceberg. Their investigation soon led them to one of the country's most ruthless serial offenders. Peter Britton Tobin was born on August 27, 1946, in Johnstone, Scotland. He was the youngest of 8 children in the family of Marjorie and Daniel Tobin. From an early age, Peter displayed a difficult character, prompting his parents to send him to a boarding school in 1953, when he was only 7 years old. However, this seemingly produced little effect. Later, he was sent to a correctional institution. Upon completing this period, Peter relocated to Brighton, England. There, he began a relationship with Margaret Mount, a 17-year-old typist who found his personality irresistible. In August 1969, they were married. However, Peter soon revealed his cruel and controlling nature. In addition, he engaged in criminal activities and was convicted and imprisoned for theft and forgery the following year. This led Margaret to divorce him in 1973. That same year, Peter married Sylvia Jeffrey, a local nurse who had also fallen for his charm. That year, they welcomed their first son, Ian. Tragically, their daughter, Claire, died shortly after birth in 1974. Grieving over their lost child and enduring Peter's abusive behavior, Sylvia left in 1976 with their young son. Decades later, when Peter was in his 40s, he pursued a new romance, this time with Kathy Wilson, who was only 16 at the time, vulnerable and impressionable, which made her easy to manipulate. They had a son, Daniel, their only child. They married in 1989 and moved to Scotland. Life proved challenging. Kathy could not go outside freely due to her husband's control over every aspect of her life. His violent behavior persisted and escalated. Consequently, isolation worsened her living conditions. Eventually, the young woman gathered courage and fled with her son in the late 1990s. It remains uncertain whether Kathy's departure triggered the worst aspects of Peter's character to emerge. From that point onward, Peter unleashed a terrible side of himself upon the world, prepared to inflict great harm. Unfortunately, his path crossed with that of a young girl named Vicky Hamilton. Vicky was born in Scotland in 1976. She was the second child of Michael and Janet Hamilton, a married couple who had previously welcomed their firstborn daughter, Sharon. Later, Lindsay joined the family. However, serious disagreements between the parents led to divorce, which was deemed the most appropriate decision. Vicky, Lee, and Lindsay remained in their mother's care and relocated to South London. The eldest daughter, Sharon, stayed in Bathgate, BTHG, but the distance did not prevent Vicky and Sharon from maintaining a close relationship. When Vicky turned 15, Sharon saw it as an opportunity for her sister to take a step toward independence, a desire common to many teenagers. After traveling alone by bus to Scotland for a weekend visit, Vicky was scheduled to return home to her mother's house. This marked her first solo bus journey. Sharon viewed it as a small yet meaningful adventure. On Saturday, February 9, 1991, the sisters went shopping and spent the day in continuous conversation. Sunday was ordinary, except that Vicky felt apprehensive about her return trip. The evening of February 10th was cold and snowy. Vicky made sure she had sufficient money for the fare and reviewed the bus route one last time with her sister before they embraced tightly. Standing at the bus stop, snacking on a bag of chips across from the police station, it was there that Vicky's path fatefully intersected with Peter's. He forcibly dragged her into his car and committed unspeakable acts, raping her before taking her life, either out of malice or to prevent her from reporting him. Peter retained possession of the girl's purse. When Vicky did not arrive at her mother's house and there was no communication from her, her family began a frantic search in desperation. Simultaneously, they alerted the authorities about her disappearance. Once the police launched an investigation, Vicky's face became one of the most recognizable in Scotland. The search operation grew into one of the largest in the country's history. Amid this uproar, Peter chose to relocate to southeast England, specifically Margate, where he settled into a charming house with a garden. There, Peter brought Vicky's lifeless body, wrapped her remains in plastic, and concealed them beneath a layer of concrete. He then covered everything with soil. Neighbors assumed he had dug a sandbox for his young son, who was 3 years old at the time. Peter's name never surfaced during the initial investigation into Vicky's disappearance. The police uncovered no leads regarding her whereabouts and considered her a likely runaway, seeing her as an unhappy teenager due to her parents' divorce. Their theory of voluntary disappearance was reinforced on February 21, 1991, when Vicky's purse was discovered near the main bus station in Edinburgh. Peter, always one step ahead of the authorities, had created this false lead and completely diverted the course of the investigation. Detectives spent 2 fruitless months searching in London. It is known that Vicky's mother died soon after. Over the following decade, Vicky's family and town residents continued to follow the case closely. Yet despite listing over 7,000 names in the file, taking nearly 4,000 statements, and presenting approximately 500 documents alongside 380 potential pieces of physical evidence, all efforts ended in a deadlock. The case was eventually shelved. The next young woman to encounter Peter was Dina McNichol from Essex. She had a brother and 3 sisters. Her father was a jazz musician, and her mother had tragically died years earlier in a car accident. By the age of 18, Dina was known as good-hearted and cheerful, a wonderful friend. She had just completed high school and held great hopes for her future. On one hand, she considered taking a gap year to travel. On the other hand, she aspired to attend university. However, nothing was certain, as although Dina had applied to several institutions of higher education, she had not yet received any responses. During the first weekend of August 1991, Dina attended a music festival in Hampshire. There, she met a young man named David Tremlett. Between dances, they discovered a mutual attraction. On Sunday, August 4th, they spent the night together in a tent. The following day, Dina helped him dismantle the tent, and they agreed to hitchhike back home separately. However, as part of their route was the same, they decided to hitchhike together. Tired but happy, the young couple set out to catch a ride. That was when Peter appeared and offered them a lift. David exited the car first, and Dina wrote down his phone number before saying goodbye. Alone with the unknown driver, Dina was about to face a true nightmare. On that same Monday, August 5th, 1991, Peter repeated the same crime he had committed with Vicky, using Dina's scarf as a gag. After committing the crime, Peter withdrew money from Dina's account at ATMs in Hampshire and Sussex. When her relatives noticed funds being taken from her account, they immediately suspected something was wrong. Her family knew how carefully she had saved every penny and what she intended to use the money for, whether traveling or continuing her education. Days and weeks passed with no word from Dina. The most agonizing part for her family was living in uncertainty. Though unspoken aloud, everyone feared that something terrible had occurred. After all, if Dina were alive, she would have returned home or called to explain her absence. As for Peter, he left Margate without saying goodbye or offering any explanation. Later, in 1993, he settled in Hampshire, specifically in a rented apartment in Leek Park. He claimed that he wanted to be closer to his son. On August 4th, 1993, 2 14-year-old girls went to visit a local woman, but found she was not home. They decided to ask other neighbors if anyone had seen her. As a result, they knocked on Peter's door. The man saw a unique opportunity and invited them into his home to wait. Seeing that his 5-year-old son was inside, the girls mistook him for a friendly person and agreed to enter. Another version of the story suggests that the meeting was not accidental. The 2 girls came to Peter's home in response to a babysitting request he had made. They trusted him because upon arrival, they saw his son and stayed to look after him. Everyone agrees that once the child fell asleep, Peter tied them up, threatened them with a knife, and forced them to drink alcohol. He then beat and raped them, injuring one of the girls. Just as they feared their lives would end at the hands of this extremely cruel man, the boy woke up, saving them from suffering the same fatal fate that had befallen Vicky and Dina. In an effort to prevent his son from realizing what had happened and understanding the kind of father he was, Peter decided to leave the apartment with the child. According to some reports, Peter left around 2 a.m., but before doing so he turned on the gas in the kitchen, hoping to complete his monstrous plan. However, the girls regained consciousness and managed to escape. They went to the police and reported all the abuses committed by Peter, whom they described in detail. Peter returned his child to his mother and joined a religious sect called the Communion of Jesus under a false name, hoping to remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, his photograph, provided by police, was published, making his face widely recognized. Due to mass media coverage, information about him began to emerge, and his car was identified thanks to the BBC Crime Watch program. He was located and, after 40 days on the run, captured in Brighton. He appeared in court on May 18, 1994, where he pleaded guilty to sexual assault and indecent acts against 2 young girls and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. However, Peter did not serve his full sentence and was released in 2014 at the age of 58. Immediately after his release, he returned to Scotland, aiming to relocate away from the area where he was registered as a sex offender. For a time, he managed to remain off the radar. Under a false name and posing as a homeless man, he knocked on the door of St. Patrick's Church in Glasgow. To avoid detection, he adopted the name Peter McLaughlin. Dennis and Katie Curran, a married couple from the church's charitable group, recall that evening vividly when a homeless man sought shelter. Despite his vulnerable appearance, Katie felt uneasy about him. Peter, raised as a Catholic, soon felt comfortable in the church. His apparent begging served as an effective disguise, arousing sympathy from parishioners while attracting little attention. Consequently, he roamed freely around the church, an ideal hiding place for him. However, his predatory instincts remained intact. Being in a sacred place held no significance for him. Calculating every move meticulously, Peter displayed eagerness to assist in church repairs. After approximately 6 or 7 weeks, he asked the priest if he could join the maintenance staff. At that time, people facing financial difficulties often sought refuge in churches. It was under such circumstances that Angelica Clark crossed paths with Peter. Angelica was a 23-year-old woman from Poland who had come to Scotland during the summer of 2006. She intended to spend her summer break working to earn money and fund her language studies back home. She lived at the parish house of St. Patrick's Church, where she also worked as a cleaner. Peter immediately took a liking to her and somehow convinced her to help him with various tasks occasionally. On Sunday, September 24, 2006, Angelica spent several hours assisting him in painting a shed. Some parishioners noticed them together before Peter attacked her at the back of the chapel. Leica Brown, 47, and her husband Andrew, 46, who lived in a multi-story house overlooking the church, heard a woman scream through their open windows. In her statement afterward, Leica described it as a brief scream that sounded like someone being forcibly restrained. It was so eerie that it compelled her to get up from the couch and approach the window, but she saw nothing. The scream heard by the Browns coincided with the moment Peter caught the young woman off guard as she stood with her back to him. He struck her forcefully and dragged her to the back of the chapel, where he continued to beat her. After she lost consciousness, he raped her and inflicted several knife wounds. He then hid the body in the basement under the floor near the confessional. At this point, Angelica was still alive. Several hours passed, and parishioners began to notice that the young woman was missing. That is when Dennis informed his wife, Katie, about Angelica's unusual disappearance. The police quickly initiated an investigation and began interviewing members of the community one by one. During these interviews, it came to light that Peter was the last person seen with Angelica, albeit disguised as Pete, a homeless laborer. Eventually, he became the prime suspect. Officers went to question him, but found no evidence linking him directly to Angelica's disappearance, so the investigation continued. Aware it was only a matter of time before the body was discovered and traced back to him, Peter fled to London. By this time, Detective David Swindle had joined the investigation and began to suspect that this case was not merely a disappearance. Based on their findings and collected testimonies, Detective Swindle believed it was unlikely that Angelica would be found alive. Finally, on September 29, 2006, authorities discovered her body in the chapel. This news shocked British society due to both the nature of the crime and the location chosen by the perpetrator to hide the body. Examining the girl's injuries led Detective David to suspect that this was not Peter's first crime. However, he did not yet realize how horrific and dangerous this individual truly was. Further revelations were inevitable. DNA found at the crime scene and on Angelica matched data in the United Kingdom's National Criminal Intelligence Database. That was when they learned exactly who they were dealing with. A man whose actions indicated deep-seated brutality and criminal sophistication. The individual they were seeking turned out to be Peter Tobin, whose fingerprints had been discovered at the crime scene. Consequently, the first step for the authorities was to publish his photograph in the media. His image was distributed nationwide, and the Scottish police reached out to the Metropolitan Police, initiating a search across the United Kingdom. Meanwhile, in London, Peter attempted to conceal himself by going to a hospital and pretending to have heart problems. He claimed he experienced chest pain and weakness on the left side of his body. Identifying himself as a plumber named James Kelly, he was examined by Dr. Nick Lasso. However, something about his demeanor and behavior raised concerns for the doctor. Initially avoiding eye contact, a behavior atypical of most patients, Peter aroused suspicion when tests failed to reveal any clear physical cause for his alleged pain. The doctor's suspicions were confirmed by a nurse who recognized Peter from a photograph that had been circulating in the media. As a result, both the nurse and doctor contacted the police. This phone call significantly altered the course of the investigation. On September 30th, police officer Alan Murray was dispatched to the hospital in London. Peter was taken into a room so Alan could speak with him. Immediately following this encounter, Peter was arrested. Although initially charged only with violating the sex offender registry, this approach allowed officers time to build a criminal case against him. Under Detective David's leadership, evidence gathered led to Peter's trial for crimes against Angelica in late March 2007. Despite substantial evidence against him, Peter denied committing violent acts against her, claiming instead that they had engaged in consensual sexual activity. He also denied providing false information to police and hospital staff. After 6 weeks of legal proceedings, characterized by lies and manipulations on Peter's part, the truth finally prevailed. He was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment, with the possibility of parole after 21 years. Detective David and his team were convinced that there was more to Peter's story. While the trial was ongoing, detectives delved into Peter's life, gathering additional evidence and compiling a dossier. This work involved various law enforcement agencies across the country. To avoid harming or interfering with Angelica's case, they chose to conduct their work confidentially. The joint police operation was known as Anagram. Part of their work involved connecting missing persons cases to locations where Peter had been. During these investigations, they established 2 precise links, one in Bathgate and another in Margate. Several weeks later, a search was conducted at Peter's old house on the coast, where investigators found a knife with DNA samples hidden in the attic. However, nothing else of significance was discovered there. They then went to the house where Peter had lived in Margate. It soon became clear that they were dealing with a serious criminal offender. Investigators dug up a sandbox in the garden, one that Peter had made for his son, and shockingly, they found a female body there. But that was not all. Continuing their search at the same location, they discovered another body. A woman's handbag was also found at the scene, which the team preserved for DNA analysis. Forensic experts worked diligently to establish the identities of the 2 victims, determine their ages, and estimate their dates of death. They also analyzed the genetic traces from the handbag. These DNA traces were very strong, but initially yielded no matches in the National DNA Database. However, on June 1, 2007, a crucial breakthrough occurred. The DNA matched Peter's fingerprint. This development proved monumental for investigators, who deemed it necessary to proceed decisively in this direction by November. On August 14, 2007, authorities confirmed that one of the bodies found belonged to Vicky Hamilton, who had disappeared at the age of 15 during her first independent trip. Her family had been waiting for answers for 16 years. Later, it was announced that the second body belonged to 18-year-old Dinah McNichol, who had been hitchhiking home after attending a concert. On September 1, 2008, the Royal Prosecution Service contacted Peter's lawyers and charged him with the murder of Vicky, leading to his trial. Officers had to restrain Vicky's father, Michael, after he saw Peter face to face. Michael later admitted that he simply wanted Peter to know he was there to defend his daughter's name and protect her memory. After a month-long trial, on December 2, 2008, Peter was found guilty of Vicky's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The trial for Dinah took place in December 2009. On December 16, after the defense failed to provide evidence exonerating their client, the jury found Peter guilty of Dinah's murder. He subsequently received his third life sentence. On November 22, 2007, it was reported that Tobin had been attacked by fellow inmates, sustaining minor injuries. Shortly before this incident, the serial killer had confessed to a total of 11 murders. Recently, on October 8, 2022, Peter passed away in the hospital. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sierra Breland. The disappearance of 31-year-old Sierra Breland, an Indiana lawyer from Cleveland, Georgia, remains a mystery. The last time she was seen was on February 24, 2022, at 7:17 p.m., when a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. Despite extensive efforts by the police and her family, Sierra's whereabouts and what happened to her remain unknown. According to her mother Kelly, Sierra was a cheerful and ambitious woman. She was determined to be taken seriously, so she worked hard to become a lawyer, following in her mother's footsteps as a paralegal. Growing up in Georgia, Sierra dreamed of living in Atlanta one day. To achieve this goal, she attended the University of Tennessee for college and then Florida State University for law school. Kelly said Sierra was happy, energetic, loving, and extremely driven in her career. In October 2020, Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder, and their relationship quickly developed. 6 months later, the couple married, and Sierra became pregnant. According to court records, Sierra provided legal assistance to Xavier in his dispute with his ex-wife. The newlyweds decided to start a new life in Carmel, Indiana, where Sierra got a job at a law firm. In 2021, she gave birth to a son named Jackson. Xavier and Sierra appeared to be a perfect couple from the outside, but their relationship was plagued by issues from the early stages. According to Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, problems between them surfaced shortly after their initial dates. Sierra had told Xavier she wanted no further contact, but he refused to accept rejection. Instead, he began showing up uninvited at her apartment, sitting outside her door. He also sent her threatening messages after seeing her with another man. Sierra warned him she would involve the authorities if he persisted. Despite this, she eventually gave him another chance, and 6 months later they got married. Shelby and Sierra were inseparable, exchanging daily texts. Sierra confided in her, revealing her fears about her husband. In one message, she wrote, "I'm really struggling to cope with this. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon our family, but his behavior is getting worse, not better. It makes me wonder what the future holds. He used to feel guilty when he said hurtful things, but lately he doesn't even apologize. He blames me, saying I did this because you made me." Sierra feared that if something happened to her, her husband would be to blame. Shelby claims that she frequently advised Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood the importance of planning her exit carefully. The text messages only provide a glimpse into the situation between Sierra and her husband. Sierra did call the police on multiple occasions, and law enforcement responded to her residences in both Georgia and Indiana multiple times. According to Campbell, by the time the police arrived, Sierra would have calmed down enough to cover for her husband, denying any abuse. Shelby revealed that an investigator even contacted Sierra's mother after one of these incidents, telling her that he knew Sierra was lying about the abuse when she called 911. The investigator had seen this pattern before and was worried that something terrible might happen to Sierra. Sierra was determined to leave her husband Xavier and had been secretly building up a bank account to prepare for her independence. Despite sending messages to Xavier claiming she loved him, she had concluded that she could not afford to stay in the troubled relationship. Aware of her daughter's difficulties, Sierra's parents, Kelly and Nick, encouraged her to break free from Xavier and promised her a safe haven back at home if she needed it. Sierra's decisive trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier packed up their baby and large dog into a 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan for the 11-hour drive south. According to her family, she arrived at her parents' house on February 19th, where she spent the night reconnecting with relatives she had not seen since moving to Indiana. Although it appeared to be a brief visit, Sierra had decided not to return to Indiana, marking a new chapter in her life. Xavier was interested in this trip because his mother lived in Georgia, just like Sierra's mother. However, Xavier did not know that Sierra did not plan to return to Indiana. Sierra had told her mother that she was going to find a job in Georgia and that she was getting a divorce due to her husband's increasingly abusive behavior. On Saturday, February 19th, Sierra arrived at her parents' house in Cleveland, Georgia, where she spent the night. She reassured them that she wanted a divorce and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Sierra left her parents' house to pick up her son, Jackson, from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, about an hour away. Before leaving, Sierra sent a text to her cousin, Shelby Campbell, saying, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. He won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting to get him so I can leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., she sent a text to her father, Nick, saying, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay." Nick responded the next day, telling her it was okay and that she did not have to ask. When Nick did not hear back from Sierra, he reached out to her again. She replied that everything was fine and that she had been feeling a bit sick. Nick contacted her again on Wednesday to ask if she was feeling better, but he did not receive a response. He sent another text on Thursday, February 24th, but there was still no response. By Friday, Sierra's loved ones were growing concerned because she had not replied, which was out of character for her. On the evening of Saturday, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown number based in Indiana. Initially, Nick did not panic, assuming Sierra was still in Georgia, so he answered the call. The caller claimed to be a police officer and broke the news that Sierra had been reported missing. Apparently, her husband, Xavier, had filed a missing persons report. This revelation left the family in shock, as they had been under the impression that Sierra was still in Georgia despite her uncharacteristic silence. What is especially puzzling, according to Shelby Campbell, is that Xavier never reached out to anyone to check on Sierra's whereabouts. He did not call or notify anyone, which made the situation even more baffling. After speaking with the Carmel police, Xavia's father decided to call Xavier. In their conversation, Xavia's father pressured Xavier to tell the truth, reminding him that Xavier had warned her family that Xavier would be responsible if anything happened to her. Xavier responded by telling him to go to hell, and then hung up the phone. After Nick called Xavier's father, who lived next to Sierra and Xavier in Carmel, the father claimed he had never seen her. This was confirmed by a press release from the Carmel Police Department in Indiana on March 2nd. Xavier Breland had earlier reported Sierra missing to the police department on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During their investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Sierra's last known location, her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, on February 24th at 7:07 p.m. According to the Carmel Police Department's official report, nothing unusual happened in the video. On February 25th, Sierra left her home in the Brookstone Park subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, around 1 p.m. to walk to a nearby store. At the time, she was wearing a black top and purple shorts, and the temperature was around 20 degrees. However, police reported that she never arrived at the store, and there was no surveillance video showing her entering the store. Sierra's family became concerned when she vanished, leaving behind 3 phones, identification, and credit cards. They knew she would never leave without informing them, especially not her 5-month-old son. Her mother, Kelly, revealed that Sierra had confided in her about financial struggles and alleged abuse from her husband, who used their child to control her. Kelly was adamant that Sierra would not abandon her son, believing that she would rather be dead than do so. On February 28, 2022, 2 days after reporting his wife, Sierra, missing, Xavier received an unexpected visit from the police at his doorstep. According to court documents, there was an accidental discharge of a firearm at a residence on Baldwin Lane. Xavier claimed that he had been moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard the gunshot, prompting him to run outside. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it before calling the police to report the incident himself. The investigation revealed that there were 2 guns in his house. However, the police did not disclose whether they found any evidence linking Xavier to Sierra's disappearance. Nevertheless, it soon emerged that Xavier had a criminal history, having been convicted of felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also suspicious that Xavier waited an entire day to report his wife missing, claiming she had not returned home from a trip to the store. A few days after the police received the missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. He was arrested on an unrelated charge due to an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Core County and was extradited to Georgia to face those charges. Court records show that Xavier had previously placed a tracking device inside a stuffed animal belonging to his daughter to track her mother, his ex-wife, as part of a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra's disappearance, a search operation was conducted in several neighborhoods in Johns Creek, involving police, volunteers, family, and friends. The main areas of focus were 2 neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, which police believed Sierra might have passed through during her stay in Georgia. The search efforts included distributing flyers and setting up electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, seeking the public's assistance. The Johns Creek Police Department also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to display Sierra's photo and information across metro Atlanta. The family requested that anyone who saw a Volkswagen Tiguan with Georgia license plate 51,869 renminbi, which had a university law school frame around the plate, contact the police. The vehicle was searched for evidence by forensic investigators and subsequently released. As Sierra was last seen at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, police suspected that her disappearance might be linked to something that occurred at this location. Police traced the road Xavier took back to Indiana, but were unable to confirm whether Sierra was in the car. Notably, Xavier was the only person who exited the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. The level of cooperation from Xavier's mother during the investigation remains unclear, but law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence through a search warrant as part of their investigation. Johns Creek investigators, including forensic experts and cadaver dogs, searched the area for signs of a struggle or clues to the couple's disappearance. Despite the involvement of a canine unit, no scent trail was found, and the gathered evidence remains undisclosed due to the ongoing investigation. Xavier Breland was arrested in Georgia on March 16, 2022, for aggravated stalking. This stemmed from a 2021 incident in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child, who had a restraining order against him. He was later found not guilty, but was arrested again and extradited to Indiana for unlawful possession of a firearm. Xavier Breland asked a judge to lower his bond to an amount his mother could afford. The court initially set it at $35,000, but prosecutors requested $50,000. After Breland appealed, the judge set it at $100,000. He was released in February 2023 after posting bail. Sierra's disappearance remains a mystery despite extensive searches. She was last seen at a store, and investigations have identified several potential locations. The vast search area spans millions of acres of state and federal land, parks, and undeveloped areas in Georgia, plus thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements. According to Kelly Breland, law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but these are like puzzle pieces without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mother's home, as revealed in court documents related to a civil case filed by Xavier's mother against Xavier's sister. As part of their search, crime scene investigators cut and removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home. On April 21, 2022, according to documents from the familial civil dispute, after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1, 5-month-old Jackson was placed into state care. Since then, Jackson's grandparents, Nick and Kelly Miller, have been able to spend time with the infant and are working to bring the baby back home to Georgia. Over the past year, numerous searches have focused on specific areas, but no leads have emerged regarding the new mom's disappearance. Police have reconstructed events, distributed flyers, and used electronic signs to raise awareness. Sierra, 5 feet 7 inches tall, 120 pounds, with blonde hair and distinct tattoos, was last seen in a white 2017 VW Tiguan with Georgia plate 5,869 renminbi. Anyone who saw her in February is urged to contact authorities. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly named in connection with Sierra's disappearance, but so far, no charges have been filed against him. Despite this, Sierra's family remains convinced that Xavier knows what happened to her and is the only one who can provide the answers needed to bring closure and allow Sierra to rest in peace. Kelly Breland, a family member, believes that Sierra's body might be located in one of 4 states: Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is appealing to outdoorsmen and fishermen in these states to be vigilant and report any information they might have to the authorities. In a separate development, Sierra's parents have been granted custody of the couple's child. It is worth noting that Xavier Breland was previously arrested and released on bail for illegal possession of firearms. His trial was set to take place on December 28, 2023, but he failed to appear in court, and his current whereabouts are unknown. As a result, a rearrest warrant has been issued, and law enforcement is working to track him down. This recent development adds another layer of complexity to the already puzzling case of Sierra's disappearance. Xavier Breland, a 6'1", 160-pound black man with brown hair and green eyes, has gone missing. There is a warrant out for his arrest, and the FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, Sierra, whose body has not been found. The disappearances of both Xavier and Sierra have raised many unanswered questions. Sierra's mother, Kelly Breland, believes her daughter was afraid of Xavier and did not plan to return to Indiana with him. With both individuals now missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial related to Xavier's gun charge has been postponed multiple times. Law enforcement and Sierra's family are now seeking the public's help in finding Xavier and Sierra, hoping to shed light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.